Hello everyone, this is Warhawk Beyond 2040 and welcome to a very special edition of the Spider-Man review series. And as I mentioned at the end of the last edition that I did for this series, where I talked about Season 2 in its entirety from start to finish and all 14 chapters, which was called The Neogenic Nightmare, I mentioned at the end that for the next edition of this series I am going to be talking about Season 3 in its entirety from start to finish, and it was going to be an hour plus long video. So Season 2 marked the start of long form story arcs where you had one single story arc that lasted the entire season. So you had to watch all 14 chapters, for example, in its entirety, and you had to really get the bigger picture of what was actually going on. So if you missed one or two chapters, you had to go back and watch them because you wouldn't really know what was going on. And the Neogenic Nightmare, in my opinion, was quite possibly the best story arc that the show ever did, where we saw Spider-Man grew 4 extra arms and eventually mutate into the Man Spider. And I thought they did an excellent job with the whole build-up. You know, Dr. Kurtz Connor's warning about Spider-Man mutating into something that wasn't human. And we got guest appearances from other Marvel characters like Blade the Vampire Hunter, the Punisher, and of course, the highlight of Season 2 was the appearance of the X-Men, which was just an incredible 2-part crossover episode, and it was so much fun. And we also got the first appearance of the Vulture, who, in my opinion, they did a fantastic job with him, and they didn't just make him into the ugly old man that we remember from the comic books. They made the Vulture into a real dangerous threat where he possessed the power of the Tablets of Time, and he was able to drain people of their youth and make himself young again. And I thought that was the best incarnation of the Vulture. Now, for Season 3, Season 3 carries on the trend that started in Season 2 with the long-form story arcs, and we get that again for Season 3. So Season 3, once again, is a long-form story arc that lasted an entire season, and it consists of 14 chapters, and I'm going to be talking about all 14 chapters, including Season 3, in its entirety. And the story arc for Season 3 was called The Sins of the Father, and I would say Season 3, in my opinion, was a very good season. I would say Season 2 was very dark. I thought it was a very dark season, and it's also dabbled in some horror. But for Season 3, I would say it was still very dark, but I would say it was very emotional. There was emotions running really high. And a lot of the reason why emotions were running so high in Season 3 was mainly for a particular moment that occurred towards the end of Season 3, where it was a real game changer for Spider-Man, because it put Spider-Man on a very long, painful and emotional path, but it really helped question Spider-Man's motives for being a hero all over again. It made him ask questions about himself. Why am I still doing this? Should I be doing this? What's the point in continuing, because all I do is just fail, fail, fail. So very emotional moments, and as I said, the lasting effects of this particular moment were felt all throughout the show's run, right to the very end. And we are going to be talking about that particular moment as we move along throughout this special edition. So once again, just like Season 2, for Season 3, new heroes and new villains were introduced, but also certain heroes and certain villains would go on to play very important and key roles in Season 3 in particular. And the first one that was introduced in Season 3 was none other than Doctor Strange. Now, Doctor Strange, even though he only appeared in one episode of Season 3, his role in the first episode was an important one for a lot of reasons. The first one was his origin was addressed in this episode, where we learned about how Stephen Strange became Doctor Strange and how he became the master of the mystic arts. But Doctor Strange's introduction in season 3 would also lead to the first appearance of his archenemy, Baron Mordo, who would go on to play quite an important role in several episodes of season 3. And also, we would be introduced to Doctor Strange's main enemy and Baron Mordo's master, Dormammu, who is trapped in the dark dimension, and Baron Mordo is trying to find a way to release his master and bring him into our world so he can essentially take over it. And Baron Mordo and Dormammu would go on to play very important and key roles in several episodes of season 3. And another key character who would go on to play a very important role in 2 episodes, which in my opinion was one of the true highlights of season 3, was of course none other than the man without fear himself, Daredevil. Spider-Man and Daredevil teaming up together for 2 episodes was a pretty big deal for me, because I had long seen Spider-Man and Daredevil working together and teaming up in the comic books for many years. So to actually see those two come together in animation to fight a common enemy in the Kingpin was pretty epic. Now, the way Daredevil is brought in to Spider-Man was because Peter Parker was framed by the Kingpin's son, Richard Fisk, where you had a situation where Peter Parker was accused of selling secrets to foreign governments. So you have Matt Murdock being brought in as Peter Parker's defense lawyer, which never ever gets old. I love that. And you've got this very unique storyline where Matt Murdock's trying to clear Peter Parker's name. Daredevil is trying to also clear Peter Parker's name. Spider-Man is trying to find out who framed him while also clear his own name as Peter Parker. And it's fantastic. And they also tied Daredevil's origin to the Kingpin. And also, after 2.5 seasons, Spider-Man finally learned the existence of the Kingpin and learned the truth that Wilson Fisk and the Kingpin are the same person. So, not only have you tied Daredevil's origin story to the Kingpin, but now you've also paid off, 2.5 seasons of storytelling with Kingpin and Spider-Man, because Spider-Man originally didn't know that the Kingpin existed. If you remember back in season 1, Peter Parker saved Wilson Fisk from the Hobgoblin, little realizing that he actually saved the Kingpin. So you had that storyline paid off, and, Daredevil and Spider-Man fighting the Kingpin doesn't get any better than that. So although I would have liked to have seen more of Daredevil, those 2 episodes alone was just pure perfection. Love it. For me, out of all of the crossovers that the show did, I would go out on a limb and say that the Spider-Man Daredevil crossover is probably my all-time favourite. I just thought it was a very good story. As I said, would have liked to have seen more, and we didn't, but I liked what we got. And I thought the way that the show handled Daredevil, they did a really good job. And the idea of Spider-Man teaming up with a blind hero was pretty amazing, I think. And I think I remember that one line where Spider-Man said, this guy could give my spider sense a run for its money. So doesn't get any better than that. And it's a fantastic crossover. But not only would we be introduced to key heroes, we would also be introduced to key villains. The first one being Carnage, aka Cletus Cassidy. Now, for those of you who know that name, Carnage is, of course, the offspring of Venom, aka Eddie Brock. And I thought the way they introduced Carnage into the show was very well done and very unique, because not only did they establish that Cletus Cassidy was a serial killer and a complete nut job, but they also had a situation where Cletus Cassidy shared a cell with Eddie Brock, because not only have you already established the beef between Eddie Brock and Cletus Cassidy, but more importantly, you have set the stage for not only Venom's return, but the first appearance of Carnage. And the way Carnage was brought into the show was Baron Mordo retrieved the symbiote of Venom, gave it to Eddie Brock. Eddie Brock became Venom again, went on a rampage, and also gave birth to Carnage after Venom was unable to finish the job. So Baron Mordo gave the Carnage symbiote to Cletus Cassidy, who was more than happy to take the symbiote and just go around causing all sorts of destruction, and even dubbing himself Carnage. So I thought the way they established Carnage and set up his first appearance was very well done. But as I said already, key villains introduced us to key heroes, as we were treated to another team up in season 3 with Spider-Man, this time with Iron Man. Now, Iron Man didn't really play as much of a big role as Daredevil did in his crossover appearance with Spider-Man, but Iron Man's role in this two-part episode was still an important one nonetheless, because you had a situation where Carnage and Venom were causing a lot of trouble, and Iron Man got involved, and he became one of Spider-Man's closest allies, not only in the show, but in later years in the MCU as well. And I thought the way they handled and written Iron Man's appearance in the show was very well done. You know, I quite enjoyed seeing Iron Man and Spider-Man working together to fight Venom and Carnage. I thought that was pretty cool. But it wouldn't be the last time that we would see Iron Man. Iron Man would return later on in Season 5, where he would team up with Spider-Man in the epic Secret Wars story arc to battle Doctor Doom. So I thought they did a really good job, not only setting up Iron Man's role in Secret Wars, but also establishing his relationship with Spider-Man as well. And I love the story that they told here. So it wasn't just a case of Iron Man didn't know who Spider-Man was in Secret Wars. They had already teamed up before. So this was a cool setup for those two to work together in the near future. And one villain in particular who would go on to make his first appearance in Season 3 would go on to make a huge game-changing impact, not only on the show, but more importantly, leave a lasting impression on Spider-Man himself. And even though he only had a small handful of appearances, no other villain has caused Spider-Man more emotional pain and trauma, except maybe Venom himself, than Spider-Man's greatest enemy of all time, the one and only, the evil Green Goblin. For me, I have always said this for many years, and I still stand by it. I have always looked at the Green Goblin as Spider-Man's answer to the Joker. And the reason why I say that is because, just like the Joker has always caused trouble for Batman for so many years since the very beginning, the Green Goblin has done the exact same thing with Spider-Man. He has caused him so much pain and put him through so much emotional trauma, and engaged with him in psychological warfare. And even though the Green Goblin, as I mentioned already, has only had a small handful of appearances in the show, nobody has caused Spider-Man more pain and emotional trauma than the Green Goblin. Because, you know, with Venom, yes, Venom did have beef with Spider-Man, but that was more down to Eddie Brock more than anything else. With the Green Goblin, he just wanted to make Spider-Man's life a living hell because he felt that Spider-Man was trying to take everything away from Norman Osborn. And, you know, Green Goblin and Norman Osborn, you know, even though it was the same guy, it was treated as though they had two separate personas. And I loved the Jekyll and Hyde aspect that they did with the show. And you could definitely tell that the Sam Raimi Spider-Man films took inspiration from the 90s cartoon, you know, with the scenes where Norman Osborn would look at his reflection in the mirror and he would see the Green Goblin talking to him, or he'd hear the Green Goblin's voice in his head telling him to let me out, let me help you take out Spider-Man or all the people who have done you wrong. And for me, you know, Venom is up there as one of Spider-Man's greatest enemies, goes without saying. Even the Kingpin and even Dr. Octopus, they're up there as well, but I would definitely put the Green Goblin as Spider-Man's greatest enemy. As I said, nobody has caused Spider-Man more trouble, put him through more emotional trauma than him. And also, Green Goblin, along with Venom, is one of the few guys that knows that Spider-Man is Peter Parker. So in that sense, that just makes him twice as dangerous. Now, Venom only found out that Spider-Man was Peter Parker through the symbiote, but Green Goblin followed Spider-Man. Think about that for a second. He followed Spider-Man. That's scary. Probably even more scary than the way Venom found out. And this significant moment that the Green Goblin was involved would make such a huge impact on the show, and the effects that it left could be felt throughout the rest of the show's run. Now, everybody remembers in the comic books, the Green Goblin played a big part in the death of Gwen Stacy when she fell off the Brooklyn Bridge. Spider-Man saved her with his webbing, but as a result of catching her too late, her neck was snapped. Now, they took inspiration from that story arc, but they added a different twist to that story in the show. So instead of Gwen Stacy being the one involved with the Green Goblin, it was Mary Jane Watson. Now, she didn't essentially die in this episode. She fell into a black hole and was trapped in another dimension due to a device that the Green Goblin stole from the villain called the Spot. Now, obviously, Spider-Man thinks that he's lost Mary Jane. He searches all over New York City, all over the Brooklyn Bridge, and swims underwater to try and find her. And we see Spider-Man essentially coming to grips with the fact that he may have lost Mary Jane for good, while also trying to move on from this traumatic event. And this pretty much puts Spider-Man on a very long, emotional, and painful road all throughout the rest of the show's run. And like I said already, even though the Green Goblin only had a small handful of appearances, his impact and the lasting impression he left on Spider-Man could be felt all throughout the rest of the show. Now, obviously, Norman Osborn, aka the Green Goblin, disappeared, but his son, Harry Osborn, ends up taking over as the Green Goblin, which we're not going to talk about in this edition of the Spider-Man review series. We'll talk about that for another time in a future edition. And one key character in particular who would also appear in Season 3 would go on to play perhaps the biggest role in the entire show, and she would serve as an important character for all future story arcs. And that was, of course, the one and only Madam Web. Now, Madam Web, at first, when you see her, you would think that she was an evil villain. But over the course of time, Madam Web would go on to become an important ally to Spider-Man, and at times a bit of a nuisance. Now, Madam Web, you would say she's kind of like a fortune teller. She predicts things that are going to happen, and she puts Spider-Man through a variety of different trials, leaving him cryptic messages and little riddles for Spider-Man to solve. And she would also give Spider-Man little reminders like just be aware of what's going on, don't lose sight of the bigger picture. And of course, when things do go wrong, Spider-Man ultimately blames Madam Web that this is your fault, bring Mary Jane back or something like that. And Madam Web would say, well, Spider-Man, if you just listen to me, none of this would happen. But as usual, you're always right, I'm wrong, so you have to learn the hard way. But over the course of the show, Madam Web would start to drop little hints that she's preparing Spider-Man for a bigger test, for the ultimate battle. And the ultimate battle would turn out to be the Secret Wars. And I thought the way they introduced Madam Web into the show was very clever because she only had like a small handful of scenes. They weren't very long scenes, but they were very important as they laid the groundwork for what was to come in the near future. And you could essentially look at Madam Web as kind of like Spider-Man's mother figure, trying to give her wayward son some advice, even though Spider-Man doesn't really need it or feels he doesn't want it. But over the course of time, Spider-Man grows to like Madam Web and ultimately comes to rely on her words and wisdom and, of course, advice. And I quite like Madam Web. I thought Madam Web was a very interesting character. I would have liked to have seen more of her origin story addressed, but I thought having her in a very small role but spread out over the course of 3 seasons in the second half of the Spider-Man cartoon was very well done. And as I said, Madam Web played perhaps the biggest role of the entire show, and she was one of my favourite characters. I thought Madam Web was quite funny with the way she would tell off Spider-Man, even though she didn't yell at him. But when you see Spider-Man and Madam Web arguing with each other, it's almost like watching a mother and a son trading insults and words. It's quite hilarious. And, Madam Web was a very important character to the show. And Madam Web showed that Spider-Man's importance as a hero isn't just confined to protecting the entire world, but also his reputation precedes the entire universe and galaxy as a true figure of justice. And Madam Web also showed that Spider-Man is more than capable of leading the greatest heroes into battle against the forces of evil, and showed that Spider-Man is more than just a hero, but he is a leader in his own right. So I am going to now give a quick recap on what happened at the end of Season 2, and then after that we're going to get straight into talking about Season 3, the Sins of the Father story arc. So, as we saw at the end of Season 2, where the Vulture drained Spider-Man of all of his powers and his youth, making himself more stronger than ever. But this left Spider-Man looking completely old and powerless, and as the result of the Vulture draining Spider-Man of all of his powers and youth, this led to the Vulture mutating into the Man-Spider due to draining Spider-Man of all of his mutation disease. And this led to an unlikely alliance between the Scorpion and the Vulture, where they would kidnap Dr. Kurt Connors and attempt to use the neogenic recombinator to make the Scorpion normal again, but also rid the Vulture of Spider-Man's mutation disease. So this led to a massive confrontation with Spider-Man, the Scorpion, the Vulture, and the Lizard after Kurt Connors transformed. Spider-Man was able to restore his powers back to him and regain his youth, leaving the Vulture as a ugly flying man-spider. But unfortunately for the Scorpion, he was nowhere near any closer to being human again. And also, after Peter Parker was restored to normal, he was on his way to meet Mary Jane when she spots a man claiming to be her father, and she ends up going off with him, leaving Peter Parker all alone in the street, asking himself, where did Mary Jane go? Which pretty much ended season 2 and helped set the table for season 3. So, overall, a very dark and epic season 2 that ended with the disappearance of Mary Jane Watson, who went off with a man claiming to be her father, which did an amazing job in setting up season 3. So now that season 2, the Neogenic Nightmare, has concluded, we now begin season 3 with the Sins of the Fathers story arc, chapter 1, Doctor Strange. So chapter 1 picks up where we left off from the end of season 2, and we see in the night sky 6 ninja-clad people flying through the sky, and Spider-Man web swings but misses the ninjas by a few seconds. We see Spider-Man deep in thought, thinks to himself that New York City feels very empty after losing the woman he loves, Mary Jane. We then flash back to Spider-Man remembering the night Mary Jane disappeared, and we see him in his Peter Parker guise at home along with Aunt May, Harry Osborn, the police, and Mary Jane's aunt, Anna Watson, who makes her first appearance on the show. We see Peter tell Anna that Mary Jane was meeting a man who claimed was her father. Anna Watson doesn't hear any of it and blames Peter for Mary Jane's disappearance. While he is on a rooftop, Spider-Man tells himself that Anna Watson has every right to be angry with him. However, as Spider-Man looks above his head, he sees the ninjas flying above him. Meanwhile, inside a mansion called the Sanctum Sanctorum, an Asian man named Wong is in a large room meditating. Wong then hears a sound coming from the other room and goes to see what made the noise. Wong notices that a window was opened, and then he is attacked by the 6 ninjas who we saw earlier. Wong is able to fend them off for a while, but is soon overpowered and outnumbered. However, Spider-Man arrives and traps one of the ninjas in his webbing. However, one of the ninjas is easily able to break free of Spider-Man's webbing, and Spider-Man realizes that these ninjas have super strength. One of the ninjas comes behind Spider-Man and grabs him. As Spider-Man struggles, he pulls off one of the ninja's hoods, and it's revealed to be none other than Mary Jane Watson, who we saw disappeared at the end of season 2. Now, I thought having Mary Jane Watson as one of the ninjas was a very cool and unusual twist, and the image of seeing Mary Jane brainwashed with super strength was, quite unique, because they haven't really done a whole lot with Mary Jane since her introduction back in season 1. So this was definitely the season where Mary Jane had a much bigger role in the story arcs. And of course, as we all know, Mary Jane Watson would go on to play a much bigger and larger role in the later parts of season 3, one that would be felt throughout the rest of the show's run. Mary Jane then drops Spider-Man and shoots beams from her eyes. Mary Jane then sees the ancient artifact called the Wand of Watum and orders the ninjas to take it after they kill Spider-Man. For a brief moment, Spider-Man is able to dodge the beams coming from the ninjas' eyes. However, Mary Jane shoots lasers from her eyes, and the force of the blast pins Spider-Man against the wall. As one of the ninjas reaches for the Wand of Watum, it suddenly mysteriously rises into the air and floats into the hands of a man in a red cape. The man helps Spider-Man off the ground, and as the ninjas fire more energy beams at them, he quickly creates a force field made of magic. As the man makes the force field bigger, this forces Mary Jane and the ninjas to fall off the balcony. They realize that the sorcerer is too powerful and they flee. As Spider-Man begins to chase after them, the sorcerer that helped him fight the ninja tells Spider-Man that great power that he cannot comprehend. However, Spider-Man ignores his warnings and goes after them. As Spider-Man swings after them, he grabs a spider tracer and throws it at Mary Jane, and it sticks to her leg. However, while Mary Jane is flying, she looks behind her and sees Spider-Man. Mary Jane then uses the beams from her eyes to break Spider-Man's web line, and he starts to fall, but he is able to save himself. I thought the way Doctor Strange just magically appeared out of nowhere to come to Spider-Man's aid was very well done, and it really tells you just from his appearance already that season 3 was going to be a very different season to season 2, because with season 2 it dealt with a lot of mutation and dabbled quite heavy into the aspects of horror, especially with the Man Spider and Morbius, and Blade the Vampire Hunter as well. And it really tells you the kind of hero that Doctor Strange is. He's not a brawler like Blade, he's not a mutant like someone like Wolverine or Cyclops. This was essentially a sorcerer, so to speak. And, throwing Spider-Man into the mix and dealing with magic really shows you that this is a world that Spider-Man is not very familiar with, so you really need Doctor Strange to take the lead with situations like this. And I thought, Mary Jane with her eyes glowing red and shooting laser beams out of them was quite creepy, but at the same time, as I mentioned earlier, this allowed Mary Jane to have a much bigger role than she had in the previous 2 seasons, which, we all know what happens later on at the end of season 3. But I thought the way they introduced Doctor Strange and the big role they gave Mary Jane was very well done, and it doesn't come across as silly. It comes across as very strange, pun intended, and very mysterious. So it really helps you ask a lot of questions about, okay, why is Mary Jane brainwashed? Who's behind it? And what's going on? So I thought for this side, they did a really good job with the way they handled everything. A short while later, Spider-Man is able to track Mary Jane and the other ninjas to a building called the Center of Reunification. As Spider-Man approaches the building, he is repelled by a force field. As Spider-Man wonders what just happened, we see the man from earlier in the red cape appear before Spider-Man in an astral form. He tells Spider-Man that the Center of Reunification is protected by the Crimson Bands of Cytorok and urges Spider-Man to leave. Spider-Man refuses to leave and asks who he is. The man then introduces himself as Doctor Strange, the master of the mystic arts. The astral form of Doctor Strange then vanishes and Spider-Man swings away, now knowing where Mary Jane is. However, Spider-Man wonders how he is able to get inside with the force field around the building. Spider-Man also wonders how Mary Jane got involved with a cult. Now, Spider-Man and Doctor Strange teaming up in animation wouldn't be the first time. In fact, the first time that these two crossed paths in animation was back in the 80s cartoon called Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends back in 1981. And these two have a long history that goes all the way back to the comic books. In fact, Doctor Strange made his debut in Strange Tales issue 110 in 1963, and he would end up teaming up with Spider-Man a couple of years later in 1965 in Amazing Spider-Man Annual Volume 2, The Wondrous World of Doctor Strange. So, having never grown up in the 80s, I wasn't born till 1986, so I never really got to see Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. Seeing Spider-Man and Doctor Strange teaming up in the 90s cartoon for me was a big deal because, I hadn't really seen much of Doctor Strange by that point. I only had that story called The Wondrous World of Doctor Strange. So seeing Spider-Man and Doctor Strange working together was very interesting because these two are the complete opposites. Doctor Strange is all powerful. Spider-Man, he's a tough dude in his own right, but he's more ground-based. So he's more ground-based in reality, whereas Doctor Strange, he leans more towards, magic and time. And I think the dynamic between Spider-Man and Doctor Strange was quite cool because they both have completely different personalities. Spider-Man's all about cracking jokes and things like that, and Doctor Strange is very super serious and all about getting the job done. Not saying Spider-Man isn't about getting the job done, but he's a bit more light-hearted compared to Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange is all about, no, We have to stay focused, otherwise nothing's going to get done. So, it's quite interesting to see how those two personalities mesh so well together. And, considering that this was the only episode that Doctor Strange and Spider Man teamed up, especially as far as the 90s cartoon is concerned, I thought this episode, or at least the first chapter of the Sins of the Father story arc, was a good way to kick things off, because I think by this point we kind of done all the dark horror stuff. So dabbling into some magic didn't hurt at all. In fact, it kind of took Spider-Man on a completely different path for his character, and it worked. It really did. And of course, as we all know, Spider-Man and Doctor Strange would go on to become important allies to one another in the MCU many years later. In fact, they worked together in 2 Avengers movies, and just recently, Spider-Man No Way Home. If anyone was curious to know how did Spider-Man and Doctor Strange first teamed up together, the 90s cartoon and the 80s cartoon, and even some of the comic books as well, is a good place to look back on the history between these two characters, in my opinion. Meanwhile, inside the Centre for Reunification, we see the cult leader Baron Mordo chants a spell. As soon as Baron Mordo is finished, Mary Jane approaches him and says that she had a wonderful time visiting her father. Mordo tells Mary Jane that is the purpose of the Centre for Reunification. Baron Mordo then orders Mary Jane and the others to return to their rooms. As soon as Mary Jane and the others leave, a window peering into another dimension appears, and we see Mordo's master, a demon known as Dormammu, who looks, for some reason, very similar to the Human Torch, appears in the mirror, and he scolds Mordo for not retrieving the Wand of Watum. As Dormammu continues to shout at Mordo, Dormammu tells Mordo that without the Wand of Watum, he will remain trapped in the Dark Dimension forever, and says to Mordo to get the Wand of Watum no matter the cost. So it looks like Baron Mordo has kidnapped Mary Jane and a bunch of other people and brainwashed them into thinking that they will be reunited with their missing loved ones, and in return they will help him free Mordo's master, Dormammu. So I think this is very interesting because, for the most part, we know very little about Mary Jane's character or her backstory. She just appeared out of nowhere in Season 1 as a blind date for Peter Parker. So I thought, as far as Season 3 is concerned, this gives us a real big opportunity to get to know Mary Jane, the character, and who she really is and what her past is all about. So I thought on this side of things, as far as Chapter 1 is concerned, was very interesting, to say the very least. I quite enjoyed this side of the storytelling for Chapter 1. Back at the Sanctum Sanctorum, Doctor Strange places the Wand of Watum in a glass container. Doctor Strange realises that Mordo must have been behind the attack. As Wong asks how could he have known that, Doctor Strange tells Wong that it is time he knew the truth, and this is the first time, as far as animation is concerned, that we are getting the full origin story of Doctor Strange addressed. Doctor Strange begins to tell the story about how he first encountered Baron Mordo. Doctor Strange tells Wong that several years ago he was known as Stephen Strange, a prominent doctor in New York City. However, he was involved in a car crash. Stephen Strange, although survived the crash, his hands were shattered beyond repair, which ultimately ended his career as a surgeon. The accident left Strange a broken and bitter man, but somehow Stephen Strange learned about an old sorcerer named the Ancient One who lived in the far corners of Asia. Stephen Strange found the Ancient One, but Strange wanted an instant cure, but the Ancient One wanted Stephen Strange to become his pupil. Stephen Strange was angered by this and began to walk out. However, Strange learned that the Ancient One's student, Baron Mordo, was planning to kill the Ancient One. As Mordo unleashed a spell to kill the Ancient One, Stephen Strange attempted to warn him but was stopped by Mordo. However, the Ancient One already knew about Mordo's plan and was able to use his magic to defend himself. The Ancient One told Stephen Strange that there was goodness in his heart, and Strange agreed to become the Ancient One's pupil, so he could learn how to fight Baron Mordo and others like him. Doctor Strange then tells Wong that after all these years he has been preparing himself for the ultimate battle, to battle Baron Mordo. So I thought this was quite interesting because, this was the first time that Doctor Strange's origin story was actually addressed in animation. And of course, as we all know, his origin story would be further expanded in the MCU movie many years later. But I thought this side of Chapter 1 was very good because we got to know more about Doctor Strange and why he's so determined to stop Baron Mordo. So I liked that. I thought this was a good portion of Chapter 1 of the Sins of the Fathers story arc. At that moment, Peter Parker is at the Daily Bugle searching the Centre for Reunification on a computer with Joseph Robinson. Peter and Robbie discover that the head of the Centre for Reunification is a man named Baron Mordo. However, Robbie tells Peter that the Centre for Reunification is really a cult. Peter knows that he has to save Mary Jane, but he wonders what kind of a hold Baron Mordo has over her. We then see Peter goes undercover at the Centre for Reunification. To do this, Peter pretends to join them. Once inside, Peter begins to look around and eventually finds Mary Jane's room. Peter then tells Mary Jane that he is there to take her home. However, Mary Jane replies that she will not go home because Baron Mordo has reunited with her father. Peter then questions Mary Jane about the robbery she was part of. However, Mary Jane believed that she was visiting with her father. As Peter attempts to take Mary Jane away, she activates an alarm and a guard rushes in. Peter is captured but does not attempt to escape because he does not want to expose himself as Spider-Man. The cultist then takes Peter to Baron Mordo. Baron Mordo tells Peter that Mary Jane came to him because she wanted to be reunited with her father. Mordo then questions Peter if there is anyone he wishes to be reunited with. Mordo then uses his magic powers to read Peter's mind and learns that he wishes to see his mother and father. Now here's another interesting part because this was actually the first time ever, as far as animation is concerned, that Peter's parents was ever addressed, because we don't really know much about Peter's mum and dad. All we've ever seen in the comic books was just him and Aunt May and his Uncle Ben. And of course, they did address Peter's parents eventually in later years in the comic books, but this was the first time, as far as animation was concerned, that his mum and dad were actually addressed. And of course, we would learn more about them in later seasons. But of course, that's going to be for a future edition of this review series. Mordo then enters Peter's mind in the guise of his mother and tells him that she will never let him go again. Wow. A short while later, Peter wakes up in a bedroom in the Centre for Reunification, and Peter wonders if he really saw his parents, and then decides to get Mary Jane out of there before Baron Mordo brainwashes him as well. At that very moment, Baron Mordo telepathically communicates with his disciples, including Peter Parker, and controls their minds and orders them to get the Wand of Watum. Moments later, Mordo's disciples attack Doctor Strange and Wong at the Sanctum Sanctorum. As Doctor Strange is about to use one of his spells, Spider-Man arrives and shoots a web line at his hands. Doctor Strange is shocked to see Spider-Man working for Baron Mordo. As Spider-Man pulls Doctor Strange up to the window, the disciples overpower Wong, and Mary Jane takes the Wand of Watum and flies away. As Spider-Man is about to drop Doctor Strange to his death, Doctor Strange uses the Eye of Agamotto to learn that Spider-Man is under a spell. Doctor Strange then uses the Eye of Agamotto to remove the spell from Spider-Man. As Spider-Man awakes from his trance, he is confused and asks Doctor Strange what happened to him. Doctor Strange explains to him that Baron Mordo placed him under a hypnotic spell and that Mordo now has possession of the Wand of Watum. Meanwhile, at the Centre for Reunification, Baron Mordo rejoices that he now has the Wand of Watum in his possession. However, Mordo uses his magic to make himself look like Mary Jane's father. Back at the Sanctum Sanctorum, Doctor Strange tells Spider-Man that the entire planet is now in danger now that Baron Mordo has the Wand of Watum, and that with the wand, Mordo will free his master, the dreaded Dormammu. As Spider-Man asks who Dormammu is, Doctor Strange uses his magic to create an illusion of Dormammu. Doctor Strange then explains that Dormammu is an evil entity that travels from dimension to dimension, draining the life force out of its entire universes. Spider-Man tells Doctor Strange that he will help him, and Doctor Strange then tells Spider-Man that the odds of surviving are slim to none. However, Spider-Man still agrees to go with Doctor Strange and help him. As Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and Wong arrive at the Center for Reunification, the crimson bands of Sight Rock once again surround the building. However, Doctor Strange is able to use his magic to a hole in the bands of the Sight Rock. The three of them then walk through the opening and the shield closes behind them. As the three of them go inside, they are attacked by several cultists, and at that moment, Baron Mordo grabs the Wand of Watum and starts the spell to release Dormammu. However, Spider-Man sneaks up behind Mordo and shoots a web line at the Wand of Watum and pulls it out of Mordo's hand. Doctor Strange then comes in, and both he and Baron Mordo use their magic to battle each other. Spider-Man tells Wong that they must help Doctor Strange. However, Wong replies that Doctor Strange is the only one powerful enough to defeat Baron Mordo. During the battle, Doctor Strange uses his Eye of Agamotto to subdue Baron Mordo. However, Dormammu is able to take possession of Baron Mordo and begins to fight Doctor Strange. While watching Doctor Strange and Baron Mordo battle, Spider-Man decides that he's had enough of sitting on the sidelines and jumps through a portal into the Dark Dimension. Whoa. Oh boy. As Spider-Man enters the Dark Dimension, he is confronted by Dormammu, who believes that Spider-Man is a fool for challenging him in his own dimension. Dormammu then transforms into a giant fire-breathing dragon and attacks Spider-Man. Back at the Center for Reunification, Doctor Strange is able to defeat Baron Mordo, and Mordo flees before he can be captured. Doctor Strange then jumps through the portal to the Dark Dimension to help Spider-Man. As Spider-Man is still battling Dormammu in his dragon form, Doctor Strange fires a beam from his Eye of Agamotto, which causes Dormammu to drop him. Doctor Strange and Spider-Man rush to the portal, but the portal is sealed by Dormammu. However, Doctor Strange is temporarily able to use a spell to trap Dormammu and escape through the portal back to Earth. As Spider-Man and Doctor Strange arrive back at the Center for Reunification, Mary Jane asks where her father is. Spider-Man tries to tell Mary Jane that Mordo tricked her, but Mary Jane does not believe him. Doctor Strange then releases his and Mary Jane's astral forms, and they travel into Mary Jane's memories. Doctor Strange shows Mary Jane a memory of her father from when she was just a child. Her father was a verbally abusive man that eventually abandoned her. Doctor Strange then tells Mary Jane that Baron Mordo used his magic to seemingly reconnect her with her father, which in turn gave Mordo power over her. Mary Jane then sees the truth behind what Doctor Strange says. However, Dormammu's hand comes out of the portal and he grabs Mary Jane and pulls her into the Dark Dimension. Spider-Man goes towards the portal, but he is stopped by Doctor Strange, who tells him that Dormammu must be invited into their world by Mary Jane, and he will try to trick her. In the Dark Dimension, Dormammu takes the form of Philip Watson, her father, and attempts to trick Mary Jane into releasing him. However, Mary Jane is able to see through Dormammu's tricks, and she renounces him. Mary Jane is then pushed through the portal, and Spider-Man catches her. Doctor Strange is glad to see that Mary Jane was able to resist Dormammu's temptation and uses a spell to close the portal. However, the rapid decrease of magical energy that was being released from the portal causes the Center for Reunification to collapse. However, Doctor Strange is able to use his magic to teleport himself, Spider-Man, Wong, and Mary Jane outside. They end up on a rooftop across the street from the Center for Reunification, and they watch as the center disappears. Spider-Man asks Mary Jane if she is alright, and she answers that she is fine. Spider-Man then thanks Doctor Strange and Wong for their help, and he leaves with Mary Jane. However, Doctor Strange begins to sense that he and Wong are being watched by a being with even more power than him, and we see a lady looking over a crystal ball who reveals herself to be none other than Madam Web herself. And that wraps up Chapter 1 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc, Doctor Strange. Overall, I thought this was a very good, strong opener for Season 3, and very different to what we saw previously in Season 2, where that was much more darker and more horror-driven. Whereas with Season 3, for the first chapter, this definitely dabbled into the magical aspects of things. And, we got the first appearance of Doctor Strange. We got to see Doctor Strange working with Spider-Man. We got to see the first appearance of Dormammu and Baron Mordo as well. And we even got a bit more into Mary Jane's backstory. So we know that she comes from a very abusive background with her abusive father. So it's nice that we got to learn a bit more about Mary Jane and why she went off with Baron Mordo in the first place. And I think, learning more about Mary Jane's backstory and who she really is definitely helps set the tone for what Season 3 is going to be all about. Because, as I mentioned before, Season 2 was much more darker and horror-driven with the whole mutation thing. But I think with Season 3, it's a lot more emotional. And, there's some magic in there as well. But it's mostly very emotional, as far as the storytelling of things is concerned. And plus, we got our first tease of Madam Web, who, as we all know, is going to play a very big role in this story arc and in later seasons as well. So I thought the way they introduced her very quietly and slowly into Season 3 was very well done, in my opinion. So now that Chapter 1, Doctor Strange, has concluded, we are now going to be moving on to the next one, which is, of course, Chapter 2 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc, and this one is called Make a Wish. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 1, Doctor Strange, Mary Jane was brainwashed into joining an evil cult led by Baron Mordo in hopes of reuniting with her missing father, in exchange for retrieving the Wand of Watum so that Baron Mordo could use it to free his evil master Dormammu from the Dark Dimension. This leads to Spider-Man and Doctor Strange teaming up together to not only stop Baron Mordo from getting his hands on the Wand of Watum, but also preventing him from releasing Dormammu. So we see Spider-Man jump into the Dark Dimension to try and stop Dormammu and also rescue Mary Jane as well. And Doctor Strange, along with Spider-Man, was able to stop Dormammu from being free, and Spider-Man was able to rescue Mary Jane. And as we saw at the end of Chapter 1, we saw the first tease and appearance of Madam Web, who was watching Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and Wong through her crystal ball, which is setting up for her big role in Season 3. So now that Chapter 1, Doctor Strange, has wrapped up, we now move on to Chapter 2 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc, and that is Make a Wish. So we see at a Hardy Foundation complex, Dr. Octopus sneaks in through a vent. Anastasia Hardy introduces a crowd of people to a scientist named Michael Pingree. As Pingree addresses the crowd, he shows them his new invention called the Argon Matrix Laser. Pingree demonstrates the Argon Matrix Laser and shows the crowd that it can melt artificial material but leave organic matter unaffected. Dr. Pingree tells the crowd that because the laser is programmed to only affect certain types of material, it can also be used to save lives by only burning away tumours. However, the ground begins to shake and Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms burst through the floor. As Anastasia Hardy and J. Jonah Jameson rush out of the building, Jameson tells Peter Parker to stay and get pictures. However, Peter Parker decides that he has a better idea and goes to suit up as Spider-Man. As Dr. Octopus grabs Dr. Pingree, he also attempts to take the Argon Matrix laser. However, Peter Parker returns moments later as Spider-Man, and Dr. Octopus is able to grab Spider-Man and moves the laser of the Argon Matrix laser closer to him. However, as the laser hits Spider-Man, he is unharmed and the laser only cuts a bit of his costume. Spider-Man then remembers that Dr. Pingree had set the laser to only cut non-organic matter. Spider-Man then shoots a web line at the laser and uses it against Dr. Octopus and uses it to cut off 2 of his claws. Dr. Octopus then grabs Mary Jane Watson and throws her out of the way, but Spider-Man catches her and gets mad at Dr. Octopus. As Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man fight, they accidentally damage some of the equipment in the laboratory and it explodes. The 2 of them manage to get out of the laboratory in time, but Dr. Octopus is able to escape. As Spider-Man watches the laboratory catch fire, he wonders to himself how could he have been so irresponsible. So I thought this was a very good, strong opening for Chapter 2 of the Sins of the Fathers story arc. And we see the return of Dr. Octopus, and this is the first time that we have seen him since Season 2, when he was part of the Insidious 6 group, which was formed by the Kingpin. And as we all remember, all of those villains all walked away from the Kingpin after failing to defeat Spider-Man and growing very tired of constantly taking orders from Wilson Fisk. So great to see Dr. Octopus back. You know, Dr. Octopus is, of course, one of the classic Spider-Man villains, and anytime he appears in the show, it's always great to see him, and, you know, never get tired of seeing Doc Ock. He's one of the most iconic Marvel villains of all time. Later that night at the Daily Bugle, Peter listens to Jonah and Robinson argue about Spider-Man. Jameson wants Spider-Man to pay for what he did to the laboratory, but Robbie tells Jameson that Spider-Man was only trying to capture Dr. Octopus. Jameson asks Robbie if anyone hired him to do that, since he believes it's the job of the police, and decides to use all of his resources to ruin Spider-Man. Peter then gets frustrated at the fact that every time he tries to help, somehow always makes things go wrong, and decides that he's going to quit being Spider-Man. As Peter starts to walk away, Robbie walks up to him and asks if he will be seeing Spider-Man anytime soon. Peter replies that if he were Spider-Man, he wouldn't show his face in New York City ever again. Robbie then hands Peter a letter and says it's from the parents of a little girl named Maria Taina Elizondo, who is a big fan of Spider-Man. As Peter reads the letter, he decides that he doesn't need fan mail at the moment because of what he is going through, and puts the letter in a filing cabinet. Now, the character Maria Taina Elizondo, who is a big fan of Spider-Man, is based on an old character who appeared in Amazing Spider-Man issue 248 in 1984, and the character's name is Timothy Harrison, who is a huge fan of Spider-Man. And the story in that comic book was called The Kid Who Collects Spider-Man. Now, this was actually the first Spider-Man story that I ever read, because I was already into the 90s cartoon by then. But as far as comic books are concerned, this was actually the first proper Spider-Man comic book that I have ever read, which was part of Astonishing Spider-Man issue 20. So this chapter in particular takes inspiration from The Kid Who Collects Spider-Man. So instead of a young boy getting to meet his hero, it's actually a little girl getting to meet their hero instead. So I thought the way the show handled the story was very well done, because in The Kid Who Collects Spider-Man, Tim was dying of leukemia. Now, in the show, however, although it was never actually mentioned that Taina was dying, it was implied that she was. And also, unlike the comic book, Taina actually got to go on an adventure with Spider-Man. So I thought the way the show took the classic The Kid Who Collects Spider-Man and put their own little twist on things was very well done, because Taina in this chapter, she actually got to be a difference maker for Spider-Man. So I thought the way the show did that was very well done, in my opinion. And for me, this was one of the standout chapters of the Sins of the Fathers story arc, because even though this story arc later on down the line gets a lot more darker and emotional, this chapter, although very emotional, it was a bit more light-hearted, so it wasn't all doom and gloom. There was actually a certain charm to it, and I thought Taina, although at times was a little bit annoying, I thought she was a very sweet character, and I thought she was very well written, and I thought, the way they wrote her for the show was very well done, I think. As Peter walks out of the Daily Bugle, he walks down the street and enters an alley. Peter then thinks to himself that his life as Spider-Man is over now, and his life will now be perfect. However, Peter hears a disembodied voice ask him who said things were ever perfect. As Peter demands to know who is talking to him, the wind blows a piece of paper in his face. As Peter looks at the paper, he sees it's a flyer for a fortune teller named Madam Web. Madam Web then reveals that she knows that Peter is Spider-Man. Peter tries to convince Madam Web that he isn't Spider-Man. However, Madam Web tells Peter that he is a terrible liar. A cloud of purple smoke then surrounds Peter, and as he walks out of it, we see him in his Spider-Man costume has now magically appeared on him. He is then teleported to Madam Web's parlor. Spider-Man then demands that Madam Web answers some questions. Madam Web then tells Spider-Man that she is going to start training him for a very special mission. Despite Spider-Man's frustration, Madam Web tells Spider-Man that he must believe in her. Madam Web then gives Spider-Man a cryptic message saying that he must have the faith of a child. Spider-Man demands more answers, but Madam Web vanishes. The letter Joseph Robinson then magically appears in Spider-Man and realizes that Madam Web wants him to visit the little girl who is a big fan of Spider-Man. Very good scene this is with these two, and certainly the first of many to come, because as we all know, Madam Web will go on to play a very big role in the next few seasons of the show. A short while later, Spider-Man goes to Maria's house and crawls into her bedroom and introduces himself to her. Maria is excited to see Spider-Man, and she tells him that she is his biggest fan. Maria then tells Spider-Man to call her Taina, and that only her mother calls her Maria. Taina then grabs a scrapbook from under her bed and shows Spider-Man that she collects pictures of him that she cuts out of the Daily Bugle newspapers. And Spider-Man asks Taina, "You don't believe those stories in the paper, do you?" And Taina says, "Nah, I don't care for those, but the pictures are quite cool." And then she asks Spider-Man, "How did you first get your powers?" And this is where we actually get a semi-full origin of Spider-Man. Now, obviously, they have kind of addressed Spider-Man's origin a little bit over the course of the show, but we've never really got a full origin story as such, because this show never really did an origin episode. So it's kind of cool that over the course of a couple of seasons we've had little flashbacks here and there. But it was actually in this chapter, in the Sins of the Fathers story arc, that this was the closest thing we got to a full Spider-Man origin story, at least for this portion of the show anyway. So I thought having Spider-Man tell someone his origin story rather than just have a whole episode dedicated to it was very well done, and a different path as well, I think. There was even a hilarious line from Taina where she says, "My friend Timmy says you came from a dying planet and that your parents sent you to planet Earth as a little baby in a spaceship," which was clearly a reference to Superman. But the fact that they actually referenced Superman by not actually saying his name was actually quite funny. So it's kind of funny to hear, little in-jokes like that about certain DC characters in a Marvel show are quite hilarious, in my opinion. Meanwhile, at Crime Central, Dr. Octopus shows the Kingpin his new invention, which he calls the Octobot, which has four metallic arms similar to the ones welded to his spine. Dr. Octopus tells Kingpin that the Octobot is very strong and is able to control it through his thoughts. Dr. Octopus then places a Spider Seeker on the Octobot and tells Kingpin that the Spider Seeker will lead the Octobot to Spider-Man and it will kill him. It's quite hilarious to see Dr. Octopus working with the Kingpin again, especially as he walked away from him at the beginning of Season 2 after the Insidious 6 episodes. So I'm quite amazed that he would be in the same room with Fisk again after growing tired of taking his orders. But I guess there's no honour among thieves, they always use each other for certain things. At that moment, back in Tyina's room, Spider-Man continues to tell Tyina about his origin story of how he became Spider-Man. Spider-Man tells Tyina about how he let his Uncle Ben die, and then tells her that he has recently messed up even more by letting Dr. Octopus destroy the Hardy Foundation medical lab. Tyina tells Spider-Man to be more careful next time. That was just an accident. It wasn't your fault. However, Spider-Man tells Tyina that there won't be a next time because he is going to quit being Spider-Man. Tyina is very upset and starts to cry and tries to convince Spider-Man not to give up. Spider-Man then starts to go out the window and tells Tyina that he needs some air. However, Tyina convinces Spider-Man to take her with him. Spider-Man says, "No, I don't think that's a good idea. It's too dangerous." And Tyina very tearfully says to Spider-Man, "Please, just once, I want to see the world how you see it, before I, And Spider-Man finally caves in and says, "Okay, just this one time, but you promise you have to stay close to me." And Tyina gets very excited and says, "Yeah, all right." I thought this was kind of a very emotional scene, Spider-Man telling a child that he's done being a hero, and seeing Tyina getting all teary and emotional was a very powerful moment because you didn't really get to see things like that on the show. Spider-Man telling someone, "I'm done being a hero," and someone getting very upset about it. So I thought for this chapter anyway, I thought this was very well played and very well written. And it just goes to show you that one person can really make the difference, regardless of their age. So I like this scene. I thought this was very decent, in my opinion. We then see a short while later Spider-Man with Tyina on his back swinging through the city, much to the delight of Tyina. Spider Seekers are released from Crime Central and they track Spider-Man's movements. From the ground, we see Dr. Octopus follow Spider-Man in an armoured van. When Dr. Octopus catches up with him, he releases the Octobot. While on the floor of a nearby building, Spider-Man demonstrates his spider agility for Tyina. However, as Spider-Man is doing this, his spider sense starts to tingle, and he tells Tyina to quickly hide. As Tyina takes cover, Spider-Man is captured by Dr. Octopus and the Octobot. Dr. Octopus then comes onto the roof and mentions that the Octobot is controlled by his thoughts. Spider-Man then makes Dr. Octopus very angry, which causes Dr. Octopus to not focus on controlling the Octobot. As Spider-Man breaks free of the Octobot's grasp, he attacks Dr. Octopus. However, Dr. Octopus releases sleeping gas from the claw of his mechanical arm, which knocks Spider-Man out. As Dr. Octopus captures Spider-Man and leaves, Tyina watches in terror. And that concludes Chapter 2, Make a Wish. I really liked this chapter. I thought this one was really good, very enjoyable. Little bit different to what we've seen previously on the show. Spider-Man getting to meet his biggest fan and then taking her out on an adventure, and he ends up getting captured. So this was really good and very well played. On paper, this should have been really cheesy and stupid, but I thought it was very well executed and actually a lot better than I remembered. Obviously, it's very different to the comic book of the kid who collects Spider-Man, but I like what the show did for that story. I thought they did a very good job, having a child be the difference maker and be the one to help Spider-Man convince himself that he is a hero and that he shouldn't give up. So, very well done and very well executed, in my opinion. And the little line from Madam Web about training Spider-Man for a special mission was a cool tease of what's to come. And I loved how Spider-Man's origin was addressed through flashback and having him tell someone all about how he got his spider powers was very well done and certainly very different to what we have seen in animation before. So now that Chapter 2, Make a Wish, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 3 of the Sins of the Fathers story arc, and this one is called Attack of the Octobot. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 2, Make a Wish, we saw Dr. Octopus break into a Hardy Foundation complex, which resulted in Spider-Man attempting to stop him, but unfortunately their battle caused the laboratory to cause fire, which is something that Spider-Man ultimately got blamed for, and led to Spider-Man blaming himself. And this, of course, led to Peter Parker receiving a fan letter from Robbie Robinson about meeting his biggest fan, which, of course, Peter had no interest in doing, as he felt he had decided to turn his back on being Spider-Man. This resulted in Peter Parker meeting the mysterious Madam Web for the first time, who hinted at a special mission that she was training him for, and she left him a cryptic message that he had to have the faith of a child, which also led to Spider-Man meeting his biggest fan, who was a little girl named Maria Taina Elizondo, who proceeded to show Spider-Man her giant scrapbook compiled of pictures from the Daily Bugle, which spanned all the way back to his early days as a crime fighter. And we also got to see Spider-Man tell Taina his origin story about how he got his spider powers. And we also got to see Dr. Octopus work with the Kingpin once again as he created a new machine called the Octobot and a series of spider seekers which are able to track Spider-Man's every move. And then we got to see Spider-Man take Taina on a wild ride of web slinging, which ultimately led to him being confronted by Dr. Octopus and his new Octobot, and this resulted in Spider-Man getting knocked out with sleeping gas, much to the shock and horror of Taina. So now that Chapter 2, Make a Wish, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 3 of the Sins of the Fathers story arc, and this one is called Attack of the Octobot. With Spider-Man unconscious, Dr. Octopus mentally controls the Octobot to place Spider-Man in his military van. However, unknown to Dr. Octopus, Maria hides in a small compartment underneath the van. As they arrive at Dr. Octopus's secret laboratory, Taina watches helplessly as Dr. Octopus exposes Spider-Man to a beam from his neural neutralizer ray, which paralyzes Spider-Man's entire body. As Dr. Octopus starts to remove Spider-Man's mask, he is interrupted by a video call from the Kingpin, who asks if their plans to recover the Argon Matrix laser is going well. Dr. Octopus answers that Spider-Man tried to stop him. However, Dr. Octopus shows Kingpin that he was able to capture Spider-Man and place him under his mental control. Kingpin then tells Dr. Octopus that Spider-Man will spend the rest of his life serving him and then ends the call. However, Dr. Octopus says to himself and says that Spider-Man will serve him, not the Kingpin. As Spider-Man wakes up, he has no memory of who he is. Dr. Octopus convinces Spider-Man that he is a criminal and attempts to remove his mask by telling him that it will make him think a lot more clearer. However, as Dr. Octopus reaches for Spider-Man's mask with one of his mechanical arms, Spider-Man's spider sense starts to tingle and Spider-Man stops him from removing his mask. Now, Usually with a lot of shows, especially in superhero cartoons, that is, they always tend to go down the classic amnesia episode. Batman, the animated series, did it quite well. And, Spider Man here doing the whole amnesia arc thing, I suppose in a way it's good, but at the same time, I kind of feel that the execution in this particular chapter was a little bit off. Maybe he could have lost his memory during a fight or something. That would have been a lot better. But I just feel here that, you know, the way Spider Man loses his memory is a bit odd, to be honest, because there was no indication that Spider Man lost his memory during his fight with Dr. Octopus. But I suppose it works well for the story, especially as Taina is the one who's trying to save Spider Man. So, like Madam Web's words, she said to him, "You have to have the faith of a child." So the child is the one who reminds Spider Man that he is indeed a hero. So I guess it works, but just the whole amnesia thing gets a bit old after a while. But that's just my opinion. But so far, this is a decent chapter, I would say. After seeing her hero fallen, Taina quickly escapes Dr. Octopus's laboratory and looks for someone to help her rescue Spider-Man. Taina finds a police officer and asks him to rescue Spider-Man. However, the police officer thinks that Taina is pretending and takes her to the police precinct so he can find her parents. Meanwhile, at the laboratory, Spider-Man tells Dr. Octopus that he is having trouble believing that he is really a criminal. Dr. Octopus then shows Spider-Man a J3 Communications broadcast of J. Jonah Jameson as he talks about how Spider-Man is a menace, and then Spider-Man believes what Dr. Octopus is saying about him. As Dr. Octopus leaves the room, Spider-Man thinks to himself that Dr. Octopus seems to be making sense, but still has this feeling that he doesn't trust him. Spider-Man then wonders who he really is and takes off his mask to see a reflection in the van's window. However, Peter Parker is not able to recognize his own face and wonders if there is anyone who knows who he really is. A short while later, at the Parker house, May Parker has Anna and Mary Jane Watson over for dinner. Anna Watson makes a snide comment about the fact that Peter is never around when he's needed. Mary Jane replies that Peter probably got caught up with work, and May wonders the same thing. Where is Peter? Meanwhile, Taina is taken to the police precinct where the officer that brought her in tells another officer that she won't tell him where she lives and that she only talks about Spider-Man. Seconds later, a cabbie named Mousy, remember her, walks into the precinct with a man that attempted to ride her cab without paying. As the man tries to get away, Mousy tackles him to the ground and the police arrest him. While the police are distracted, Taina manages to sneak away. As Taina goes outside, she sees police officers walking her way and hides in the back seat of a cab. That cab just also happens to belong to Mousy, who we saw earlier. As Mousy gets in the cab, she drives away but stops when she sees Taina in the back seat and tells her to get out. Taina tells Mousy that she is trying to find someone to help Spider-Man as he's in a lot of trouble. Mousy still doesn't believe her, but because of her creativity, she will give her a free ride home. Taina frantically tells Mousy that Spider-Man is in real danger and that he would help her if she was in trouble. Mousy then reveals to Taina that Spider-Man once saved her from a mugger. Mousy then agrees to help Taina save Spider-Man. Taina then tells Mousy where Dr. Octopus's hideout is located and she drives to it. As they arrive, Taina sees Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man drive away and Mousy follows them. As Spider-Man drives off, Dr. Octopus tells him that the Argon Matrix laser requires a rare metal alloy to case it in, and that the alloy can only be found at the Wellington Foundry. As they arrive at their destination, Dr. Octopus and the Octobot attack the Wellington Foundry. Doc Ock's attack distracts the guards, which allows Spider-Man to easily sneak inside. At that moment, Taina sees Spider-Man and she and Mousy get out of the cab and follow after him. As Spider-Man enters the building and steals the alloy, he wonders why he feels guilty for doing it. At that moment, Tyna rushes in and tells Spider-Man to stop. However, Tyna accidentally activates an alarm. The guards hear the alarm and stop their attack on Dr. Octopus and rush to the vault. Spider-Man helps Tyna and Mousy escape through a ventilation shaft. As Tyna and Mousy escape, several guards rush into the room and aim their weapons at Spider-Man. However, the Octobot bursts through the walls and takes out the guards. Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man then leave the base. It's funny that, and interesting at the same time, that even though Spider-Man has no memory of who he is, he still has the know-how to know that Tyna is in danger and helps her escape. So even though he's completely lost his memory, he still hasn't lost that instinct. So I thought that was quite interesting because usually he could have turned around and said, "Look, go away, stop getting in my way," but he didn't. So there's still a little bit of his old memory intact somewhere in his consciousness, I think. So I thought that was quite good, in my opinion. We then see Tyna and Mousy go to the Daily Bugle and tell Jameson that Dr. Octopus placed Spider-Man under his control and hope that Jameson could help them. However, Tyna and Mousy later watch a J3 Communications broadcast and watch as Jameson says that Spider-Man is now a criminal. Typical Jameson, and goes on to say that Spider-Man is now officially working with Dr. Octopus. Back at the Parker house, May, Anna, and Mary Jane also watch this in terror. Anna believes that this is terrible, and May is hoping that Peter isn't getting photos of Spider-Man. As Tyna and Mousy hear this broadcast, they are furious because Jameson double-crossed them. What do you expect? It's J. Jonah Jameson. Tyna tells Mousy that Jameson is going to get Spider-Man hurt. However, Mousy tells Tyna that every cabbie in New York City owes Spider-Man a favour. So she gets on her cab's radio system and asks for other cabbies for help in finding Spider-Man. Several cabbies see Spider-Man driving an armoured jeep and report in. Nice. I like how Mousy rallies all of the troops with Tyna's help to try and look for Spider-Man, because not everyone believes what Jameson says. There's people out there who actually know that Spider-Man is a true, legit hero. So this was kind of cool. I like this. As Spider-Man drives down the street, he sees an image of Madam Web appear in the reflection of the mirror, and she tells him to remember. After seeing Madam Web, Spider-Man wonders if he is going crazy. Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus then arrive at a laboratory and go inside. Dr. Octopus then locates the Argon Matrix laser and takes it. Tyna and Mousy then rush in, and Tyna tells Spider-Man to stop. Spider-Man is still unable to remember Tyna. However, Tyna tells Spider-Man that she is his friend, that he must remember who he is. As Dr. Octopus enters the room, he orders Spider-Man to capture them. Spider-Man is able to capture Mousy in his web, however, Tyna is able to escape. Spider-Man wonders what she is trying to tell him. At that moment, Dr. Octopus comes out with Mousy and they go back to the lab. Tyna witnesses the whole thing and gets on Mousy's radio and tells everyone that Mousy is in trouble and she needs help. As Dr. Octopus arrives at his hideout, he goes to the trunk of the van and retrieves the Argon Matrix laser. As Dr. Octopus walks away, Spider-Man goes to the trunk and asks Mousy who that little girl is. Mousy answers that her name is Tyna and he's her hero and that he must remember who he is. As Dr. Octopus puts the Argon Matrix laser on the Octobot, he orders Spider-Man to kill Mousy. As Spider-Man picks up Mousy, Mousy tells him that he can't kill her and that Tyna believes in him. Mousy then tells Spider-Man to look deep within himself and try to remember who he really is. Dr. Octopus sees that Spider-Man has not yet taken care of Mousy as he walks over to do it himself. As Dr. Octopus is about to kill Mousy, a cab crashes into the building and hits Dr. Octopus. As Dr. Octopus flies across the room, he drops Mousy and Spider-Man catches her. Spider-Man recognizes Tyna and tries desperately to remember who he is. Spider-Man's memories then come back and he finally remembers who he is and remembers Tyna. Nice. Love it. Dr. Octopus then gets up and attacks Spider-Man. Dr. Octopus is able to capture Spider-Man with one of his mechanical arms. However, Taina rushes over to her table and puts the Octobot's telepathic control band on her head. Taina then mentally controls the Octobot and is able to free Spider-Man and use it to capture Dr. Octopus himself. Dr. Octopus is shocked and upset to discover that a child, not Spider-Man, defeated him. Wow. Who would have thought that? A short while later, the police arrive and arrest Dr. Octopus. Taina then walks up to Spider-Man and tells him that he really is her hero. However, Spider-Man tells Taina that she is the real hero for not only saving his life, but reminding him of who he really is. Mousy then offers Taina a ride home. However, Spider-Man offers to take her home instead. While in her bedroom, Spider-Man tells Taina that if he had known Dr. Octopus would have attacked him, he would never have taken her with him. However, Taina exclaims that it was the best night of her life and it was awesome. However, Spider-Man tells Taina that he should be thanking her because she made him believe in himself again. Spider-Man then tells Taina that if there is anything she needs, he'll give it to her. Taina says, "There is one thing. I want to know who you really are." And Spider-Man hesitates at first, but then finally takes off his mask and shows Taina that he is really Peter Parker. And Taina is shocked and also happy at the same time. "Oh my god, you're really Peter Parker." And Taina then tells Peter that he is the best friend she ever had and she will keep his secret forever. Oh, nice. Now, as I said before, this story takes a lot of inspiration from a comic book called The Kid Who Collects Spider-Man. So it's kind of nice they actually paid tribute to that scene because I thought that was a very emotional scene. But here it's still very emotional, but at the same time very sweet. I thought this was a very nice way to end Chapter 3. So as we see Spider-Man leaves the building, he is teleported to Madam Web's lair, and Madam Web tells Spider-Man that he was lost, but now he is found. Madam Web also tells Spider-Man that they have work to do, and they will eventually face his greatest challenge. Spider-Man has questions, but Madam Web quickly disappears. Spider-Man then says to himself that it doesn't really matter what the challenge is, because he will be ready, because Taina helped him remember who he is, and he web swings away. And that concludes Chapter 3, Attack of the Octobot. Overall, this was a lot of fun. You know, the whole losing the memory thing, it's been kind of done already, but I thought the way they adapted that for the show was very well done, and having Spider-Man's biggest fan be the one to help Spider-Man remind him of who he really is was also very well done. And I love the way this chapter ended with a nice homage to the classic The Kid Who Collected Spider-Man by having Spider-Man reveal his true identity to his biggest fan. So I thought that was done very well, very classy and very sweet at the same time. And we also got at the end Madam Web dropping hints about Spider-Man's greatest challenge and helping him to prepare for that. And in classic Spider-Man fashion, Spider-Man pretty much says, "I don't care what the challenge is, because no matter what, I'm ready for anything." So I thought this was a brilliant way of ending this chapter, in my opinion. So now that Chapter 3, Attack of the Octobots, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 4 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc. And there's no messing around with this one. Fun and games are officially over, and things are about to get very dark and very serious in a hurry, because the next one introduces us to perhaps Spider-Man's greatest enemy of all time. You know who I'm talking about. He needs no introduction whatsoever. The next one is Enter the Green Goblin. As we saw previously in Chapter 3, Attack of the Octobot, Spider-Man was captured by Dr. Octopus, and as a result of the attack, Spider-Man lost his memory and began teaming up with Dr. Octopus as they began a life of crime together. Meanwhile, we saw Taina, with the help of a local cabbie named Mousy, rally up a variety of different cabbies in the hopes of finding and helping Spider-Man and saving him from Dr. Octopus. This, of course, led to J. Jonah Jameson turning the tables and branding Spider-Man a criminal. But thankfully, with the help of Taina, Spider-Man was able to regain his memory, and with Taina's help, was able to capture and stop Dr. Octopus. And as we saw at the end of Chapter 3, Spider-Man revealed his secret identity to Taina after thanking her for saving his life and reminding him about who he is and what he stands for. Taina promised Peter that she would keep his secret identity forever. And after Spider-Man leaves Taina, we see Madam Web appear once more to remind him that she is preparing him for his ultimate challenge. Spider-Man says it doesn't matter what the challenge is because he will be ready because Taina helped him remember who he is. And now that Chapter 3, Attack of the Octobots, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 4 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc. And this is where things really get serious and very dark and menacingly personal, as it features the debut of a villain who would go on to become perhaps Spider-Man's greatest enemy of all time, and he would make it his personal mission to make both Spider-Man and Peter Parker's life a living hell, and all of his loved ones, including one particular person who is very close to him, and he would also go on to learn Spider-Man's true identity. And this one needs no introduction whatsoever. This one is, of course, called Enter the Green Goblin. So we see at Oscorp, Norman Osborn and an Oscorp scientist named Wardell Strong try to perfect a new chemical weapon. Dr. Wardell tells Osborn that they must stop because they have been working 18 hours straight. However, Norman replies that they will work another 18 hours if they have to because the formula must be perfect. Norman then remembers back to a meeting he had with the Oscorp Board of Directors. Anastasia Hardy shows Norman a Daily Bugle newspaper with an article revealing that he was secretly creating chemical weapons and in the process polluted nearby areas. Anastasia then tells Norman that he may own Oscorp, but he is still responsible to the Board of Directors and humanity. Norman then blames J. Jonah Jameson for leaking the story. However, Jameson defiantly replies that he is a journalist first and an Oscorp shareholder second. Anastasia then threatens Norman by saying that she will urge the Board of Directors to replace him with another CEO at the next meeting. Norman then hears a nearby computer beeping and goes to it. It's a video call, and Norman answers it, and we see the Kingpin appear on screen, who is also on the Oscorp Board of Directors. The Kingpin tells Norman that if he does not deliver the chemical weapon to him as promised, he will kill both him and Harry Osborn. Norman then scolds himself and asks why he ever allowed himself to be controlled by the Kingpin. As Kingpin ends the video call, Norman tells Wardell that they must finish the gas. However, Wardell tells Norman that they may never get a working sample of the gas in time, and if by some chance they did, they would have no way of telling how long its effects will last. Norman is determined to get a working sample of the gas and starts working on it. However, Wardell warns Norman that he didn't secure the airlocks on the gas chamber, but it's too late. As Norman begins working on the gas, it causes an explosion. Now, anybody who knows the Green Goblin origin, Norman Osborn was working on some chemicals in Oscorp, and there was an explosion, and there was a gas leak due to the chemicals he was working on, and as a result, Norman ended up breathing in the gas and just went completely insane and became the Green Goblin. So they've pretty much near enough stayed true to the origin in this chapter. Obviously, in the Sam Raimi movies, it's a little bit different, but not much different. You know, Norman in the movie experimented on himself using the chemicals and the gas, but here in the cartoon, it's near enough a mirror image of the comic books, minus the Kingpin involvement. So I liked how they stayed near enough true to the first appearance of the Green Goblin from the comic books. As the explosion goes off, we see Spider-Man is nearby and sees the explosion and heads that way. Meanwhile, Harry is in his car, stuck in traffic, and hears about the explosion on the radio. Harry gets frantic and starts worrying about his father. As Spider-Man arrives at Oscorp, he rescues Dr. Strom and goes back inside to save Norman. However, a large container of chemicals falls over and Spider-Man dives through a hole in the floor to avoid it. As Spider-Man crawls out of the hole, he sees Harry, who is searching for his father. However, Spider-Man's spider sense begins to tingle, and he grabs Harry and gets him quickly to safety. As Spider-Man watches from a nearby rooftop, he feels sorry for Harry and believes that there is no way Norman could have survived such an explosion. Oh, if you only knew, Spider-Man. If you only knew. 2 weeks later, the board of directors invites Harry to a meeting at Oscorp. Wilson Fisk tells the board that they must name a successor as the new CEO of Oscorp. J. Jonah Jameson, Anastasia Hardy, and the other board members agree. However, Harry is convinced that his father might still be alive because Norman's body was never recovered. Harry continues to tell the board that if Norman really is dead, then they are all responsible for driving him to his death. Harry pacifically calls out Jameson as he holds up the Daily Bugle edition which ran the expose about Oscorp's chemical weapons. Fisk agrees with Harry and decides to table the issue of replacing Norman until it can be proven that he is actually alive or dead. As Harry leaves the boardroom, he looks back angrily at the board of directors. Now, with Harry Osborn, it's kind of clever how in this chapter they let you believe that he's the one who's going to end up becoming the Green Goblin, because quite frankly, he's probably got more of an axe to grind with everybody because of what happened to Norman. And it's very clever how they throw red herrings in this chapter, letting you think that, oh, Harry's going to become the Green Goblin and take his revenge. And of course, later on, we would learn that the Green Goblin wasn't Harry Osborn, but this scene also did a great job in planting the seeds for Harry Osborn to eventually become the second incarnation of the Green Goblin. So, very clever how they threw different red herrings at you, but also very clever that they would set up Harry Osborn to become a future main villain for Spider-Man. So, great job all round, I would say. Shortly after, the Kingpin leaves the meeting and calls Dr. Strom and tells him that Norman's death has diverted everyone's attention away from the chemical weapons, which gives him the perfect opportunity to continue his research. Strom is shocked that Kingpin still wants the gas after everything that has happened. Kingpin then tells Strom that if he doesn't deliver the gas to him, he will regret it. A short while later, we see a mysterious figure abducts one of the Oscorp board members while he is dining at a restaurant, as we hear an evil laugh cackling through the skies. Oh boy, here we go. That same day, Mary Jane Watson finds Peter at Washington Square Park and asks him to check on Harry because he has not been returning her phone calls. Sometime later, Peter goes to Harry's apartment. As Peter knocks on the door, he wonders why he's always playing matchmaker between Mary Jane and Harry, even though he is in love with Mary Jane as well. When Harry answers the door, Peter asks if he is okay. However, Harry answers that he isn't alright and wants to be left alone. Harry then walks away and shouts that he doesn't want to talk to Peter or anyone else. Wow. Later that night, Spider-Man web swings through New York City and thinks to himself that he knows what it's like to lose both parents, but is always glad that he's had Aunt May. Nearby, J. Jonah Jameson's limo is attacked, and we see green gas engulf the entire vehicle. A hand reaches through the sunroof of the limo and pulls Jameson out of the limo and flies away. As the man flies into the air, Spider-Man sees he is on a Goblin glider and believes that the Hobgoblin has returned. As Spider-Man attaches a web line to the glider, he climbs up. As Jameson sees Spider-Man, he believes that he is involved with the kidnapping. When Spider-Man climbs up on the top of the glider, he realizes it's not the Hobgoblin, and the new Goblin introduces himself as the Green Goblin and grabs both of Spider-Man's wrists and starts to squeeze them. Goblin's grip actually hurts Spider-Man, and Spider-Man realizes that the Green Goblin actually has super strength. As Green Goblin throws Spider-Man, he lands on the wing of the glider and tries to shoot Green Goblin with his webbing. However, Spider-Man learns that Green Goblin crushed his web shooters when he grabbed his wrists. Green Goblin then separates his small glider from the large glider, which Spider-Man is on, and controls it to crash into a building. Spider-Man is unharmed, but Green Goblin was able to get away with J. Jonah Jameson. So, Chapter 4 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc marks the first appearance of the Green Goblin, who made his debut in Amazing Spider-Man issue 14 in 1964. And originally, in the comic books, the Green Goblin didn't have his trademark glider. He used to fly around on what would appear to be a metal broomstick, and for the longest time nobody knew the Green Goblin's identity. It was always shrouded in mystery, but later on the Green Goblin would acquire his trademark glider and he would go on to become a major thorn in Spider-Man's side for pretty much most of his entire run since his inception. Now, back in season 1, the Hobgoblin was introduced first before the Green Goblin, unlike the comic books where the Green Goblin made his debut first in 1964 and the Hobgoblin would make his debut years after. And I found it very interesting at the time that why would they introduce the Hobgoblin first but not the Green Goblin? This was due to the fact that the show wanted to change things up a bit, which in the long run worked out very well, because we saw back in season 1 Norman Osborn was responsible for creating the Hobgoblin, and the Hobgoblin said to Norman Osborn that I know who you really are. So I thought what the show did, building up Norman Osborn first before he actually became the Green Goblin, was very well done, because they didn't just randomly show you Norman Osborn working at Oscorp and the whole explosion occurred. They took their time, built him up, built up a lot of beef with a lot of characters, including Spider-Man and the Kingpin. So ultimately, when it came time for Norman Osborn to put on the suit, they paid it off, and they paid it off very well. So, you know, would I have preferred if they introduced the Green Goblin first? Of course, because me being the comic book traditionalist, that's how I would have preferred. But I think in the long run, story-wise, I think everything worked out fine. So I have no complaints here. And the way they handled the whole character from pre-Green Goblin to post-Green Goblin and everything in between was just executed superbly. So I've got no complaints whatsoever. I think they did a great job. The next day, Spider-Man is able to fix his web shooters and then heads off to Oscorp to investigate. Spider-Man believes that he can find clues there because Oscorp is where the Hobgoblin originally got his weapons from. As Spider-Man goes through a window, he sees Harry angrily looking through some papers. When Harry leaves the room, Spider-Man enters and looks at the papers. Spider-Man sees that they are blueprints for Goblin weapons. As Spider-Man turns around, he looks out the window and sees the Green Goblin fly into the sky on his glider. Spider-Man then starts to suspect that his best friend Harry Osborn could be the Green Goblin. Ooh. If only he knew. As night falls, we see the Green Goblin heads to the World Trade Center and kidnaps another member of the Oscorp Board of Directors. A few hours later, Spider-Man hears of the kidnapping and goes to the World Trade Center, where he runs into Detective Terry Lee. Spider-Man asks if she knows what all the recent high-profile abductions have in common. Terry Lee answers that all the police know so far is that all of the victims are on Oscorp's board of directors. As Spider-Man asks if she has warned the remaining board of directors, Terry Lee answers that she was just about to do that. However, Spider-Man tells her that she may not have enough time because the Green Goblin moves very quickly and he swings away. Shortly after, Spider-Man hurries to Felicia Hardy's apartment, believing that Anastasia Hardy will be the next board member to be kidnapped. However, Spider-Man is too late as he climbs up to the side of the building and an explosion goes off in Felicia's apartment, and we see Green Goblin grabs Anastasia and flies away on his glider. Spider-Man jumps on Green Goblin's back. However, Green Goblin flies back into the apartment and grabs Felicia and flies into the sky. Green Goblin drops both Felicia and Anastasia, and Spider-Man dives and saves Felicia. However, Spider-Man does that. Green Goblin grabs Anastasia and flies away with her. Spider-Man knew Green Goblin wouldn't let Anastasia die because he wanted to take her hostage. Felicia Hardy tells Spider-Man that he must save her mother, and Spider-Man replies he will do his best to get her back. Later that night, Kingpin is in his helicopter flying through the sky. As Kingpin looks out the window, he sees someone on a glider and believes that it's the Hobgoblin. This is a reference to the Hobgoblin trying to take out the Kingpin back in Season 1. However, after looking more closely, Kingpin realizes that it's a new Goblin and he orders his pilot to shoot him down. However, Green Goblin throws a pumpkin bomb at the helicopter and it explodes and releases green smoke which blocks the pilot's sight. As Green Goblin rips the door off the helicopter, he wraps Kingpin in a metal wire that is attached to his glider and flies off. Awesome. The next day, Spider-Man learns that Wilson Fisk had been kidnapped and realizes that he has no leads to the Green Goblin. Peter then changes into his street clothes and returns home. As Peter enters the living room, he sees Mary Jane sitting on the couch. Mary Jane reveals that she believes that Harry is involved in the kidnappings to avenge his dad's death. Peter tells Mary Jane that's crazy, but secretly believes that she could be right. Mary Jane continues to tell Peter that Harry has a dark side that comes from being unloved as a child, and she believes that his dark side has taken over him and driven him insane. Peter starts to think that if he told Mary Jane the truth, it would make her feel worse about Harry, but also wonders if it would make her feel better about him instead. However, Peter decides not to tell Mary Jane that he thinks Harry Osborn is the Green Goblin because Harry is his friend. Peter then tells Mary Jane that Harry needs them to be by his side, and we have to be there for him. As Mary Jane leaves, Peter places a spider tracer in Mary Jane's bag so that he can make sure she stays safe. As the sun starts to rise, Mary Jane goes to Oscorp. As Mary Jane goes inside, she hears someone coming and hides. Mary Jane looks to see who it is and realizes it's Harry. As Harry walks into another room, Mary Jane follows him. However, the wooden planks on the floor break and Mary Jane falls into the low levels of Oscorp. Green Goblin is down there and takes Mary Jane hostage. However, Spider-Man followed Mary Jane and witnessed Green Goblin take her. As Green Goblin flies out of Oscorp, he presses a button on his belt and a submarine emerges and Green Goblin goes inside with Mary Jane. However, Spider-Man sticks to the outside of the sub and holds his breath as the submarine dives. The submarine then goes into a large underwater base beneath Oscorp. Oh boy, here we go. It's coming. As Green Goblin gets inside the base, he shackles Mary Jane to the wall along with the members of the Oscorp Board of Directors. Green Goblin then starts a trial and says that they are all guilty of ruining Norman Osborn. Green Goblin blames J. Jonah Jameson for pretending to be Norman's friend and filing the Daily Bugle with lies to ruin his reputation. Green Goblin then says that Anastasia Hardy called Norman a threat to humanity, but used the Hardy Foundation to fund Dr. Octopus, whom he calls one of the greatest criminal masterminds of all time. He's got a point, though. He's got a point. Green Goblin then walks up to Wilson Fisk and calls him the worst of them all. Oh boy, a bit of foreshadowing here. Green Goblin says that they will all suffer for their crimes against Norman Osborn. However, Spider-Man arrives and tackles Green Goblin. As they fight, Green Goblin produces a blinding flash of red lights from a device in his gloves and breaks free of Spider-Man's grasp. Green Goblin then gets on his glider and starts throwing pumpkin bombs at Spider-Man, but Spider-Man is able to dodge them. As Spider-Man climbs onto the ceiling, he crawls onto a glass window. Green Goblin throws another pumpkin bomb and Spider-Man once again dodges it. However, the explosion from the pumpkin bomb causes the window to shatter and the base starts to flood with water from the sea. Spider-Man then breaks Mary Jane and the Oscorp members free of their shackles. Spider-Man then escorts Jameson, Fisk, Mary Jane, and the other board members to a submarine and tells them to get inside and get to safety. As Mary Jane asks if Spider-Man is coming with them, Spider-Man answers that he has to capture the Green Goblin. As Spider-Man heads back through the tunnel to fight Green Goblin, Wilson Fisk uses a laser on the submarine to blast the tunnel and the falling debris blocking the passageway. Jameson asks Fisk, "Why did you do that for?" Fisk replies that he had to rid the world of both of those maniacs. Jameson then pilots a submarine to safety. As Spider-Man goes for the Green Goblin, he sees that Green Goblin is trapped under the debris. Spider-Man removes the Green Goblin's mask and says, "It's over, Harry." And however, he's shocked to realise that the Green Goblin is really Norman Osborn, who was believed to have died in the explosion weeks earlier. Norman then reveals that when Oscorp exploded, he breathed in the gas he was working on and caused him to develop a split personality. One of his personality being the gentle Norman Osborn and the other being the more violent Green Goblin. Norman then tells Spider-Man that the gas gave him super strength and was able to take possession of the Hobgoblin's costume and weapons, which were stored there at Oscorp. We also see in the flashback the Hobgoblin's suit becomes the Green Goblin after being exposed to the gas. Norman then breaks free from the debris and demands Spider-Man give him back his mask. He also explains that the explosion gave birth to the one and only true Goblin, the Green Goblin. However, Spider-Man says he doesn't need it because it represents the evil side of his life. Norman then throws another pumpkin bomb at Spider-Man. However, the explosion knocks Norman back and the statue falls on top of him. Norman attempts to move it, but he can no longer move it without his strength. Norman then realizes that the effects of the gas are wearing off and he no longer has his strength. Wow. Powerful stuff here. Spider-Man then removes the Green Goblin costume from Norman and tries to find a way out of the base. Spider-Man goes to an exit but sees that it's blocked by debris. As Spider-Man tries to move it, water rushes towards them. However, Harry arrives and opens a hatch in the ceiling and Spider-Man goes through it with Norman. The three of them get into a vehicle and Harry drives it and gets them out of there. Harry then tells Spider-Man that he found out about the weapon testing site while he was going through his father's files at Oscorp and realizes it was the only way his father could have survived the explosion. As Harry asks Spider-Man how he found out the weapons testing site, Spider-Man answers that he followed a criminal called the Green Goblin. Harry asks if he caught him. At that moment, Norman wakes up with no memory of being the Green Goblin. Spider-Man then tells Harry that he won't have to worry about the Green Goblin anymore because it looked like he died in the explosion. Later that day, Norman Osborn holds a press conference at Oscorp and announces that his company will no longer be manufacturing chemical weapons. Wilson Fisk steps forward and agrees to what Norman said. However, Fisk whispers to Norman that this is only temporary. Norman then announces that he wants Harry to run the company with him. This excites Harry. Peter is in the audience taking photos when he is approached by Mary Jane. Mary Jane tells Peter that even when she lost faith in Harry, he stood by him the entire time. Mary Jane also says that Peter is a great friend and Harry is very lucky to have him in his life. After Mary Jane leaves, Felicia walks up to Peter and hands him a piece of paper and asks him to give it to Spider-Man. Later that night, Spider-Man goes to Felicia Hardy's apartment and asks why she wanted to see him. Felicia tells Spider-Man that she wanted to thank him for saving her mother. Felicia then pulls up Spider-Man's mask to expose his mouth and kisses him. And that concludes Chapter 4, Enter the Green Goblin. Overall, this was absolutely fantastic. One of the best chapters of the Sins of the Fathers story arc. I thought they did a fantastic job in dropping different red herrings, letting you believe that Harry Osborn was the Green Goblin, and then the big twist at the end, it was revealed to be none other than Norman Osborn, who everybody believed died in the explosion in Oscorp. And, the whole origin of how Norman Osborn became the Green Goblin was obviously a little bit different to how I remember it in the comic books. They still kept the whole breathing in the gas and Norman Osborn going insane, but I thought the idea of the gas exposure to the Hobgoblin suit, transforming it into the Green Goblin, was an interesting twist because, as we all remember, back in season 1, it was revealed that Norman Osborn, through Oscorp technology, was responsible for creating the Hobgoblin. So having that happen in the flashback, I thought was a nice way of wrapping up not only the Hobgoblin story, but also building up to the Green Goblin story as well. But I loved it. I thought this was a fantastic chapter, and they really did a good job in putting over the Green Goblin as the ultimate Spider-Man villain. And having the Green Goblin be the one to kidnap the Kingpin, especially as it was Norman Osborn originally who hired the Hobgoblin to take him out back in season 1, was a really cool way to bring everything full circle, because we had seen the Kingpin throw his weight around and constantly threaten Norman Osborn to the point that Norman Osborn had a complete breakdown and just went completely nuts. So some of his revenge was justified. So I thought having him go after the Kingpin was a cool way of exacting that revenge. And it was pretty cool that they left the door wide open for the Green Goblin to return, because we all know he does come back in a very big way. So now that Chapter 4, Enter the Green Goblin, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 5 of the Sins of the Fathers story arc, and this one is called Rocket Racer. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 4, Enter the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn and his assistant worked endlessly around the clock on some chemical weapons for the Kingpin, and this resulted in an explosion taking place at Oscorp and Spider-Man arriving on the scene in an attempt to rescue Norman Osborn, and everybody is led to believe that Norman Osborn is dead. However, shortly after the explosion, we started seeing a mysterious figure flying around on a glider, kidnapping various members of the board of directors from Oscorp, including J. Jonah Jameson and the Kingpin. Now, Spider-Man, of course, assumes the Hobgoblin is back and is behind all of the kidnappings, and is surprised when he is greeted by a new Goblin, the Green Goblin. And all fingers of suspicion point, of course, to Harry Osborn, who is bitter and upset over the apparent demise of his father, Norman Osborn. And Spider-Man suspects that Harry Osborn is the one behind all of the Green Goblin kidnappings. And much to his shock and surprise, he unmasks the Green Goblin, who turns out to be none other than Norman Osborn, who everyone assumed died in the explosion at Oscorp. And we learn that Norman Osborn was working on some chemicals which caused the gas leak in Oscorp to blow his lab up. And we see him breathing in the chemical gas, which of course drives him insane and ultimately transforms him into the Green Goblin, as he looks at everyone responsible for the death of Norman Osborn. As we begin to see the Goblin's underwater base begin to flood, we then see the Goblin statue fall onto Norman Osborn, who starts to lose all of his strength and loses his memory of his Goblin persona as he is returned to normal, as Spider-Man, along with Norman's son Harry, rescue him, and his entire underwater base collapses. And then we see at the end, Felicia Hardy asks to see Spider-Man and gives him a thank you kiss for saving not only her life but her mother's life as well. And that's how we end Chapter 4, Enter the Green Goblin. And we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 5 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc. And this one is called Rocket Racer. So Chapter 5 picks up where we left off from the end of Chapter 4, where Felicia Hardy gives Spider-Man a thank you kiss for saving her life and her mother's as well. However, Spider-Man quickly pulls away from Felicia and explains to her that Spider-Man can't have a girlfriend because it would put her in danger. Well, that's fair enough. At least he's being honest. At that moment, a criminal called Big Wheel uses a giant mechanical wheel, also called the Big Wheel, to break into a nearby bank. Big Wheel's henchmen then use jetpacks to fly into the bank and steal bags of money. As they get the money, the Big Wheel begins to roll down the street and into another bank. Felicia Hardy's apartment is nearby, and Spider-Man hears the explosion and quickly swings into action to arrive at the scene of the crime. As Spider-Man arrives, he begins to fight the jetpack henchmen on top of a roof. However, the Big Wheel was able to drive up to the side of the building and tries to crush Spider-Man. However, Spider-Man is able to escape and get away to safety. Now, I'm a huge fan of the Spider-Man 90s cartoon, and there has been tons of classics. Now, when you go from Chapter 4, which was, in my opinion, one of the absolute standouts of this season, which was the Green Goblin, and then you get to this, you just ask yourself, what's going on? Because we've just come off a classic chapter with the first appearance of the Green Goblin, and then to this, Rocket Racer. I'm not saying that Chapter 5 was terrible. It's pretty solid, pretty watchable, but think about it. When you go from the Green Goblin to this, you have to ask yourself, where does Rocket Racer fit into the Sins of the Fathers story arc? It just doesn't really make sense from a continuity point of view. But that's just me. That's just what I think. But personally, this chapter isn't terrible. It's okay. But as I said, when you go from the Green Goblin to this, yeah, it kind of feels like it's fallen a bit short. But that's just me. A short while later, a teenage skater named Robert Farrell was at a pharmacy and picks up some medicine for his mother. As Robert skateboards down the sidewalk, he sees Spider-Man following the Big Wheel. Robert watches from a safe place as Spider-Man traps one of the thugs in his web. However, the thug is able to break free, and as he leaves, he accidentally drops the money he stole. Robert picks up the money, but is quickly arrested by the police because they believed he stole it. At that moment, Spider-Man runs out of web fluid and watches as Big Wheel and his henchmen were able to get away. Spider-Man then says to himself, "For this I left Felicia," which pretty much sums up how terrible Spider-Man is at maintaining some semblance of a love life. Poor Spider-Man, never able to get a break. Later that night, Felicia Hardy and Miss Farrell arrive at the police station, where Felicia tells Miss Farrell that the police must have made a mistake. However, Miss Farrell tells Felicia that before he got involved in the Hardy Foundation's science program, he was a criminal and feared that her son was turning back to his old ways. Felicia posts Robert's bail and pays for it as he is released from jail, where he explains to his mother that he didn't actually do anything. Robert then threatens to actually become a criminal just to stick it to the police. However, Miss Farrell yells at her son Robert and tells him that no son of mine is going to become a criminal. The next morning, Peter Parker goes to the Hardy Foundation Science Center, which is where Peter volunteers as a science teacher. Peter then looks at Robert Farrell's science project involving gyroscopes. At that moment, Felicia walks in, and as Peter sees her, he remembers the kiss she gave him the night before while disguised as Spider-Man. Peter then asks Felicia on a date. However, Felicia turns him down and says that she has already seen someone, a man named Jason Phillips, who walks into the classroom in a suit and tie, and Felicia introduces him to Peter. She also tells Peter that Jason Phillips is donating money to the Science Center. Jason then asks Felicia to have dinner with him, which she, of course, accepts. Peter gets upset because he had just asked her on a date. Now, Jason Phillips. I won't spoil it for you, but if anyone who knows and has watched the Spider-Man 90s cartoon, Jason Phillips has a secret. A very big secret. I'll give you one clue. He's already appeared in the show. That's all I'm going to say for now. But if you know who he really is, you know who I'm talking about. All's going to be revealed very soon in Season 3. Later that day, Robert helps out his mother at their grocery store. Miss Farrell tells Robert that he should go back to the science class at the Hardy Foundation. However, Robert tells his mother that she needs his help at the store a lot more. At that moment, 3 thugs come in and demand Miss Farrell give them protection money, or else they will destroy the shop. The thugs then start to throw things around. As one of the thugs steals their money out of the cash register, he tells Miss Farrell that the next time they come, she better have 10 times that amount of money, or else they will burn the store down. Wow. A little while later, Peter arrives at the store to check on Robert. Robert then tells Peter that he doesn't need to go to the Science Center anymore because he needs to learn how to survive in the real world. Later that day, Peter changes into his Spider-Man costume and swings through New York City. He thinks to himself that he must get Robert to realize that education is the key to survival. Sensible enough. After work, Robert goes skateboarding. However, as Robert skates down the sidewalk, he accidentally bumps into a man, and as the man drives off, Robert follows him to a warehouse, and inside the warehouse we see the Big Will meets with his henchmen and congratulates them on the success of their latest heist. Big Will then tells his gang that their next target will be the Diamond District. Robert was able to sneak into the warehouse and steal some equipment from Big Will. However, unknown to Robert there was a security camera recording his actions. Robert then sneaks into the Hardy Foundation Science Center and begins to put together the equipment he found at the warehouse and makes himself a jet-powered skateboard. Additionally, when Robert got home, he sewed together a costume. Miss Farrell walks in and sees him sewing his costume but is unaware of what's going on. Later that night, Robert gives himself the name Rocket Racer and tests the jet-powered skateboard and uses it with a rocket launcher to break into the jewelry store. Rocket Racer begins to use his new equipment to steal jewelry and believes that he would solve all of their problems. However, Rocket Racer remembers that his mother said if he would ever become a criminal, it would destroy her. Rocket Racer realizes what he is doing is wrong. However, Rocket Racer trips the silent alarm and the police arrive. As Rocket Racer escapes on the jet-powered skateboard, J3 Communications captures him on camera and broadcasts it over live news. Spider-Man sees the news report and believes that he is part of the Rocket Racer's gang that he's been tracking. As Spider-Man finds Rocket Racer, he follows after him. As Rocket Racer drives the skateboard up the side of the building, he accidentally falls off the skateboard and his magnetic boots attach themselves to the bottom of an elevator that is on the outside of the building. Rocket Racer is unable to turn off the magnetics in his boots and fears that he will be crushed when the elevator reaches the ground. Spider-Man arrives and tries to use his spider strength to stop the elevator but fails. However, Spider-Man is able to crawl into the elevator and press a button to shut it down. Rocket Racer is then able to detach himself from the elevator and is able to get away. However, Miss Farrell watches the J3 Communications news report and recognizes that Rocket Racer is her son Robert. Rocket Racer then rides off on his jet-powered skateboard and Spider-Man follows him. Back at the warehouse, Big Will realizes that the jet-powered skateboard he invented was missing and looks at the footage from the security camera. Big Will realizes that Rocket Racer is actually Robert Farrell as the teenager that the police arrested after he was caught with some of the stolen cash they had dropped. Big Wheel then decided that Rocket Racer must be killed before the police forced him to reveal where he got the technology from. A short while later, Spider-Man catches up with Rocket Racer and manages to put a spider tracer on him. Spider-Man was then able to track Rocket Racer back to his apartment and learns that he is really Robert Farrell. Spider-Man then asks Robert why would he break into the jewelry store and asks why getting arrested once wasn't enough to teach him a lesson. However, Robert tells Spider-Man that he can do whatever he needs to do to survive. At that moment, Felicia Hardy comes in and tells Robert that his mother has relapsed and that she is with the doctor at her apartment. Wow. I forgot how serious some of this chapter actually was. At that moment, Big Wheel and the Rocket Raiders arrive at Rocket Racer's apartment. Big Wheel then sends the Rocket Raiders inside to capture Rocket Racer. However, Spider-Man was able to subdue some of them, giving Rocket Racer and Felicia Hardy enough time to get out of the building. As Felicia and Rocket Racer get outside, they jump into Felicia's car and drive off with the Big Wheel following them. However, the Big Wheel was catching up to the car, and to keep Felicia safe, Rocket Racer jumps out of the car and skates away on the jet-powered skateboard. Big Wheel then follows Rocket Racer. However, Felicia then finds Spider-Man and tells him that Robert is in serious trouble. A short while later, Big Wheel catches up with Rocket Racer and begins to fire lasers at him. One of these lasers causes Rocket Racer to fall off his jet-powered skateboard. Big Wheel almost runs over Rocket Racer, but Spider-Man saves him in the nick of time. Rocket Racer then sees a downed power line and realizes that electricity could malfunction the Big Wheel's timing mechanisms, which will cause it to malfunction. Rocket Racer then lures Big Wheel over to Spider-Man. Spider-Man then places the power line on the ground, and as the wheel runs over it, it goes out of control and crashes into the river. However, Spider-Man is able to save Big Wheel before he drowns. Rocket Racer then learns that it is important to have an education. Sometime later, Peter Parker meets with Felicia Hardy and tells her that the police arrested Big Wheel and that he confessed to everything. Peter also says that the judge will go easier on Robert when he goes to trial. In the next room, Robert tells his mother that since everyone thought he was a criminal, the easiest way to help out was to become one, but he just couldn't bring himself to steal. Robert's mother then tells him that they are a team and they will get through anything together. Oh, nice. A few nights later, the three thugs come back to the grocery store and intend to burn it down to make good on their threat. However, Spider-Man and Robert were waiting for them, and Spider-Man and Robert then capture the thugs as they attempt to run away. That same night, Felicia Hardy was on a date with Jason Phillips. As they go back to Felicia's apartment, Jason sees that Felicia is sad and asks if she has feelings for someone else. Felicia sadly answers, not anymore, and tells him that they should have dinner again very soon. We then see Spider-Man is watching from the rooftop of the building across the street and says to himself that perhaps it's time to let Felicia go and move on. And that concludes Chapter 5, Rocket Racer. Overall, I thought this chapter was okay, but compare it to the previous one, which was Chapter 4, featuring the Green Goblin. This chapter felt a little bit weak and at times definitely screamed filler, but this doesn't necessarily mean that Chapter 5 was terrible. I just felt that when you had such an absolute classic with the Green Goblin, this chapter I felt couldn't really follow up on that, which is understandable because Chapter 4, Enter the Green Goblin, was so powerful and really delivered on the Green Goblin's debut. And I felt with Chapter 5, Rocket Racer, I don't think they could have followed that up. That's just my opinion. I think Rocket Racer could have worked better as maybe an earlier episode, maybe back in season 1 perhaps, because this didn't really feel like it's had any place in the Sins of the Fathers story arc, because there was nothing about any fathers or their sins whatsoever. But for the most part, I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was that bad. But when you compare it to what came before, yeah, it kind of felt a little bit flat, in my opinion. But however, the highlight of this chapter for me was the debut of Jason Phillips, who is introduced as Felicia Hardy's new boyfriend. And as I mentioned earlier, Jason Phillips has a very big secret, one that is going to be revealed very soon as we go along through season 3. So now that Chapter 5, Rockets Racer, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 6 of the Sins of the Fathers story arc. And for me, business has picked up in a very big way. And this one features perhaps my all-time favourite crossover. And for me, this two-part crossover really helped change the game, in my opinion, as Spider-Man finally learned the truth about a certain enemy who's been working behind the scenes for 2.5 seasons now. And it also features a character that would play not only a big role in Spider-Man's crime fighting career, but in Peter Parker's personal life as well. And that is, of course, Matt Murdock, aka Daredevil. And for me, as I said, this crossover could very well be the best thing that the show ever did. And this one is called Framed. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 5, Rockets Racer, Felicia Hardy gave Spider-Man a thank you kiss for saving her life and her mother's life. However, Spider-Man quickly pulled away and told Felicia that Spider-Man cannot have a girlfriend. And at that moment, we see a villain called Big Wheel, who uses a giant mechanical wheel, which was also called the Big Wheel. And we saw him and his gang flying around in jetpacks, going around robbing banks. We then saw Spider-Man engage with the Big Wheel gang on the rooftop, but however, the Big Wheel gang was able to drive up to the side of the building and escape from Spider-Man. We also met a young teenage skater named Robert Farrell, who was working at the pharmacy with his mother, but unfortunately, Robert is wrongfully arrested for robbing one of the banks after picking up one of the stolen bags of cash that the Big Wheel gang had left behind. And also in this chapter, we were introduced to Felicia Hardy's new boyfriend, Jason Phillips, who, as I mentioned, has a very, very big secret. And we also see Robert steal some of the Big Wheel gang's equipment and creates a new costume and calls himself Rockets Racer. And this, of course, leads Rockets Racer to cross paths with Spider-Man, who he believes is a member of the Big Wheel gang. And he eventually learns that Rockets Racer is Robert Farrell, and he begins to question Robert about why he broke into the jewelry store and rips into him about, isn't getting arrested not enough for you already? And Robert eventually retaliates back by saying, I will do whatever it takes to survive. We then see members of the Big Wheel gang arrive at Rocket Racer's apartment, and Spider-Man is able to take out some of the henchmen, allowing Rockets Racer and Felicia Hardy to escape. And even though the Big Wheel is chasing Rockets Racer, he is able to help Spider-Man short-circuit the mechanisms of the Big Wheel, and Spider-Man manages to save him and stop the Big Wheel gang as well. Robert is eventually reunited with his mother and realizes that it is very important to have an education. And Robert's mother comforts him, saying that they are a team and they will get through anything. We then see Felicia Hardy return from her dates with Jason Phillips, and Jason asks her if she has feelings for someone else. Felicia answers not anymore, and that they should have dinner again very soon. We then see Spider-Man watching from the rooftop and says to himself that it's time to let Felicia go and move on. And that's how we end Chapter 5, Rocket Racer. And we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 6 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc. And this one is, without a doubt, my all-time favourite crossover event, which features the Man Without Fear himself, Daredevil, as we see Peter Parker in a very unique and unusual situation as he attempts to clear his name for a crime he didn't commit, which is only fitting that the next chapter is the name of the situation that Peter Parker finds himself in, and this one is called Framed. So we kick things off with a bang for Chapter 6 inside a courtroom where Peter Parker is accused of treason against the United States. As his friends, family, and J. Jonah Jameson watch the trial, Peter Parker's defense lawyer, Matt Murdock, pleads for his freedom so he can prove his innocence. However, the judge tells Murdock that the decision is for a jury to decide and orders that Peter be held in prison without bail. As Peter is taken out of the courtroom in handcuffs, he is placed in a police van and looking on in complete disbelief and sadness, asking himself, how did I ever end up in this situation? As the van drives off, it is attacked by a helicopter that drops a bomb from the sky. As the van stops, we see a man dressed up in a Spider-Man costume rips open the door, and Peter Parker looks on in pure disbelief. And the imposter says to Peter Parker, "What's the matter? You act like you've never seen Spider-Man before." And he throws knockout gas into the van, which knocks Peter out. The imposter Spider-Man then shoots a web line to a flying helicopter and pulls himself and an unconscious Peter Parker as the helicopter flies away into the sky. Now, this for me was a fantastic way to kick off Chapter 6. Peter Parker in court with Matt Murdock as his defense lawyer, who we all know is going to play a huge part in this chapter. And this is what I like, because Peter Parker's in court, you're thinking to yourself, how did he end up here? Why is he accused? What the hell is going on? And then, as he's taken away in a police van, we see an imposter dressed up in a Spider-Man costume kidnap him. Doesn't get any better than this. And this is just the opening. My God, what a way to kick things off. And like I said, we are kicking Chapter 6 off with a bang, and this doesn't disappoint one bit. As Peter begins to regain consciousness, he begins to remember how exactly he got into this mess, and we're treated to a flashback from several weeks ago where Wilson Fisk, aka the Kingpin, calls Peter Parker out of the blue and offers him a job. As Peter arrives at his mansion, he is greeted by Wilson's son, Richard Fisk. When Peter finally meets Wilson Fisk, he realizes that this was the man he saved from the Hobgoblin back in Season 1. Wilson told Peter that he found the perfect way to thank him for saving his life. Wilson Fisk then tells Richard that he has just come home from Europe to be the chairman of his new company, Fisktronics, and that he wanted to offer Peter a brand new job. Peter, of course, accepts and is very excited at the opportunity. Peter's job at Fisktronics was a diagnostic analyst. His job was to take home and review a computer disk that would point out possible errors in the Fisktronics computer system. Peter even made enough money to quit working at the Daily Bugle. When Peter tells J. Jonah Jameson, Jameson of course reacts in furious fashion and calls him ungrateful. Peter of course laughs at this and tells Jameson that he's going to miss him so much, and Jameson yells at him and says, "Don't ever come back here again, and don't come crawling for your job. Do you know why?" And the both of them at the same time repeat in unison, "Because you're fired." The next day we see Peter at work at the Fisktronics. As the day ends, Peter takes home the diagnostic disc out of the computer and walks home. We then see Peter stops at a hot dog vendor to get a hot dog. However, the woman working there points a gun at Peter, and Peter manages to escape, but is followed by other men with their guns. Peter manages to change into his Spider-Man costume and web swings away. However, the men shoot at Spider-Man as well, believing that he could be Peter Parker's accomplice. Spider-Man manages to lose them and makes his way home. Again, another fantastic scene. So, Wilson Fisk, as we know, is the Kingpin and calls Peter out of the blue and offers him a job as a way of saying thank you for saving his life from the Hobgoblin, and then all of this craziness happens. Now, anyone who's followed the show knows that for 2.5 seasons now, Wilson Fisk is the Kingpin, and he's been working behind the scenes to not only gain control of New York City and all of its criminal activities, but he has been on a mission to eliminate Spider-Man, putting together the Insidious Six and all sorts of things. But Peter has, for the most part, never found out who this mystery villain is who's working behind the scenes. And as I said many reviews back, Spider-Man doesn't know about the existence of the Kingpin yet, but of course the Kingpin knows about Spider-Man's existence. So everything is slowly coming to a head, and it's going to lead to a massive payoff. Doesn't get any better than this, and we're not even at the halfway mark yet. Things are just picking up in a very big way. Let's go. As Peter arrives home to see if Aunt May is alright, and at that moment the men that were following Peter burst into their house and hold Peter at gunpoint. May starts to call the police, however Detective Terry Lee walks in and says they are the police. Terry then introduces them to a US federal agent named Susan Choi, and Agent Choi wants the computer disk that Peter Parker got from Fisktronics. Peter gives her the disk and says it's only full of diagnostic data. However, Susan Choi places the disk in a small computer and sees that it contains defense plans. Susan Choi then accuses Peter of selling classified government secrets and calls him a traitor of the United States of America. Peter is then placed under arrest. Oh, here we go. Here we go. While in prison, Peter is introduced to his new defense lawyer, Matt Murdock. Peter first meets him and is very surprised to find out that his defense lawyer is blind. Matt Murdock officially introduces himself and says that Justice is blind, so he likes to think he's got a leg up on the competition. Peter recognises the name and realises that Matt Murdock is a very famous criminal defense lawyer. Peter is worried that he is not able to afford Matt Murdock. Matt reveals that someone gave him a massive cash retainer. Until it runs out, I'm your man, if you'll have me. And Peter says, yes, of course. And Matt says, okay, I'm going to do everything I can to help you. But first, I need answers about what happens. It just keeps getting better. Peter arrives home, he's arrested, and we get the first official appearance of Matt Murdock in Spider-Man, the animated series. And Matt Murdock, even though he's only had a few lines, kicking ass already. Brilliant. The idea of Matt Murdock being Peter Parker's defense lawyer, as I've said from the very beginning, never gets old. I love it. And also, when Peter Parker is announced that he's accused of betraying his country, there's kind of a little bit of foreshadowing in that line, which we're going to talk about in a moment, but this chapter is just getting better and better already, and we haven't even seen Spider-Man yet. As the flashback concludes and we are taken back to the present, the helicopter then arrives at an abandoned warehouse. As Peter is taken into the room, he sees Wilson Fisk's son Richard, and Richard reveals that he was the one that was selling classified information, and that he was the one that framed Peter for the crimes. Richard also reveals that he arranged Peter's escape, so there would be no doubts in anyone's mind that he was guilty. And then Richard says to the imposter Spider-Man, "Good job, Chameleon," and the imposter Spider-Man reveals himself to be the Chameleon and says, "My pleasure." Richard then puts Peter into a cell with no ventilation and told him that he only had a few minutes of air left. Peter attempts to break free, but the chamber is so strong that not even his spider strength can help him. The air supply in the chamber quickly starts to deplete as Peter passes out. At that moment, Richard and Chameleon get into a helicopter and fly away, with Richard congratulating Chameleon on a great job and for revealing the truth about Peter's parents. So this would be the second time in season 3 that Peter Parker's parents were addressed, but this was also the first time that Peter Parker's parents were hinted at possibly being spies and betraying their country. Now, we wouldn't learn this massive revelation until season 5, but we're not going to be talking about that for this edition. That's going to be saved for a future review for another time. But, however, just the fact that Peter Parker's parents were mentioned by the Chameleon and the fact that they're not around really leads you to believe that it must be big, because we've never seen them, we've never even heard them mentioned, so it must be something pretty big. And I love the way that they planted the seeds and set up that story to be told. I thought they did an excellent job, because me as a fan, growing up watching this show, I always wondered, why are Peter Parker's parents not around? Why are they never mentioned? I mean, I've read a couple of comics where we did see them, but for the most part, we never really knew about where they were and what they were up to. So I thought they did an excellent job in helping to set up that future storyline to be told. Really great. And again, this chapter continues to keep getting better and better. Seconds later, we see a man dressed in a dark red devil costume arrive and takes out the guard on the roof. The man then makes his way inside the warehouse where more men are waiting for him. However, the man in the red is easily able to take out some of the guards. We then see him use his billy club at a nearby fuse box and destroys it, which causes the lights to go out. The man is then able to subdue the guards. At that moment, Peter eventually passes out due to the lack of oxygen. However, the man in red is able to get Peter out just in time. The man in the red tells him that Matt Murdock sent him to rescue him. Peter then asks, "Who is he?" And the man simply replies, "The name is Daredevil." What can I say, really? Daredevil arrives, kicks ass, takes out everyone with his billy club, and rescues Peter Parker. Absolutely loved it. This was a fantastic scene, and all due respect to Spider-Man, he's more than able to hold his own in a fight, but I think really Daredevil's got the edge on him, because the way Daredevil just came in, silently took out everyone without even breaking a single sweat was just absolutely incredible, I think. So Spider-Man first crossed paths with Daredevil back in Amazing Spider-Man issue 16 in 1964, and originally in that comic book, Daredevil wore a yellow and black suit before donning the iconic dark red colours that we would come to know him for. And for me, I thought it was very enjoyable seeing two polar opposites in Spider-Man and Daredevil fighting each other and then eventually coming together to become a force for good. And I thought the way their chemistry was balanced out was very well done, because Spider-Man has, of course, his spider sense and spider strength and agility as well, but I would probably give the agility more of the nod to Daredevil. And of course, he's got his ultra radar sense, which allows him to listen to people's heartbeats, listen to their movements, and of course he's got super hearing. Not in the same way that Superman has super hearing. This, of course, as I mentioned, it's more like a radar solar sense, kind of like submarines have. So I thought having Daredevil in the animated series was a dream come true, because I've been reading Spider-Man and Daredevil crossover comics for so many years, and to have the two of them in a cartoon kicking ass was just mind-blowing for this hardcore geek, I think. Now, in regards to the iconic yellow and black suit, would I have liked to have seen it in the animated series? Probably not. Maybe for a quick flashback would have been nice, but I think going with the iconic dark red suit was a much better choice, because it fits in more in line with the tone and the mood of the storytelling, because I don't think the yellow suit would have looked right in the animated series. I mean, it would have looked okay. I don't mean like that, but I just don't think it would have worked with, the darkness of season 3. But a flashback, yeah, that would have been quite cool. But having the iconic dark red suit was far better, I think. Peter and Daredevil then head to the roof, where Daredevil stops Peter and tells him that there are 2 men on the other side of the roof, and that one of them is exhausted and breathing hard. Daredevil then runs to the guards and takes them both down, as Peter is impressed that Daredevil could know that the guards were behind a billboard and that one of them was breathing very hard. Peter even goes on to say that Daredevil could give his spider sense a run for his money. Daredevil then uses his billy club to swing to a nearby penthouse. Daredevil then tells Peter that Matt Murdock thinks he has been framed and that he will be safe here until he can prove his innocence. And Daredevil then leaps off the building, and Peter says, "Hey, wait a minute, what do I do? Where are you going?" And Daredevil turns around and says, "The night is young, and there's work to be done." And he quickly disappears. Peter then enters the apartment and sees Matt Murdock standing there and asks quietly, "So, what did you think of my friend Daredevil?" Peter sits down with a cup of tea and asks Matt, "Why are you helping me?" And Matt replies, "Because I know what it's like to have the deck stacked against you." Matt begins to explain his childhood to Peter, that when he was a child, his father, Jack Murdock, was a boxer, one of the best he had ever seen. But his boxing career was almost over. To support his son, Jack took a job collecting money for an up-and-coming young mobster called the Kingpin. One night, Matt witnessed his father robbing a store. Matt was so distraught and disgusted that his father had sold his soul for a life of crime. As he ran into the street, without noticing that there was a truck speeding towards him. The truck swerved and missed Matt. However, the back of the truck split open and canisters containing radioactive waste, which were in the back, hit Matt as the truck swerved. The radioactive waste hit Matt in the eyes and blinded him. Jack learned that his new boss, the Kingpin, was the one responsible for illegally transporting the radioactive waste through the city. Jack learned of this revelation and went to the police to turn the Kingpin over. However, Kingpin learned of this and had Jack captured and killed. Matt replied that my father was never seen or heard from again. Matt says that you should probably take some rest. I have a room just for you. Peter replies, "Thanks, Matt," and Peter leaves the room to find evidence to help clear his name. Now, this was basically the origin of Daredevil in this series, specifically for this chapter. And I thought this was very emotional and gripping stuff. And, this is also the first time ever that we have actually learned something about the Kingpin, because for 2.5 seasons, we've only seen the Kingpin as this crime boss who wants to control everything and basically getting all the villains to do his dirty work. So it's very interesting to learn that as a young mobster, Matt Murdock is connected to the Kingpin through his father, and of course, having his father murdered just gives that extra motivation for Daredevil to not only help Peter Parker clear his name, but come closer to taking down the Kingpin and his criminal empire once and for all. And, Peter Parker, of course, as we all know, he's going to learn the truth about the Kingpin and his identity. So the way they tied both heroes to the Kingpin was just fantastic. And for me, so far, this is one of the best chapters of the Sins of the Fathers story arc, in my opinion. Soon after Peter leaves, Matt puts on his Daredevil suit and says to himself about how he didn't tell Peter his entire story. Matt flashes back to after he was blinded and remembers that his other senses were now enhanced to superhuman levels, and proclaimed that he was able to see better than he had before. But Matt was still very confused about what was going on, and soon afterwards met a man named Stick, who was also blind. We then see Stick take Matt in and teach him various forms of martial arts and how to fight, while teaching a young Matt Murdock how to better understand and get to grips with his powers. Matt then took the name Daredevil after many years of being teased by younger kids. Matt, now in his Daredevil costume, remembers what happened to his father and how close he is to confronting his greatest enemy, the Kingpin. Again, brilliant stuff. Really leads me to believe that we could have possibly have got a Daredevil animated series because he was just an awesome character. Very disappointed we didn't get a Daredevil spin-off animated series. I think it would have been really good, in my opinion. Meanwhile, Mary Jane and Anna Watson go to May's home and make dinner for her. As May walks out of the room, Anna badmouths Peter and believes that he is guilty. Mary Jane defends Peter. Anna then goes on to check on May and sees that she is very ill. Anna then has Mary Jane call an ambulance and May is rushed to hospital. Soon after May is taken to hospital, we see Peter Parker emerge from the sewers and goes to his house undetected while the police are there, waiting for Peter Parker to arrive. Shortly after Peter Parker arrives in his bedroom, Peter retrieves his Spider-Man costume and suits up, determined to clear his name once and for all. Spider-Man then heads to Fisktronics, knowing that if there is any evidence that could help clear his name, it would be there. Spider-Man then finds a computer and begins to download information to a disk. However, Spider-Man is attacked by Daredevil, who believes that Spider-Man helped Richard Fisk frame Peter Parker. As they fight, Spider-Man pleads with Daredevil that I've been framed too, and Daredevil says, I'm not interested in what you have to say. I'm here to clear Peter Parker's name. We then see several guards rush in and begin to shoot them. Spider-Man and Daredevil stop fighting and take out several guards. However, two guards activate a bomb to destroy any evidence against the Kingpin. As Spider-Man and Daredevil run away, the bomb explodes and large falling debris falls on top of them. And that's how we end Chapter 6, Framed. Overall, an absolute fantastic chapter, and definitely a huge step up and improvement from Rocket Racer. I love the way this chapter addressed Matt Murdock's origin and how he became Daredevil and the way he was tied to the Kingpin. And I loved how there were so many people behind Peter Parker getting framed, from Wilson Fisk's son Richard to the Chameleon impersonating Spider-Man. So it looks like Spider-Man and Peter Parker are accomplices. They actually hinted at Peter Parker's parents. Everything about it, from Matt Murdock to being Peter Parker's defense lawyer. This chapter was just absolutely fantastic, and I loved every second of it. And seeing Spider-Man and Daredevil going at it was a real treat as a comic book geek. And I thought this was one of the best chapters of the Sins of the Fathers story arc, in my opinion. And the best part about it is, it's far from over. So now that Chapter 6, Framed, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 7 of the Sins of the Fathers story arc. And we're really picking momentum up in a big way, because the next one is called The Man Without Fear. So as we saw previously in Chapter 6, Framed, we see Peter Parker is accused of treason against the United States, and we see him in court with Matt Murdock acting as his defense lawyer in an attempt to prove his innocence and clear his name. However, we learn that Peter Parker is sentenced to prison without bail, and as he is handcuffed away, we see a helicopter attack the van, and we see someone impersonating Spider-Man knock Peter Parker out with knockout gas as he is kidnapped and taken away in a helicopter. In a series of flashbacks, we see Peter Parker take a job offer from Wilson Fisk to work at Fisktronics as a diagnostic analyst, where his job is to review computer disks and find possible errors in the Fisktronics computer system. However, as soon as Peter arrives home, he is arrested on suspicion of treason and is accused of betraying his own country. And we learn that a US federal agent named Susan Choi is after the computer disk that Peter got from Fisktronics. This leads to Peter Parker getting locked up in prison and introduced to Matt Murdock, who acts as Peter Parker's defense lawyer. Shortly after, Peter learns that Wilson Fisk's son, Richard, was the one who was selling classified information, and he reveals that he was the one that framed Peter for his crimes. And we also learn that the imposter Spider-Man is none other than the Chameleon, who also reveals to Richard the truth about Peter Parker's parents. We then see Richard and the Chameleon lock Peter in a cell with no air ventilation, and at that moment we see Daredevil arrive on the scene looking around for Peter. We then see Daredevil make quick work of Richard Fisk's men and rescues Peter from suffocation. Shortly after, Daredevil brings Peter back to Matt Murdock's apartment where Matt is waiting for him and reveals to him why he's helping Peter Parker. We're then treated to a series of flashbacks where we learn that Matt's father was a boxer and he was involved with a young and upcoming mobster named the Kingpin, and we see Matt Murdock's father start to work for him, but Matt learns the truth about his father selling his soul to crime, and this leads to Matt being blinded by radioactive waste that was illegally being brought into the city. And Matt's father learns the truth about his new boss, the Kingpin, but unfortunately, Matt's father was murdered by the Kingpin's henchmen after learning the truth about illegal toxic waste being brought into the city. We then see Spider-Man enter Fisktronics trying to find ways to clear his name, and this leads to a confrontation with Daredevil, who believes that Spider-Man is the one who had Peter Parker framed. This leads to the Kingpin's henchmen attempting to take out both Daredevil and Spider-Man and have all information on the Kingpin erased. As the bomb goes off in Fisktronics, we see Spider-Man and Daredevil attempt to escape as the entire building and debris collapses on them. So now that Chapter 6, Framed, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 7 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc. And for me, business is just about to pick up because the next one is called The Man Without Fear. So, Chapter 7 picks up where we left off from the end of Chapter 6, and inside the burning Fisktronics building, Daredevil is able to keep the debris from falling on him and Spider-Man by holding up the rubble with his trademark billy club. Daredevil and Spider-Man then crawl out from under the debris and go to get the data disk that could prove Peter Parker's innocence before it gets destroyed in the fire. As the two of them climb up a wall, more debris begins to fall and hits Daredevil. Spider-Man then gets Daredevil to safety and goes back for the data disk. As Spider-Man makes it to a computer, he finds the evidence to prove Peter Parker's innocence once and for all and downloads it onto a disk. However, two guards arrive and shoot at Spider-Man. Spider-Man is able to jump out of the way and stick to a wall. However, the fire causes the wall to collapse. Thinking that Spider-Man is dead, the guards leave. However, Daredevil quickly arrives and leads Spider-Man outside to safety. On the roof of the Fisktronics building, Spider-Man thanks Daredevil for saving his life. Daredevil says that actually he was saving Peter Parker's life, and Spider-Man freaks out for a moment, believing that Daredevil knows who he really is. But Daredevil reassures him that you've got the disc right to clear Peter's name, haven't you? And Spider-Man says, yes, of course, I've got it. And Daredevil tells Spider-Man that he will get the disc to Matt Murdock as soon as possible. Now that Daredevil trusts Spider-Man, he tells him that their real enemy is Wilson Fisk. Spider-Man, of course, says the billionaire philanthropist, and Daredevil explains to Spider-Man, no, that's just a facade. Wilson Fisk is really a criminal underworld mastermind known as the Kingpin. And Spider-Man realizes that that is the reason why the Hobgoblin was after him in the first place back in Season 1. At that moment, Spider-Man's spider sense goes off and they are soon surrounded by Susan Choi and other armed federal agents. Daredevil says that it would be better if we both split up. They can't catch two of us if we're going in separate ways. Spider-Man and Daredevil are able to jump off the roof and swing to safety. Now, this was a very important moment because for almost 2.5 seasons, Spider-Man has never known of the Kingpin's existence. He knows who Wilson Fisk is, but he's never known his true identity. Wilson Fisk, of course, aka the Kingpin, has known about Spider Man's existence for a very long time and has always recruited other villains to do his dirty work from him. From the Shocker to the Rhino to even forming the Insidious Six, Alistair Smythe. All these different guys have all done the Kingpin's bidding, and Spider Man has never been quite able to figure out who this mystery villain really is, who's been behind all of these things that's been going on. So now he finally knows who the real enemy is, and it's Wilson Fisk, aka the Kingpin. Fantastic payoff. We're off to a fantastic start already, and the best part about it is we're just getting warmed up. Moments later, Terry Lee and the fire department arrive at Fisktronics. Terry Lee approaches Agent Susan Choi and tells her that Peter Parker is not a traitor and could not be responsible for the fire at Fisktronics. Terry asks who the man in the red suit is and how the Fisks are involved and accuses Agent Choi of rushing to judgment before fully investigating. However, Choi tells Terry that as far as she is concerned, the investigation is over and she is out of her jurisdiction. Now, Susan Choi obviously works for the Fisks, specifically Richard Fisk, so she's obviously involved in Peter Parker getting framed. And for me, whether it's Richard or Wilson, it's all one and the same, really, from like the Kingpin to essentially Kingpin Jr., depending on how you look at it, really. But she's definitely working with the Fisks 100%. Sometime later at Crime Central, Alistair Smythe tells the Kingpin that all traces of their secret data is burned and destroyed, and his plan to frame Peter Parker is succeeding. However, Richard Fisk walks in and tells Alistair that he is wrong because Peter Parker was able to escape. Richard then reveals that Spider Man was able to obtain the information that could clear Peter Parker and incriminate his father, the Kingpin, in the process. Kingpin blames Smythe for this failure and told him it was his bad idea to frame Peter Parker in the first place. However, Smythe explains that since the feds were already investigating them, framing Peter Parker was the best way to keep them off their trail. Kingpin fears that the information could send him to prison. However, Richard sees on the news that Peter's Aunt May has been taken to hospital. Kingpin then plans to have a spy at the hospital to capture Peter Parker in the event that he goes to visit his sick aunt. So you can clearly see, you know, just like I said earlier, Spider Man finally learned about the Kingpin's existence after 2.5 seasons. Now we're starting to see the relationship between Alistair Smythe and the Kingpin begin to crumble. So lots of interesting payoffs are coming to fruition in this chapter in particular. Moments later, Peter Parker arrives at Matt Murdock's apartment. As Peter turns on the TV, he sees on the news that Aunt May has been rushed to hospital after collapsing. As Peter rushes towards the elevator, Matt Murdock arrives and tells him that Daredevil has given him the evidence needed to clear his name. Peter explains that his aunt is in the hospital and he needs to see her straight away. Matt advises as his attorney against going to the hospital since he is still an escaped felon, but as his friend, he completely understands and respects his decision, but he warns Peter to be careful. As Peter leaves for the hospital, Matt tells him that he will go to the feds and give them the evidence needed to clear his name. I like how Matt Murdock is still operating as Peter Parker's defense lawyer, but at the same time, he's also become kind of his close friend. And especially, with the whole situation of Peter Parker being framed, you need a close friend, and there's no better person to have as a close friend than Matt Murdock. So I like the dynamic between Matt Murdock and Peter Parker. And I think in some way, Matt Murdock already knows that Peter Parker is Spider Man, but of course, he's choosing to keep that information quiet out of respect to Parker. So I like that. I think that's really interesting, in my opinion. A short while later, Spider Man arrives at the hospital and peeks through the window into Aunt May's room. Spider Man sees that Mary Jane Watson, her Aunt Anna, and Harry Osborn are in the room with her. Anna blames Peter for May's condition and says that May would be better off if Peter was put in prison. Mary Jane is frustrated what her aunt is saying and she storms out of the room. Anna wonders why she is very upset. Harry replies that Mary Jane doesn't like people saying bad things about Peter. At that moment, Matt Murdock is at Susan Choi's office and gives her the disc to clear Peter's name, unaware that she is really working for the Kingpin. As Matt leaves the office, Agent Choi calls Richard Fisk and tells him that she has the disc. As Agent Choi leaves the building, Detective Terry Lee secretly follows her. Getting good so far, getting good. Back at the hospital, as Mary Jane walks down the hall, she is pulled into a broom closet. Mary Jane sees that it's Peter who is the one that pulled her in and hugs him. Peter tells Mary Jane that he needs her help and asks if she has given up on him. Mary Jane answers that she would never give up on him and then kisses him. However, Mary Jane quickly pulls away and says that she didn't mean to kiss him because she's dating Harry. Peter then tells Mary Jane that he must get into May's room to see her. Mary Jane is able to find some scrubs and surgical masks and disguises Peter as a doctor and sneaks him into May's room. When Peter sees May, he tells her that Matt Murdock has evidence that can prove he is innocent. Aunt May is very happy to hear this good news. At that moment, Peter's spider sense goes off and Anna Watson walks into the room. Peter is shocked that Anna set off his spider sense and believes that she must be extremely angry with him. Anna then helps Peter get past security. However, as they get outside, Anna Watson is revealed to be none other than the Chameleon. There you go. Chameleon then knocks Peter and Mary Jane out with knockout gas and pushes them into a van, and the van drives away. Now, anybody who knows the Chameleon or has seen the Chameleon appear in the show before, he has a knack of setting off Spider Man's spider sense. So Peter must have known that something wasn't right with Anna Watson setting off his spider sense. And also, the image inducing belt is such a dead giveaway. But still a great scene nonetheless. I really enjoyed it. Later that night, Richard Fisk picks up Susan Choi in his limo. Choi then hands Richard the data disk that Matt Murdock gave to her earlier. As the limo drives off, Terry Lee follows it in her patrol car and gets a good look at the license plate number. Terry Lee pulls over and types the number into her laptop and learns that the limo belongs to Richard Fisk. Terry then calls Matt Murdock and informs him that Agent Choi has given the disc to clear Peter Parker's name to Richard Fisk. Peter and Mary Jane, still unconscious from the knockout gas from earlier, are taken to Kingpin's mansion. Richard then contacts his father and tells him that he has Peter Parker and the data disk. As Kingpin ends his son's video message, he tells Alistair Smythe that Richard has had to clean up his mess, and he is very happy that his relationship with his son is nothing like the relationship he had with his father. Smythe is very curious about Kingpin's past and asks him that I know very little about your background. What was your father like? Kingpin tells Smythe that when he was a child, his father was a small-time criminal but had dreams of being in the mafia. Kingpin also reveals that when he was a child, he was overweight and lonely. As a young adult named Wilson Fisk, going by his real name, Wilson Moriarty, joined his father in his criminal activity in hopes of winning his approval. However, one night on a job, because of his weight, Wilson was unable to escape the police. His father left him to be arrested and taken to prison. His last words were, "Sacrifices have to be made, Willie. You know how it is. It's just the way it is." Wilson was then sentenced to prison for several years, where he studied and gained knowledge of the criminal underworld. Once Wilson had acquired enough knowledge, He was released from prison and began to build his own criminal empire and was able to hack into the computer files and erase everything about his old life. Wilson Moriarty ceased to exist. Wilson then took on the name Fisk. However, the papers quickly started calling him the Kingpin of Crime. Kingpin realized that there was only one person left linked to his past, and that was his father, as his son brings him to Crime Central, and Wilson Fisk's father realizes the Kingpin is really his son. Kingpin then yells at him and says that, as far as he's concerned, your son Willie ceased to exist the moment he was locked up in prison, and then he has him killed, as the final link to his past is dead and buried. When Kingpin is finished telling his story, Alistair tells him that, I always knew you was ruthless, but this is different. And Kingpin, just as the same words that he uttered to him, sacrifices must be made. Now, this was another great treat. We also got the backstory of the Kingpin. Now, Kingpin's origin has always been shrouded in mystery. It's never really been addressed that much. I'm not even entirely sure if it's been addressed in the comic books. Might have made a little mention here and there, but Kingpin's origin story has never really been explored that much as far as animation is concerned. Although they did a fantastic take on the Netflix show of Daredevil many years later, but I thought the way they told Kingpin's origin story in this chapter was very well done. And also, it's a real nice treat because in the previous chapter, Daredevil's origin story was addressed and the connection to the Kingpin was revealed. And now in this chapter, we're getting the origin of Wilson Fisk and how he became the Kingpin. So it's kind of amazing that we're getting these two origin stories being told in a span of 2 episodes. I think that's really, really amazing, in my opinion. A short while later, at Kingpin's mansion, Peter Parker and Mary Jane are placed into a deep compression chamber. With the Chameleon and Susan Choi watching, Richard Fisk turns on the chamber and the air pressure begins to lower. However, Terry Lee and the NYPD arrive and get into a firefight with Richard, Choi, Chameleon, and some guards. At that moment, Daredevil bursts through the window and takes out a few guards and the Chameleon. Terry makes her way to the chamber and is about to release Peter and Mary Jane when she is attacked by Choi. However, Terry is able to defeat Choi and release Peter and Mary Jane before they suffocate. Peter is then able to sneak away and change into his Spider-Man costume and save Terry Lee from two of Fisk's guards. Daredevil then fights Chameleon. However, in a blink of an eye, Chameleon uses his image inducer to take on the appearance of Daredevil. As the two Daredevils begin to fight, Spider-Man wants to help Daredevil but is unable to figure out who is the real one. However, Daredevil is able to use the rope in his billy club to capture the Chameleon. Spider-Man then cheerfully says, There's only one man I know who uses that billy club as well as anyone, and that's you. Spider-Man then checks on Mary Jane. Mary Jane is attacked by a guard, however, she is able to take them both down. Spider-Man is very impressed, and Mary Jane says, A gal can take care of herself, you know. Richard Fisk attempts to get away but is stopped by Spider-Man and Daredevil. However, Fisk is able to throw the data disk to the Chameleon and Chameleon quickly escapes in a helicopter. While Spider-Man and Daredevil chase after the helicopter, Richard Fisk is arrested by Terry Lee. Spider-Man and Daredevil follow the helicopter to Crime Central where Spider-Man remembers the Hobgoblin taking over. They get inside and Spider-Man keeps the guards busy while Daredevil goes after the Kingpin and declares that he has an old score to settle. A short while later, Daredevil makes it to Kingpin's office. Kingpin screams at Smythe and says, Where is the other one? And Daredevil says, Right here. And the name's Daredevil. Kingpin gets up and defiantly says to Daredevil, You have to be a Daredevil to dare challenge the Kingpin. The two men fight for a few moments. However, Kingpin is able to electrocute Daredevil with his taser on the tip of his cane. As the two men go back and forth, we see a number of flashbacks play from both of their points of views when they were young boys. As Kingpin is about to kill Daredevil, Spider-Man arrives and holds Kingpin back with a web line. However, Kingpin breaks the web line and uses his strength to pull Spider-Man off and hits him. Kingpin then runs away and is able to make it to the helicopter. As Kingpin flies off, Spider-Man shoots a web line at the helicopter as he and Daredevil climb up on top of it. Spider-Man crawls to the front of the helicopter and covers the windshield with webbing. This forces the Kingpin to crash onto the street. As Kingpin gets out of the helicopter, Daredevil captures him with a rope from his billy club, and Spider-Man says, "At last," captured like a beached whale, and Daredevil declares that, I'm afraid Kingpin's got the last laugh again, I'm afraid, and touches a button on the Kingpin's belt and reveals the form of the chameleon. Spider-Man is shocked. "How did you know that was the chameleon?" Daredevil says, "Kingpin must have made the switch before getting out of Crime Central. Besides, I'm able to see through disguises." Spider-Man says, "Are you able to see through mine?" Daredevil says, "No. I respected your right to privacy, and I'm a big believer in the Constitution and the law." A few days later, Richard Fisk and Susan Choi stand trial for treason and are both found guilty. The judge says that the court is willing to show leniency if you name any accomplices. Wilson Fisk leans over to Richard and whispers to him that sacrifices must be made. Richard decides to keep his mouth shut and take the blame for his father. After the trial, Wilson Fisk approaches Peter Parker outside the courthouse and acts like he is sorry for everything that his son put him through. Peter decides to go along with this because he knows that if he lets on that he knows that Fisk is the Kingpin, then he could risk exposing himself as Spider-Man. Peter Parker says, "Apology accepted, Mr. Fisk," and the two shake hands, and Peter thinks to himself that you need to be more careful now, because now I know who you really are. Later that night at Crime Central, Kingpin tells Alistair Smythe that his days of working with him are over. Because of his failure, my son is now in jail. Leave me. As Alistair leaves, Kingpin wonders how long he's going to have to wait for his son to exact his revenge. The next day, Matt Murdock arrives at the Daily Bugle and meets with J. Jonah Jameson, who is revealed to be the one who paid for Matt Murdock to be Peter Parker's defense lawyer. Murdock questions Jameson, "Why won't you let me tell Peter that he was the one that paid for the money?" Jameson answers that it would spoil his image. "And anyway, I don't want to give the impression that I actually like him." And Jameson also yells at, "Who was it that decided to give Parker his old job back?" Robbie Robertson reveals that it was him who was the one who gave Peter his old job back. Later that night, on top of the Woolworth building, Spider-Man meets up with Daredevil. Daredevil tells Spider-Man that Matt Murdock has been called away to Washington, D.C. for a special assignment for the Justice Department. Daredevil also tells Spider-Man that since he won't be around, it will be up to him to hold the Kingpin at bay until Murdock and him gather enough legal evidence to put Kingpin behind bars forever. Spider-Man then realizes that he doesn't know much about Daredevil and asks how he and Murdock met each other. How did they join forces? Daredevil replies that he regrets that he and so many other masked men have to keep secrets, but assures Spider-Man that behind this mask is a face of a friend and a lifelong ally in his war against the Kingpin. The two shake hands, and Daredevil then uses the grapple in his billy club to swing away. And Spider-Man says goodbye to Daredevil and promises that he will continue to fight the Kingpin until the very end and swings away. And that's how we end Chapter 7, The Man Without Fear. Overall, a fantastic chapter and a great follow up to Chapter 6, Framed. I love the way that the Kingpin's origin was addressed. I love the way that Kingpin and Daredevil went at it as we saw different events from their point of views as young boys. I love the way that Kingpin made the switch with Chameleon at Crime Central, and overall, I just thought this was unbelievable. And, both chapter 6 and 7 were just fantastic. And for me, this was one of the best crossovers in the Spider Man animated series, and it's my all time favorite. Don't get me wrong, I loved the X-Men very much indeed. I even loved the crossover with Doctor Strange, but for me, the Spider-Man and Daredevil crossover event was just amazing, and Spider-Man finally learning the truth about Wilson Fisk's true identity as the Kingpin was just a great payoff after 2.5 seasons of storytelling. So now that Spider-Man knows the truth, he's made it his personal mission to take down the Kingpin once and for all. So now that Chapter 7, The Man Without Fear, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 8 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc, and this one is called The Ultimate Slayer. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 7, The Man Without Fear, we saw Spider Man and Daredevil survive being buried in tons of debris in Fisktronics, thanks to the help of Daredevil's trusty Billy Club. And with Daredevil's help, Spider Man was able to retrieve the disc that would clear Peter Parker's name and prove his innocence. And also, Spider Man learned from Daredevil that the man behind all of this is Wilson Fisk, who Spider Man learns is really the Kingpin. And also in Chapter 7, in a very rare moment, we saw the Kingpin open up to Alistair Smythe about his father, and we got treated to a mini flashback where we saw Wilson Fisk growing up and working his way up in the mob and working alongside his father. We also see in the flashback Wilson Fisk took the fall for his father and was sentenced to several years behind bars. And we also learned that Wilson Fisk took up the name the Kingpin and got rid of his father as his way of removing the last part of his past, while uttering the words, "Sacrifices must be made." We then see Kingpin and Daredevil go at it in Crime Central, and we also see Spider Man and Kingpin finally go at it. And just when it looked like they had finally caught Fisk, we learn that the Kingpin swapped places with the Chameleon, who disguised himself as the Kingpin as a way of taking the fall for him. And we also see the Kingpin's son, Richard Fisk, take the fall for his father's crimes. And in a cruel twist of irony, the Kingpin whispers to his son, "Sacrifices must be made." And we see Peter Parker is finally cleared of all charges and is free to go. And we see the Kingpin apologize to Peter Parker for his son framing him for all of those crimes. Peter says to himself that now he knows the truth about Wilson Fisk is really the Kingpin. He is going to be keeping a very close eye on him and all of his criminal activities. And we also see the Kingpin concerned about what could possibly happen on the day that his son is looking for revenge. And we also learn that J. Jonah Jameson was the one responsible for paying Matt Murdock to be Peter Parker's defense lawyer. And we also see Daredevil leave New York City to gather up enough evidence to finally put away the Kingpin once and for all, as the two heroes agree to work on both sides to try and bring down the Kingpin. We see Spider Man and Daredevil saying their goodbyes to one another as Spider Man vows to take down the Kingpin once and for all. A fantastic two-part crossover, and for me, my all-time favourite from the entire show. So now that Chapter 7 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 8, and this one is called The Ultimate Slayer. So, chapter 8 picks up where we left off from the end of chapter 7, where we see Peter Parker arrives at the Daily Bugle and is shocked to see a newspaper article saying that Harry Osborn and Mary Jane Watson are engaged to be married. At that moment, a woman tells Peter that he has a phone call and it's an emergency. Peter takes the call, believing that something is wrong with Aunt May. However, Peter hears a man's voice over the phone telling him that his life is in danger and that he must contact Spider Man immediately. The man explains to Peter that he is in danger from his employer, the Kingpin, and that his name is Alistair Smythe. Peter then realizes why he recognized the man's voice and asks him why he wants to betray his boss. Smythe answers that he believes the Kingpin is about to betray him. Smythe then tells Peter to have Spider-Man meet him on the top of the Brandon building and hangs up the phone. However, little does Peter realize that as soon as Smythe hangs up the phone, the Kingpin catches him and hears of his deception. So this was quite a very interesting way to kick off Chapter 8 because Alistair Smythe has been working for the Kingpin since season 1 now, after the supposed death of his father, Spencer Smythe, who apparently died in an explosion in Oscorp. And of course, Alistair Smythe, fueled with desire for revenge to avenge his supposed father's death, goes to work for the Kingpin and created an army of spider slayers to take out Spider Man and anybody else who was connected in the apparent death of his father. And as we saw in chapter 7, we kind of saw the relationship between the Kingpin and Alistair Smythe collapse after Richard Fisk was locked up in prison for framing Peter Parker. And the very last scene we saw with those two was Kingpin ordering Alistair Smythe to leave. So this chapter more or less brings everything that's happened to Alistair Smythe to a very nice payoff. And as we go through this chapter, we see Alistair Smythe finally take his revenge on Spider Man in a very shocking and big way. A short while later, Peter, in his Spider Man costume, web swings to the Brandon building to meet Alistair Smythe. As Spider Man lands on the roof, he sees Smythe's hover chair, but it's completely empty. We then see Alistair Smythe in a mutated form attack him from behind and is now able to walk. Smythe is able to grab Spider Man, however, Spider Man shoots webbing in Smythe's eyes and lets him go. As Spider Man runs off, Smythe shoots lasers from two organic pistols sticking out from his back and shoulders. While trying to shoot Spider Man, Smythe accidentally shoots an air conditioning system and it falls through the building to the bottom floor. Spider Man also falls through the hole to the bottom floor and Smythe follows after him. We then see Smythe is about to kill Spider Man when, at the last minute, Spider Man is teleported to Madam Web. At Crime Central, Herbert Landon regains a visual on his computer through cameras built into Smythe's eyes. Kingpin and Landon then notice that Spider Man was able to escape. Landon tells Kingpin that Smythe needs more treatment so his cybernetics can work properly. Kingpin then threatens Landon that for his sake, Smythe better be fully functional. Now, when I hear the name Smythe, the first image that comes to mind is that mutated form where you see bones sticking out and he's got these pistols on his shoulders and back, and he has these long dark green mutated legs. And that's the one thing I always remember the most about Smythe when I hear that name. And I remember seeing a figure of Smythe in that form, and I always wondered whether or not we were actually going to see that form in the cartoon. I remember a couple of pictures in the comic books, but never really saw it in the cartoon until this chapter. So I thought the way they finally introduced Alistair Smythe in his mutated form was very well done. And even though he was a mutant in that sense, he was more like a machine. So you could tell by the way he was acting and the way he was talking and moving, even though he was kind of like a mutant, he was more machine than man. So I thought they did a very good job. with the way they transformed Alistair Smythe, because it always bugged me about how exactly is Alistair Smythe able to walk, because if you remember going all the way back to season 1, Spencer Smythe was working on a way to help his son walk again, and unfortunately those plans never became a reality, and we've always seen Alistair Smythe moving around in that hover chair, which of course was created by the Kingpin. So I thought the way they was able to make Alistair Smythe walk was quite extreme, but at the same time very well done. We then see Spider-Man asks Madam Web how to defeat Smythe because now he has become far too strong. Madam Web then tells Spider-Man the question he should be asking is not how, but why. Questions such as why do they want to kill him? As Spider-Man leaves the parlour, Madam Web gives him yet another cryptic message. It's not for how you must master, it's for why. You clearly have become very distracted. Spider-Man realizes that Madam Web is right. He has become very distracted and decides to talk to Mary Jane face to face. We then see Smythe returns to Crime Central and Herbert Landon tells Smythe to step into the chamber to start another treatment. Smythe turns around and says very coldly, "No more treatments." Kingpin orders Smythe to enter the chamber or else. Smythe becomes very angry and grabs the Kingpin. However, Smythe is unable to harm him. Herbert Landon reveals that the cybernetic program that he installed in Smythe will stop him from harming him or the Kingpin. Smythe then gets into the chamber and remembers when the Kingpin berated him for failing to destroy Spider-Man with his Spider Slayers, and then we're treated to a series of flashbacks where Kingpin blames Smythe for his son going to prison because of his silly idea to frame Peter Parker. Smythe then remembers how he was turned into a Spider Slayer. We then see Smythe strapped to a metal platform hanging above a vat of Landon's mutant chemicals. As Smythe was lowered into the chemicals, we see he is mutated into a human Spider Slayer and later enhanced with cybernetic parts. As Smythe's treatments are finished, Kingpin asks if Smythe has any humanity left in him. Herbert Landon answers that he does not, and the Smythe we now have is the human equivalent of a robot. However, unknown to Landon, Smythe still has very much of his humanity intact and remembers his father, Spencer Smythe, and how he vanished in an explosion at Oscorp. Angered by this, Smythe breaks free from the chamber and is able to escape Crime Central in his hover chair. So what we're pretty much seeing is that Alistair Smythe failed to destroy Spider-Man, so as a punishment, Kingpin has Smythe forced into a vat of chemicals and mutated into this machine, so to speak. So in a way, he's become the very thing that he originally created, and that was a Spider Slayer. So you can kind of look at Smythe as, just like the name of the chapter, the ultimate Slayer. So he's basically become the ultimate Spider Slayer and working as a machine under the orders of the Kingpin and Herbert Landon. And actually seeing Smythe getting dunked into a vat of chemicals was quite horrific for a cartoon, but at the same time, I thought this told a great story, and seeing all of the pain that Alistair Smythe had gone through after losing his father and the way he was treated by the Kingpin. So this was excellent stuff, in my opinion. Meanwhile, at the Parker house, May Parker is talking to Anna Watson and says that she must be so happy for Mary Jane. Anna replies that she is proud of her and says that Harry is a nice and responsible boy. However, May mentions that she is very sad because she had always hoped that Mary Jane would settle with Peter. Anna then says that Peter was never actually there for her. At that moment, Peter walks in and mentions that he has to get ready for a press conference at Oscorp Towers. Anna then says that Mary Jane is going to be there with Harry as her way of rubbing it in Peter's face that they are actually getting married. Well, this is the price you pay for being a crime fighter, I'm afraid. As Smythe flies off, Herbert Landon checks out the computers and learns that Smythe has reprogrammed himself to kill Norman Osborn. Landon tells Kingpin that Smythe is accessing his memories of Norman's role in his father's death, and he is reprogramming himself. Kingpin tells Landon that he and Norman were able to resolve their problems and that his resources are important to him. Kingpin then orders Landon to reprogram Smythe. However, Landon reveals that he was able to shut him out of his computer system. Oh boy. The machine rebelling against his master never gets old. A short while later at Oscorp Towers, Norman Osborn talks to J. Jonah Jameson about his new defense contracts. At that moment, Peter walks by and Jameson gets him to take a picture of him and Norman. At that moment, Mary Jane approaches Peter and asks if he has heard about her engagement to Harry. Peter pretends to be happy for her but can't keep up the charade and asks her why she chose Harry over him. Mary Jane explains that all her life men have constantly let her down, but Harry makes her feel special. Peter then gets close and asks the all-important question, do you love him? Mary Jane then makes excuses and frantically hurries away. Peter then thinks to himself, no, I didn't think so. Norman Osborn then gets on stage and congratulates Harry and Mary Jane. At that moment, Peter's spider sense goes off and he runs out of the room to change into his Spider-Man costume. As Peter exits the room, we see Smythe burst through the wall and goes after Norman Osborn. As Smythe starts to carry Norman away, Spider-Man arrives and lunges at Smythe. However, Smythe is able to hit Spider-Man into a wall. However, Herbert Landon sends a squad of men to capture Smythe. However, Harry and Mary Jane are accidentally taken as well. Kingpin sees that Mary Jane and Harry are on the ship through a security monitor and has his men knock them out with gas so they don't see where they are going. As the ship flies off, Spider-Man shoots a web line at it and crawls onto the side of the ship. As the ship arrives at Crime Central, Herbert Landon has the guards take Smythe to the laboratory and has Harry and Mary Jane locked in a room. Landon then uses a smelling salt to wake Norman up. Kingpin then apologizes to Norman, saying that he didn't know Smythe blamed him for his father's disappearance. However, Norman gets furious and tells Kingpin that Smythe should be going after him, because it was Kingpin's men that caused the explosion at Oscorp, which killed Spencer Smythe. Kingpin reveals that Spencer Smythe actually survived the explosion at Oscorp and that he found him among the wreckage. Kingpin also reveals that he knew Spencer would be unwilling to work for him, but placed him in cryogenic suspension in Crime Central because genius is such a terrible thing to waste. Kingpin continues to say that he lied to Alistair about what happened to his father, and because of this, Alistair was willing to work for him for nothing more than the promise of revenge against Spider-Man. Smooth, Kingpin, smooth. Kingpin then tells Norman that Spencer Smythe is being currently held in a cryogenic unit 5 floors below them. As Kingpin talks to Norman, a guard notices that Spider-Man is on the ceiling and shoots at him. However, Spider-Man is able to jump out of the way. Herbert Landon is reprogrammed Alistair Smythe and Kingpin calls and tells him to reactivate Smythe and to give him the new hover chair he created for him. Smythe then gets into the hover chair and goes after Spider-Man. As Smythe follows Spider-Man, he shoots a missile from the chair at him. Smythe then gets out of his chair and tackles Spider-Man. Spider-Man realizes that Smythe is even more agile than the last time he faced him and is unsure how he can defeat him. At that moment, Spider-Man remembers what Madam Web told him. It's not the how you must master, it's the why. Smythe is able to grab Spider-Man, however, Spider-Man says to Alistair that he can help him find his father. Spider-Man then breaks free from Smythe's grip and activates a monitor showing Spencer Smythe in cryogenic suspension. Smythe then throws Landon across the room and punches Kingpin in the stomach. Spider-Man then rescues Norman Osborn. Meanwhile, in a cell in Crime Central, Mary Jane searches for a way to escape. However, Harry is too afraid to do anything because of the guards. Mary Jane gets furious at Harry and tells him that they are in the real world, not a game where Norman makes all the rules. Two guards then come in and order Harry and Mary Jane to go with them. Harry willingly agrees, however, Mary Jane tackles the guards. The guards manage to grab her. However, Spider-Man arrives and webs them up and applauds Mary Jane for tackling the guards. As Spider-Man and the others make it to the laboratory, Mary Jane sees Alistair Smythe and grabs a metal bar and tries to hit him with it. However, Spider-Man stops Mary Jane and tells her that within the last few minutes, things have changed. Spider-Man then reminds Alistair to take the elevator 5 floors down to find his father. Spider-Man then gets Mary Jane, Harry and Norman to safety. Kingpin and Herbert Landon also manage to make it out alive. Smythe then takes the elevator 5 floors down and finds his father. Norman hails a cab for him and Harry to take home. As Harry gets in the cab, Mary Jane walks up and gives him back the engagement ring and says she needs to clear her head. Mary Jane then asks Spider-Man to take her home. As they swing through the city, Spider-Man lands on a building. Mary Jane then reveals to Spider-Man that back at Crime Central, she was worried about Harry but felt more like she was worrying for a little brother. Mary Jane then goes on to say that there is someone else that she is really in love with. Spider-Man asks who it is, secretly hoping it's him. However, Mary Jane tells Spider-Man to put on the sidewalk so she can get a cab home. As Mary Jane gets into the cab, Spider-Man hopes that Peter Parker is the lucky guy Mary Jane is in love with. Sometime later, Alistair Smythe is able to move his father's cryogenic unit into the sewer. Alistair swears that when his father awakes, the two of them together will wreak a terrible revenge against all of those that have wronged them. And that's how we end Chapter 8, The Ultimate Slayer. Overall, a pretty good, solid chapter, very enjoyable. I love the way they paid off Alistair Smythe's story arc and showing you the collapse of his relationship with the Kingpin and seeing how he was transformed into the Ultimate Slayer and showing you a series of flashbacks of what's really happened to Spencer Smythe. I thought that was very well done. And actually seeing Alistair Smythe take on the Kingpin one-on-one in a physical fight was probably the highlight of this chapter. And Mary Jane having second thoughts about marrying Harry Osborn, very well done. Great stuff here, and as I said, this was a pretty good, solid chapter in my opinion. And I thought the way they tied everything together from the Spider Slayer's story arc to Peter Parker getting framed, which was all involving Alistair Smythe and the Kingpin, I thought they did a tremendous job bringing it all together and wrapping everything up very nicely. So now that Chapter 8, The Ultimate Slayer, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 9 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc, and this one is called Tombstone. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 8, The Ultimate Slayer, Peter Parker learned that Harry Osborn and Mary Jane Watson were engaged to be married. And at that moment, Peter receives a mysterious phone call from Alistair Smythe, who is planning to betray his boss, the Kingpin. The Kingpin soon learns of Alistair Smythe's deception, and as a punishment, has Alistair transformed into the Ultimate Slayer, who is a half man, half machine weapon, and is then unleashed to destroy Spider Man once and for all. We then learn in a flashback Alistair Smythe was mutated into the Ultimate Slayer after being dunked into a vat of chemicals. We then see Alistair Smythe reprogram himself and start targeting all of the people, including Norman Osborn, who was connected to the supposed death of Alistair's father, Spencer Smythe. We also saw Madam Web make her presence felt once again and leaves Spider-Man another cryptic message. It's not the how you must master, it's the why, and also points out that Spider-Man is very distracted. We also see Peter ask Mary Jane about her engagement to Harry Osborn and questions whether she really loves him or not. Mary Jane, of course, doesn't answer the question and makes excuses. We then see Smythe interrupt Harry and Mary Jane's engagement party by going after Norman Osborn. We then see Smythe attempt to take Norman Osborn away, who he believes is the one responsible for the death of Spencer Smythe. Under the orders from the Kingpin, Herbert Langdon has Smythe kidnapped, as well as Norman Osborn, Mary Jane, and Harry Osborn as well. Kingpin reveals that Spencer Smythe is alive and survived the explosion in Oscorp and had him frozen in cryogenic suspension. And Spider-Man reveals the truth to Alistair Smythe, much to Smythe's anger. We then see Smythe and the Kingpin go at it. Smythe learns that Spencer is kept 5 floors down, and we see Spider-Man, with Mary Jane's help, take out the Kingpin's guards and has Norman and Harry Osborn rescued. And this leads to Mary Jane calling off her engagement with Harry Osborn as she swings off with Spider-Man to have her head cleared. And she reveals to Spider-Man that she is in love with someone else, and Spider-Man asks her, "Who is the lucky guy?" And Mary Jane doesn't answer the question, and Spider-Man hopes that Peter Parker is the lucky guy. We also see at the end, Alistair Smythe is able to rescue his father and declares that he and his father, when he wakes up, will wreak a terrible revenge against all of those who have wronged them. So now that Chapter 8 of The Sins of the Father story arc has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 9, and this one is called Tombstone. So Chapter 9 picks up where we left off from the end of Chapter 8, where we see Tombstone receives a down payment for a job, as Tombstone asks when will he get the rest of his money. His employer is Elisa Silvermane, who tells Tombstone that he will get the rest of the money after he kills the expose the Daily Bugle is planning on her and her organization. As Tombstone starts to leave the office, Elisa reminds him to also destroy any incriminating photos they have of her. Tombstone replies that he plans to get a favor from an old friend that works at the Daily Bugle. Meanwhile, at the Daily Bugle, Robbie Robinson talks to Peter Parker about the story they are going to run exposing Elisa Silvermane as New York City's newest crime lord. Peter then says he can't believe he once wanted to date her. Robbie says that even if Elisa Silvermane gets convicted, they still have a new gang in town called the Bandana Gang to worry about. Robbie reveals that he thinks New York City is no place to raise a son, but is glad that someone like Spider-Man is making the city safer. Now, this chapter is a very interesting one, mainly because we get a bit more of a backstory on Robbie Robinson because, we don't really know much about him. All we know is he works at the Daily Bugle and he's always had Spider Man's back, in spite of Jameson's comments that Spider Man is a menace. So in Chapter 9, Tombstone, we finally get a bit more of a backstory about Robbie when he was younger, why he feels New York City is not safe for his son and his family, and more importantly, we learn his connection to Tombstone. A short while later, we see the Bandana Gang breaking into a car dealership and they threaten the security guard. However, Spider Man arrives on the scene and is able to save him. As the Bandana Gang flees, Spider Man is able to capture one of them, and much to Spider-Man's shock, he discovers that the thug he captures is really Randy Robinson, Robbie Robinson's son. Spider-Man is so shocked by this that he accidentally lets Randy escape. A short while later, we see Tombstone goes to the Parker house to search for the incriminating photos of Elisa Silvermane. Tombstone bursts through the front door, which frightens May Parker. Tombstone then demands to know where Peter Parker is. Tombstone begins to tear up the house, looking for the incriminating pictures of Elisa Silvermane. May attempts to call the police, but Tombstone rips the phone out of the wall. Tombstone tears apart Peter's bedroom, looking for the pictures. Tombstone finally finds them in Peter's dark room. Little does he know that in the other part of the room is Peter's spare Spider-Man costume hanging on a pole. However, thankfully, Tombstone doesn't see it. May is then able to call the police, and Tombstone grabs the phone from May and yells that she has made him very mad. Tombstone is about to harm May until he finds the photos of Elisa under Peter's mattress. As Spider-Man arrives, he sees Tombstone running out the front door. Worried for his Aunt May, Spider-Man goes inside and checks on her and sees that Tombstone did not harm her. Spider-Man, enraged, then goes after Tombstone. Wow. Hardcore stuff here, I must say. Spider-Man follows Tombstone to the Greensboro Bridge and lands on top of the car as Tombstone is driving. Spider-Man forces Tombstone to stop, and Tombstone is thrown from his car. Spider-Man places Tombstone in a chokehold. However, Tombstone is able to pick up Spider-Man and slam him into a car door. As Tombstone runs away, Spider-Man captures him in his webbing. However, Tombstone is able to break free from the webbing and grab Spider-Man. Tombstone then throws Spider-Man off the bridge and he is able to get away. Back at their hideout, Randy brags to the Bandana Gang about how he was able to escape Spider-Man. One of the gang members tells Randy that for the next part of his initiation, he will need a gun. Randy gets really nervous about using a gun, and he tells the gang that he has a gun at his house and he will get it. Whoa, boy. Getting real deep now. Meanwhile, back at the Parker house, Peter cleans up the mess that Tombstone made. May frantically tells Peter what Tombstone did. However, Peter tells her that the important thing is that she is okay. As May leaves the room, she tells Peter that he should find another job that isn't so dangerous. After searching his room, Peter realizes that the only thing missing are the incriminating photos of Lisa Silvermane. Peter also realizes that Robbie is in danger because he has the only other copies of the photos. Peter then gets into his Spider-Man costume and web swings to Robbie's house to warn him about Tombstone. However, Spider-Man wonders if he should also tell him that Randy is in the Bandana Gang. Meanwhile, Robbie returns home and his wife Martha tells him that Randy has been skipping classes for over a week. Robbie says that he can't believe that Randy would do that. Martha then gets angry and says that Robbie is so busy that he doesn't even know his own son. However, Martha quickly apologizes and says that she is just worried about Randy. At that moment, Randy sneaks into the house and goes into his father's office. Randy then pulls a drawer on his father's desk to get his gun. However, Robbie walks into the office and catches him. Robbie then sees a bandana in his son's pocket. Robbie scolds his son for being in a gang. However, Randy tells his father that the gang cares for him and they are like his family. Spider-Man arrives and peeks through the window and realizes that Robbie already knows about his son. At that moment, Robbie gets a phone call from Tombstone. Robbie is shocked to hear from him, and Tombstone then tells Robbie to meet him so they can talk about Lisa Silvermane. Oh boy. Getting real serious now. Later that night, Robbie arrives at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Park and Spider-Man secretly follows him. Robbie walks inside the park's Molosseum and sees Tombstone. However, Robbie is shocked to see that he now has chalk white skin. Spider-Man walks on the wall, staying out of plain sight. As Spider-Man watches, he is shocked to hear that Robbie and Tombstone were originally friends. Tombstone then demands that Robbie stops the Elisa Silvermane story from going public. When Robbie refuses to kill the Silvermane story, Tombstone threatens to harm him. However, Spider-Man intervenes and saves Robbie. Spider-Man then attacks Tombstone. During their fight, Tombstone slams Spider-Man into a wall, causing a part of the ceiling to collapse. The falling debris almost falls on top of Robbie. However, Spider-Man stops it with his webbing. Tombstone then causes the entire Molosseum to collapse and he is able to escape. However, Spider-Man and Robbie are also able to get out before they are both crushed. When Spider-Man and Robbie get to safety, Spider-Man asks Robbie how does he know Tombstone. Robbie then reveals that Tombstone's real name is Lonnie Lincoln and they were childhood best friends. We then see a flashback of Robbie and Lonnie as young boys going to a grocery store to buy some ice cream. However, the store was closed. Lonnie threw his basketball and accidentally broke the store's window. Lonnie told Robbie they could steal some ice cream. Robbie at first refused, but Lonnie talks him into it. However, the police arrive. Robbie manages to escape, but Lonnie was arrested and sent to a juvenile detention center. Robbie was able to graduate from high school while Lonnie became a criminal. As a young adult, we see Robbie got a job as a cub reporter for a small newspaper company. One night, Robbie got a tip about a break-in at the Spalding chemical plant. Chemical plants. Haven't we been here before? As Robbie gets to the Spalding chemical plant, he goes inside and sees Lonnie Lincoln waiting for him. Lonnie told Robbie that he was the one that called in the tip to the newspaper. Lonnie revealed that he was framing Robbie for the break-in since he was the one wearing gloves and Robbie wasn't, meaning Robbie's fingerprints were everywhere. Wow. That's unbelievable. Lonnie then activates the alarm and tells Robbie that when he gets out of prison, they will be even. Lonnie then runs down a scaffolding to get away. Wait a minute! This is starting to sound very familiar. However, Lonnie trips and falls into a vat of chemicals. Oh my god. Can you say under the red hood, anyone? Robbie believes that Lonnie perished after falling into the chemicals. Well, I'm not too sure about that. When the police arrives, Robbie told them what's happened and his co-workers at the paper backed him up that he received a tip about a break-in. Because of this, Robbie wasn't arrested. After hearing this shocking story, Spider-Man starts to web swing to take Robbie home. Wow. So basically what we've learned here is Robbie Robertson and Lonnie were childhood friends. That in itself is quite shocking. Robbie growing up with a supervillain for a friend, and Robbie indirectly framed Lonnie for a crime, and in a way, you can kind of look at it like Robbie was indirectly responsible for Lonnie becoming Tombstone. You know, just like Batman was indirectly responsible for making Jack Napier into the Joker, you can kind of say the same thing with Robbie and Tombstone. Although Robbie didn't mean to, it was an accident. And Batman, on the other hand, you can kind of look at it like he was trying to save Jack Napier. So it's kind of ironic, really, to learn that about a guy like Robbie because, Robbie's always been a straight up guy, always defending Spider Man. I mean, he's still a good guy. Of course, everybody makes mistakes, but it's just really shocking, to learn that Robbie was once friends with a villain many years ago. So, very interesting backstory we got here for Robbie, and I thought this was very well told, in my opinion. I thought they did a really good job in establishing Robbie Robertson's backstory because, as I said at the beginning, we don't really know a lot about him. We never did, so it's kind of good that we're learning something about him now, I think. Meanwhile, back at the Robertson house, Martha goes upstairs to talk to Randy. However, as Martha opens the door to see him, she sees that Randy is not in there and that he sneaked out of his window. Randy goes to an abandoned house and meets the Bandana Gang's leader, Tombstone. Tombstone tells Robbie that they are going to be very good friends. Oh boy, this ain't going to end well. A short while later, Spider-Man and Robbie arrive at Robbie's house. Spider-Man tells Robbie that he is going to look for Tombstone and that Robbie should get back to his family. As Robbie enters the front door, Martha runs up to Robbie and frantically says that Randy has sneaked out. After hearing this, Robbie goes to his home office and checks his desk to see if his gun is still there. Robbie is relieved to see that his gun is still in the desk drawer. At that moment, the phone rings and Robbie answers it. It is Tombstone, and he tells Robbie to meet him at the Spalding chemical plant because he is going to make Randy take the fall for all of his crimes, similar to what he tried to do to Robbie several years ago. As Tombstone hangs up, Robbie gives his gun to Martha and tells her to get rid of it because he doesn't want any more guns in the house. As Tombstone and the Bandana Gang arrive at the Spalding chemical plant, Tombstone orders his men to grab a weapon and break in. Randy tells Tombstone that he is unsure about committing a crime. However, Tombstone replies that if he does this, he will be part of the Bandana Gang family. However, Randy is the only one not wearing gloves, so his fingerprints will be all over the crime scene. Tombstone is planning to set up Randy the exact same way he tried to frame Robbie all those years ago. Wow, talk about irony. At that moment, Spider-Man arrives at the Robertson house. Spider-Man's sudden appearance startles Martha. However, Spider-Man tells her to take it easy. Spider-Man then says that he needs to talk to Robbie because he might be able to help him find somebody. However, Martha tells Spider-Man that he went to the Spalding chemical plant. Spider-Man realizes that Robbie is in serious danger and web swings to the chemical plant to save him. However, on his way there, Spider-Man is stopped by Madam Web, who tells him that fighting Tombstone would be foolish. Madam Web continues to say that Spider-Man cannot use his spider strength to defeat Tombstone, and that some evil can only be fought with the human heart. However, Spider-Man grows annoyed by Madam Web's presence. Meanwhile, at the Spalding chemical plant, Robbie arrives and confronts Tombstone. Robbie demands to know where his son is. Tombstone points to a security monitor and shows Robbie that his son is becoming a criminal. Tombstone also points out that Randy forgot to wear gloves just like Robbie did all those years ago. Tombstone also says that he is recording the robbery for the police, but also says that he will destroy the security footage if Robbie kills the Elisa Silvermane story. Tombstone then attempts to get Robbie to join him by saying that with his brawn and Robbie's brains, they can own the city. However, Robbie reaches into his jacket and pulls out a copy of the Daily Bugle and reveals that he rushed the Elisa Silvermane expose to print, and that within a few hours everyone will see the story. Despite this failure, Tombstone is pleased that he will get to see the Robertson name destroyed. Unknown to either of them, Spider-Man is watching from outside the window. Spider-Man then realizes that the Bandana Gang is working for Tombstone and that he is using Randy to get to Robbie. Spider-Man then attaches a web line to Randy and pulls him up to the roof of a building. Spider-Man tells Randy that the Bandana Gang is setting him up and that his fingerprints must be all over the building. However, Randy does not believe Spider-Man. Spider-Man then grabs Randy and takes him to a window, and when Randy looks inside, he sees that his father is fighting Tombstone. Robbie then activates an alarm, and Tombstone and the Bandana Gang run scared. Randy then sees that the Bandana Gang never did care about him, but his father does. Randy then runs into the office to protect his father. However, Tombstone knocks him out of the way and runs into the parts of the plant where the chemicals are stored. Robbie follows after Tombstone and tackles him to the ground. However, Tombstone is able to overpower Robbie and throw him over the scaffolding. Robbie almost falls into a vat of chemicals, but luckily he is saved by Spider-Man. Spider-Man then attacks Tombstone on the scaffolding, and after a brief fight, Spider-Man webs up Tombstone's legs and throws him over the edge. Spider-Man then dangles Tombstone above the same chemicals that he fell into years earlier. With Tombstone defeated, Randy runs up to his father and tells him they have to leave before the police arrive. Robbie says no, they have to stay and face the consequences. Randy is worried about his father's reputation. However, Robbie tells his son that he is more important to him than anything else and says that he will always be there for him. From a distance, Spider-Man watches them. A short while later, the police arrive and arrest Tombstone. The police also take statements from Robbie and Randy. Neither of them are arrested, possibly because they helped Spider-Man capture Tombstone. Martha then arrives and hugs Robbie and Randy, and that they are glad that they are both okay. From a distance, Spider-Man watches and then realizes that Madam Web did end up teaching him an important lesson, believing in the human spirit. Spider-Man contemplates that thanking Madam Web, but decides not to because he believes that he is already a big enough head as it is. However, unknown to Spider-Man, Madam Web is watching him and simply smiles, knowing that Spider-Man learned a very valuable lesson. And that's how we end Chapter 9, Tombstone. Overall, a pretty solid chapter, very enjoyable, and for me, the highlights was learning about Robbie Robertson's backstory because, as I said before, we don't really know a lot about him. So, delving into his childhood, his friendship with Tombstone before he became a monster was very well told, and Robbie being indirectly responsible for his friend becoming Tombstone, I thought was a very interesting twist because it's very similar to how Batman was indirectly responsible for Jack Napier becoming the Joker. Although Batman and the Joker were never friends, but just to learn that, Robbie was indirectly responsible for creating a villain was a very cool and interesting twist. And, his son getting involved with Tombstone's gang, powerful stuff. And the theme for this chapter, which they emphasized very well, was the importance of family. And, we got to learn more about Robbie, that he's more than just, working at the Daily Bugle. He's a family man and, he has moral values. So I thought they did an excellent job in telling Robbie Robertson's story. And Spider Man being the one to bring Robbie's family closer together was the icing on the cake, I think. And for me, this was one of the more powerful chapters of this story arc. So now that chapter 9, Tombstone, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 10 of the Sins of the Fathers story arc. And for me, business has picked up in a huge way because the next one features the return of an old and very deadly villain from season 1 who caused a lot of trouble for both Spider Man and Peter Parker, and is one of the few villains who knows the true identity of the Wallcrawler. And this deadly villain isn't coming alone. And this next one is called simply Venom Returns. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 9, Tombstone, we see Tombstone takes a down payment for a job and he is ordered by Elisa Silvermane to kill the expose that the Daily Bugle is planning on her, that will expose her and her organization's criminal activities. And Tombstone replies that he plans to call in a favour from an old friend who works at the Daily Bugle, and we learn that the old friend he's referring to is none other than Robbie Robertson. We also learn in Chapter 9 that Robbie Robertson's son Randy is part of a group who refers to themselves as the Bandana Gang, and Spider Man learns of one of the members' identities after trying to stop them breaking into someone's car and threatening a security guard. We also see in Chapter 9, Tombstone breaks into the Parker house to try and look for the incriminating photos of Elisa Silvermane and frightens May Parker. This leads to Spider Man coming in to rescue his Aunt May and attempting to stop Tombstone as he tries to escape. And we also learn in this chapter that Robbie Robertson and Tombstone were once childhood friends growing up, and we learn that Tombstone's real name was Lonnie Lincoln, and we see in a flashback Robbie and Lonnie went to a grocery store to buy some ice cream, and they see the store was closed, and Lonnie throws his basketball and accidentally breaks the store's window, and Lonnie tells Robbie that they could steal some ice cream, and this leads to Robbie refusing. And we see the police arrive, and Robbie manages to escape, but Lonnie is arrested and sent to a juvenile detention center while Robbie went on to graduate high school. We also learn that Robbie Robertson was indirectly responsible for Lonnie becoming Tombstone when we see the two men have an argument and we see Lonnie fall into a vat of chemicals. And of this, of course, leads Robbie to believe that Lonnie actually died, but we learn later on that wasn't the case. And we also see in this chapter Tombstone was going to have Robbie's son framed as revenge for what Robbie did to him years earlier. And this, of course, leads to Spider Man helping Randy to realize that the Bandana Gang was just merely using him to take the fall for their crimes. And ultimately, with the help of Robbie and Randy, Spider Man is able to defeat Tombstone, and this helps bring the Robinsons more closer than ever. And we see at the end that Spider Man learned an important lesson from Madam Web: believe in the human spirit. So now that chapter 9 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 10, and this features the return of one of Spider Man's most dangerous and deadliest enemies of all time. And he hasn't been seen since season 1, and the last time we did see him, he caused a lot of trouble for both Spider Man and Peter Parker. But this time, however, he is back and he's not alone. And this one needs no introduction whatsoever. This one is simply called Venom Returns. So we kick off chapter 10 with the New York City Police Department, who have trapped a dangerous criminal named Cletus Cassidy in his home. And we see Detective Terry Lee arrives on the scene as Cassidy throws a grenade out of the window and it explodes. However, none of the police officers are injured. J3 Communications is reporting on the police's raid on Cassidy's home, and J. Jove Jameson and Robbie Robinson watch the news reports from the Daily Bugle. Jameson says that Cassidy's capture will be a front page story. Robbie then informs Jameson that Peter Parker is on his way to the crime scene. We then see Detective Terry Lee with three other uniformed police officers raid Cassidy's home. However, Detective Lee gets separated from the officers and gets trapped inside a room with Cletus Cassidy. As Terry Lee aims her gun at Cassidy, he knocks it out of her hand. Cassidy then throws Detective Lee on the floor and is about to harm her until Spider-Man bursts in. Cassidy lifts up his shirt and reveals that he has a bomb strapped to his waist. Spider-Man quickly grabs the bomb off Cassidy and Webb swings away from the building. Spider-Man realizes that the bomb's blast radius is very large and he won't get far enough from the city in time. Spider-Man then throws the bomb into the sky where it explodes safely. Cassidy hears the explosion and laughs his head off, believing that Spider-Man is dead. Terry Lee arrests Cassidy and tells him that not to count Spider-Man out because he's got out of worse situations than that before. Well, excellent way to kick off Chapter 10. Great introduction of Cletus Cassidy, who is at his absolute craziest. And I thought they did a really good job in establishing the madness of Cletus Cassidy, who we all know is just out and out nuts, really. So I thought they did a really good job. And the cool thing about Cletus Cassidy in this chapter, you know who he's going to become. So we're getting to see what he's like before he becomes Carnage. So excellent way to kick off chapter 10, and we're already off to an amazing start already. A short while later, we see a couple witness a meteor crash in Central Park. As they run to the crater to see what it is, they come across a black meteor. As the man pokes the meteor with a stick, suddenly the meteor cracks open and two alien symbiotes jump onto them, one black and one dark red. So, in a way, you can kind of see where Sam Raimi got his inspiration from for Spider-Man 3, because if you all remember, there was a scene at the beginning where a meteor crashed into the park and we see the black symbiote ooze attach itself to the back of Peter Parker's scooter. So it's kind of cool to see where we get this scene with the couple. You can kind of see that Sam Raimi got inspiration from this chapter in particular. So I think that's kind of cool that, you know, Spider-Man 3 in a way paid homage to that scene where Venom made his first appearance in the movie, but here Venom has returned. So I thought that was very well done, to see, years later the Sam Raimi Spider-Man 3 movie pay homage to that moment. I thought that was very well done. A few minutes later, back at Cassidy's house, Spider-Man watches from a rooftop as Detective Lee arrests Cletus Cassidy. Spider-Man is then surrounded by a purple smoke and a telepathic message from Madam Web appears. Madam Web warns Spider-Man that the evil he will soon face will be unstoppable unless he learns to rely on unlikely allies. Madam Web then tells Spider-Man that a warrior keeps his friends close and his enemies closer, and then vanishes. Spider-Man is left confused by Madam Web's message. Well, a little bit of foreshadowing here. I like it. Later that night at the Ravencroft Institute for the Criminally Insane, we see Eddie Brock talks to his psychiatrist, Dr. Ashley Kafka, as Brock tells Dr. Kafka that he wanted to be a hero fighting for the innocent. Brock also tells Kafka about his time as Venom and that Spider-Man was responsible for separating him from the Black Symbiote. Brock continues to say that he knows Spider-Man's real identity and he will keep it a secret until he is once again bonded to the symbiote. However, Dr. Kafka tells Brock that he never was Venom, and that everything that happened to him was a delusion brought on by Spider-Man's constant persecution of him. Kafka then tells Brock that they will work together to overcome what he is going through. As Dr. Kafka leaves, Cletus Cassidy is brought in and placed in his cell, which is next to Brock's. instantly Brock and Cassidy start hating each other and begin taunting one another. So this is the first time since season 1 that we have seen Eddie Brock, and the last time that we saw Eddie Brock was he was separated from the symbiote thanks to Spider-Man. And prior to that, we had seen over the course of the first half of season 1 Spider-Man and Eddie Brock butting heads with one another, and of course this led to Eddie Brock losing his job and his apartment, and he blamed essentially all of his problems on Spider-Man. So once Spider-Man was able to separate himself from the black symbiote, it bonded to Eddie Brock and he became Venom, and he learned of Spider-Man's true identity, and he is one of the few villains who actually knows that Spider-Man is Peter Parker, and Venom caused a lot of trouble for Peter Parker and Spider-Man in a very different way to the Green Goblin. Now, the Green Goblin, he's just absolutely nuts. You know, he just wants to make Spider Man's life a living hell for the fun of it. Venom, on the other hand, he was a man on a mission. He didn't just want to cause trouble for Spider Man and Peter Parker, he wanted to emotionally break him down. And, you know, seeing Eddie Brock again brings back all of those scary memories of, you know, Venom taunting Spider Man, playing mind games. And of course, what makes Venom probably the most dangerous Spider-Man villain of all time is he doesn't trigger Spider-Man's spider sense. And as I've said in the past, that makes him twice as dangerous. It's bad enough a villain knowing Spider-Man's secret identity, but to not even trigger his spider sense, that just makes him even twice as scary. So it's cool to see Eddie Brock back here once again, and seeing him and Cletus Cassidy essentially as cellmates, taunting each other, brilliant stuff. So it's great to see Eddie Brock back, and so far this chapter is kicking all sorts of ass. At that moment, we see Baron Mordo has returned once again and meets with Dormammu in their secret lair. Now, this is the first time that we have seen Baron Mordo since the season 3 premiere, where we saw Baron Mordo running a cult where he was brainwashing people into seeing their loved ones again, and he was trying to convert Mary Jane Watson in the hopes that she would see her father again. So we see Dormammu informs Baron Mordo that the symbiote is back on Earth just as he planned, and Dormammu then orders Mordo to go to Ravencroft and contact Eddie Brock so he can begin his plan. A short while later, we see Baron Mordo sends his astral form to Ravencroft to communicate with Eddie Brock in his cell. After seeing Mordo's astral form, Brock believes that he is going crazy. However, Mordo informs Brock that he is real. Mordo then tells Brock that he wants to bond him to the symbiote once again. Mordo continues to say that his master, Dormammu, has the power to bring the symbiote back to him, and that all he has to do is swear to serve. Cletus Cassidy overhears them talking from his cell, and Cassidy tells Mordo that if Dormammu can get him out of Ravencroft, he will do whatever Dormammu wants. Brock shouts at Cassidy and tells him to buzz off. Brock then agrees to serve Dormammu. Mordo's astral form then returns to his own body, and Baron Mordo informs Dormammu that Brock will help him. Dormammu replies that Brock will help them steal what they need from Stark Enterprises. So, double treat here. Not only are we getting the return of Venom, but we're also getting an appearance from Tony Stark. You know who Tony Stark is? None other than the one and only, the invincible Iron Man. It's getting good so far. The next day, Peter Parker and Deborah Whitman go to Stark Enterprises to watch the test of the interdimensional probe that was created by Tony Stark. Deborah is excited about the possibilities of being able to travel to other dimensions. However, Peter is worried that Stark's new machine could release a creature from another dimension into their world. Peter and Deborah are then met by Dr. Kurt Connors at the front door of the Stark Enterprises building. As they go inside, Dr. Connors introduces Peter and Deborah to James Rhodes, Stark Enterprises head of security. As they sit down, Dr. Connors also points out that a man named Ardon Broom, whose electronics company provided Stark Enterprises with the equipment to build the interdimensional probe, is also present. However, Peter realizes that Ardon Broom is really Baron Mordo, and that Mordo must be there to use the interdimensional probe to free Dormammu from the Dark Dimension. Tony Stark then appears on a television screen and tells the crowd that he plans to use the interdimensional probe to instantly teleport solid matter from their laboratory in Los Angeles to where they are in New York. At that moment, we see Eddie Brock is visited by the woman that was in the park earlier where the meteor crashed. As the woman enters the cell, she says to Eddie Brock, "Don't you recognize us?" And the symbiote leaps off her and onto Brock, turning him into Venom once more. Several guards attempt to subdue Venom. However, Venom is easily able to overpower the guards with his super strength. Dr. Ashley Kafka hears the alarm and runs to Eddie's cell. Dr. Kafka sees what Eddie Brock has become and is shocked to learn that he was actually telling the truth about him being Venom. Venom then uses his super strength to knock a giant hole into his cell wall, leading to the outside, and escapes. Cletus Cassidy watches from his cell as Venom escapes. Cassidy says to himself that he deserves the power that Brock has, and I need it. Well, what can I say, everyone? Venom is back, more darker, stronger, and eviler than ever. Boy, oh boy, Peter is going to be in for the shock of his life when he sees Venom return. Shortly after breaking out of prison, Venom goes to Dormammu's lair and meets him in person. Venom asks him how he was able to return the symbiote to Earth. Dormammu explains that Baron Mordo was able to use the computers at Stark Enterprises to control the John Jameson probe to come back to Earth. Mordo then hypnotized a woman to bond with the symbiote and deliver it to him at Ravencroft. Venom then asks what he has to do for Dormammu in return. Dormammu answers that he must steal the interdimensional probe from Stark Enterprises. Meanwhile, at Stark Enterprises, scientists use the interdimensional probe to open a portal to another dimension. However, fire spews out of the portal. Tony Stark orders the portal to be shut down. As James Rhodes looks at a security monitor, he sees that Venom is attacking the guards outside. Peter sees this as well and is shocked to see the return of his old enemy. Venom is able to fight his way past security and get inside the Stark Enterprises building. Tony Stark then orders James Rhodes to protect the interdimensional probe. However, Venom is easily able to take out James Rhodes and the other security guards. At that moment, we see Spider-Man arrive on the scene and more determined than ever to finish Venom off once and for all. Spider-Man briefly fights Venom, however, Venom is able to trap Spider-Man in his own webbing, and Spider-Man realizes that Venom is a lot more stronger than the last time they fought. We see Venom almost kills Spider-Man, however, War Machine arrives on the scene and blasts Venom with a repulsor beam from his armor. Spider-Man is then able to break free from Venom's webbing. Spider-Man and War Machine then work together to defeat Venom. Alright, let's go! From outside Stark Enterprises, J3 Communications reports what's going on. At the Daily Bugle, J. Jonah Jameson is watching the news report and hears the newscaster say that the creature bears a striking resemblance to Spider-Man. Believing that Spider-Man has gone out of control, J. Jonah Jameson decides to go to Stark Enterprises and see for himself. Meanwhile, at Ravencroft, Ashley Kafka is also watching the news report and she decides to also go to Stark Enterprises. Back inside Stark Enterprises, Baron Mordo watches as Spider-Man and War Machine fight Venom. We then see an astral form of Dormammu then appears before Mordo. Mordo tells Dormammu that if Venom were to lose the battle, the interdimensional probe could be lost to them. Dormammu reveals that he has a backup plan in the event that Venom is to fail. Dormammu explains that he had Mordo bring the symbiote back to Earth, not only for its strength, but because the symbiote was able to reproduce. Mordo asks Dormammu how could the symbiote reproduce? How is it possible? The symbiote would need a new host, someone as fanatical as Eddie Brock. Dormammu answers that the new host will have to be like Brock, or more fanatical than Brock ever was. Oh boy, you know what's coming next? Carnage! At that moment, a man wearing the second symbiote breaks into Ravencroft and goes into Cletus Cassidy's cell. The symbiote then separates from its host and stands before Cassidy. Mordo's astral form appears before Cassidy and tells him that this symbiote is a gift from my master, Dormammu. Baron Mordo tells Cassidy that before he can enjoy the symbiote's power, he must first swear to serve Dormammu forever. Without hesitation, Cassidy agrees to be Dormammu's servant. Cassidy then asks Mordo, what do I need to do? How do I bond with it? No. First of all, it must bond with you. And Cassidy, in a moment of madness, says, well, what are you waiting for? Let's do it. You and I are going to spread glorious carnage throughout the land. Mordo, with a smirk on his face, says, Carnage, eh? I do like the sound of that. We then see the symbiote bond to Cassidy and attacks the Ravencroft guards. Cassidy then uses his new strength to make a giant hole, very similar to how Eddie Brock did when he became Venom again, and runs outside and escapes. Oh boy, here we go. Now, the way Cletus Cassidy became Carnage was very cool, but it was very different to how it's happened in the comic books. In the comic books, Cletus Cassidy became Carnage after cutting his finger, and due to the influence of the symbiote, after it reproduced itself from the Venom symbiote, was able to go into Cletus Cassidy's blood and essentially just turned his blood inside out and turned him into Carnage. Obviously, we couldn't show cutting fingers in a cartoon, but I thought the way Cassidy became Carnage by essentially being rewarded by Baron Mordo, to me was like selling his soul to the devil, because Cletus Cassidy is already a nutcase, so he hasn't essentially got a soul. So the way he bonded to Carnage, it was almost like, yeah, I'm all yours, dude. Let's do this. So, very unique way he became Carnage in the cartoon and also in the comic books as well. Carnage made his first appearance in Amazing Spider-Man issue 361 in April 1992 and has essentially been one of Spider-Man's most enduring villains for the past 30 plus years. And for me, as dangerous as Venom is, and he's a lot more smarter and intelligent, Carnage is just absolutely crazy personified. Whereas the Green Goblin, he's crazy but very calculating. Carnage is just Cletus Cassidy dialed to 100. He's just absolutely beyond nuts. So you can imagine what it would do to someone who's got a corrupted mind like Cassidy. It's just a recipe for disaster. Back at Star Labs, Venom once again manages to trap Spider-Man in his webbing. As Venom is about to kill Spider-Man, Spider-Man tells War Machine that Venom is weakened by loud noises. War Machine then activates a device on his armor that produces sonic noise and it starts to weaken Venom. However, Carnage arrives and rips the sonic device off the armor. Spider-Man and Venom then turn around and wonder who he is. Carnage then informs Venom that he is his offspring and that Dormammu sent him to get the interdimensional probe. Spider-Man, now free from the webbing, is shocked to see another symbiote and yells, "Oh my god, there's two of you!" Carnage tells Spider-Man that he feels he had hoped he would run into him again, Spider-Man is confused. However, the symbiote peels back on their head, revealing the face of Cletus Cassidy. Spider-Man screams in absolute shock, "Cassidy!" War Machine then jumps in front of Spider-Man and tells Carnage that he wants the probe. He is going to have to go through him first. However, Carnage is able to use his super strength to subdue War Machine. Venom looks on and says, "Yes, yes, we remember now. We do remember replicating." At that moment, Ashley Kafka arrives and Carnage causes an explosion. Ashley is seemingly harmed in the explosion and Venom is concerned for her safety. Venom then promises Ashley Kafka he will use his power to fight injustice. Carnage manages to knock out Spider-Man and grabs him. Carnage then uses the symbiote to form an axe from his hand and is prepared to kill Spider-Man. And that's how we end Chapter 10, Venom Returns. What more can you say, really? Absolutely fantastic. Great to see Venom back. Great way they introduced Carnage into the mix. War Machine getting involved and teaming up with Spider Man. This had it all and more. And I can tell you now, after 2.5 seasons, Venom has been dearly and sorely missed. Not just by me, but by everyone. It's great to have him back. And, it's bad enough if you're Spider Man having to deal with Venom, who is a symbiote. And as we all remember, Venom caused Spider Man a lot of trouble. You add Carnage into the mix. Oh boy, things can only get worse from here. But this was absolutely brilliant. Loved every second of it. And for me, this is one of the epic chapters of this story arc. So, now that Chapter 10, Venom Returns, has concluded, we are now going to move on to the next one, which is Chapter 11 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc, and this one is simply called Carnage. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 10, Venom Returns, Detective Terry Lee and the police trap Cletus Cassidy in his home, and as they go in to try and raid his house, Cassidy knocks out the police and kidnaps Terry Lee and attempts to blow her up with a bomb strapped to his body. This allows Spider Man to quickly dive in, grab the bomb off Cassidy, and web swing it away from the building so it takes the bomb's blast radius completely out of the area. And this results in Detective Terry Lee and Spider Man capturing Cletus Cassidy, and he is taken to prison where he ends up sharing a cell with Eddie Brock. We then see two symbiotes arrive on Earth and bond with a couple, and minutes later, we see Spider Man receive a very cryptic message from Madam Web telling him that a warrior keeps his friends close and his enemies closer. A short while later, Dormammu informs Baron Mordo that the symbiote has returned to Earth just as he planned, and Dormammu then informs Mordo to go to Ravencroft and contact Eddie Brock so he can play his part in their plan. We then see Baron Mordo teleport to Eddie Brock's cell as an astral, and he tells Brock that he wants to bond him to the symbiote once again, and Mordo explains that his master Dormammu has the power to bring the symbiote back to him, and all he has to do is swear to serve him. Eddie Brock agrees, and we then see, a little while later, the couple who were bonded with the symbiote earlier. We see one of the symbiotes bond with Eddie Brock, and he once again becomes Venom. We then see Venom break into Stark Enterprises and attempt to steal the interdimensional probe, which will allow a portal to open to another dimension, and this will, of course, lead to Dormammu being released. However, Venom is easily taken out as War Machine steps in to help rescue Spider Man from Venom. And at that moment, we see Baron Mordo present the other symbiote to Cletus Cassidy, who willingly bonds with it and thus becomes Carnage. We then see Carnage arrive to assist Venom in fighting Spider-Man and War Machine, where he confirms to Venom that he is indeed his offspring, and Venom confirms that he remembers replicating. We then see Carnage is able to take out War Machine, and we then see Carnage use his symbiote to form an axe as he prepares to kill Spider-Man. So now that chapter 10 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 11, and this one needs no introduction whatsoever. This one is simply called Carnage. So, chapter 11 picks up where we left off from the end of chapter 10, and we see Spider Man is unconscious and Carnage is preparing to kill him. However, he is stopped by Venom, who says that he wants to kill Spider Man himself. Venom and Carnage get into a fight, and Baron Mordo's astral form appears before them, and he orders Venom and Carnage to stop fighting. Baron Mordo then orders Venom and Carnage to bring the interdimensional probe back to him. As Mordo vanishes, Carnage tells Venom that he was lucky this time, and that Mordo won't always be around to save him. Venom and Carnage then leave with the interdimensional probe. As they leave, Ashley Kafka shouts at Venom and begs him to return to her. However, Venom already has disappeared with Carnage. With Spider-Man still unconscious, J. Jonah Jameson walks up to him and starts to remove his mask. However, Jameson is stopped by War Machine, who aims a laser gun at him and says, "I actually kind of like Spider-Man with the mask." War Machine then tells Jameson that he is trespassing. Jameson tries showing War Machine that he has a press pass. War Machine grabs Jameson's press pass and crushes it and says, "I don't see no stinking press pass." Jameson then quickly walks away. As Spider-Man stands up, War Machine begins to fall down because he was injured by Carnage. Tony Stark then appears on a television screen and asks Spider-Man to take War Machine to a hospital. War Machine apologizes for letting Venom and Carnage escape with the interdimensional probe. Tony Stark then says that he is sending someone else to help them finish the job, and the monitor goes black. Spider-Man asks War Machine, who is Tony Stark sending? War Machine says, the man they call Iron Man. So, Chapter 11 has already got off to a great start. Carnage and Venom going at it, as you'd expect, with two hotheads. And Iron Man is now in the mix as well. This is already shaping up to be an epic chapter. A short while later, we see Tony Stark goes into his Hall of Armor at the Los Angeles branch of Stark Enterprises and puts on his Iron Man suit. Tony Stark then uses the jets on his armor to fly to New York City. Alright, here we go. Later that night, Venom and Carnage return to Mordo's lair and give him the interdimensional probe. Venom says that they are now even, and he attacks Carnage. As Venom and Carnage start to fight each other, Dormammu blasts them with a mystic bolt and tells them that even with the interdimensional probe, he is still unable to leave the dark dimension unless an equal amount of life energy is sent there to replace him. Venom believes that his debt to Dormammu is already paid and he walks out on them. Carnage starts to chase after Venom. However, Dormammu tells Carnage that he no longer needs Venom and that he will be sufficient enough to complete the next phase of his plan. The next day, Spider-Man swings through the city and thinks to himself that Carnage must be stopped, and also wonders where Carnage will strike next. At that moment in Grand Army Plaza, Carnage is terrorizing the city, and we see Detective Terry Lee is there leading a police operation to capture Carnage. Terry Lee sends in two tanks to try and take Carnage down. However, Carnage is extremely powerful and is easily able to overthrow the tanks. Carnage then rips the tops off the tanks and drains the two drivers of their life energy. Spider-Man then attacks Carnage and is easily defeated. Carnage attempts to drain Spider-Man's life, but he is unable to. As Carnage angrily wonders why he is unable to drain Spider-Man's life force, Baron Mordo's astral form appears and tells Carnage that his body cannot hold any more life energy, that he must return to their lair to be drained of what life energy is already inside of him. Carnage then throws Spider-Man to the ground and leaves. Detective Terry Lee runs over to Spider-Man and frantically asks how can they stop Carnage. Spider-Man then says that Carnage is only half the problem and that Venom is still out there on the loose as well. Interesting how Carnage was unable to drain Spider-Man of his life force. I thought, with his spider powers, that would have made it double the trouble, but very interesting that he wasn't able to do that. Later that night, Mary Jane and Anna Watson go to May Parker's house to keep her company. May is worried about Peter and why he's always disappearing. Anna tells May that if she doesn't calm down, she will get sick. At that moment, the doorbell rings and Mary Jane opens the door to find Eddie Brock standing there. Brock asks if Peter is home, and Mary Jane answers that he is not home. As Mary Jane starts to shut the door, May Parker walks up and tells Brock that she remembers him. May also believes that Eddie Brock is a friend of Peter's. May then tells Brock that Peter is at the Daily Bugle. As Brock starts to walk off, Mary Jane runs up to him and asks what he wants with Peter because she knows that they are not friends. Brock tells Mary Jane that she is inquisitive and beautiful, and it's no wonder why Peter loves her so much. Eddie Brock then walks off. Mary Jane is very surprised to hear that Peter has those kind of feelings for her. Now, for those of you who remember very well, the last time Mary Jane met Eddie Brock was back in season 1, when Eddie Brock was stalking all of Peter Parker's loved ones. So, nice little bit of continuity here in this scene. At that moment, at the J3 Communications studio, J. Jonah Jameson blames Tony Stark for allowing Venom and Carnage to steal the interdimensional probe and accuses his staff of being rude, referring to War Machine. Stark gets angry and tells Jameson that his security has a low tolerance for yellow journalism. This makes Jameson angry. Jameson then goes on to blame Spider-Man for causing all of the trouble. At that moment, Peter Parker is in the room taking pictures of Jameson with Stark. A few seconds later, Venom breaks through the ceiling and into the J3 studio. Venom then grabs Jameson and webs Peter to a television camera. Ashley Kafka, who is also there, yells at Venom to stop. Dr. Kafka tells Venom that it is the symbiote that compels him to violence and that he must fight it. Eddie Brock attempts to fight the symbiote and Peter manages to break free from Venom's webbing and runs off to change into his Spider-Man costume. Only seconds later, Venom sees Spider-Man crawling on the wall and proceeds to attack him. As Spider-Man lies on the ground, he places a spider tracer on Venom's leg. However, Venom sees this and the symbiote surrounds the tracer on his leg and crushes it. Tony Stark also manages to get away and change into his Iron Man armor. As Venom is about to kill Spider-Man, Iron Man appears and blasts Venom with a repulsor beam. However, Venom is able to take down Iron Man as well. Eddie Brock then begs Dr. Kafka to help him. Kafka tells Brock to fight the symbiote, however, Venom grabs Dr. Kafka and swings away. Spider-Man then thanks Iron Man for his help, and the two heroes go after Venom in an attempt to rescue Dr. Kafka. Back at the lair, Baron Mordo drains Carnage of the life forces he collected and places them in a mystical urn. However, Mordo tells Carnage that the urn is not yet full and they need the life forces from a few more people. As Spider-Man and Iron Man search the city for Venom and Carnage, Spider-Man wonders where they could be. Spider-Man says to himself that Madam Web might know where they are, but says that the old crone is never around when he needs her. At that moment, Spider-Man is surrounded by a purple smoke and is teleported to Madam Web's parlor. Spider-Man says that he doesn't have time for her and that he needs to help Iron Man find Venom and Carnage. However, Madam Web uses her powers to show Spider-Man events which have unfolded within the last couple of minutes. Madam Web shows Spider-Man that Venom took Ashley Kafka to the Ravencroft Institute for the Criminally Insane. As Spider-Man watches, Brock tells Dr. Kafka that when he spared Spider-Man, the symbiote nearly tore apart his mind, and that the symbiote sees her as a threat. Ashley Kafka then reveals that she loves Eddie Brock. The symbiote attempts to take over, and Eddie Brock says that it is getting stronger. Dr. Kafka then tells Brock that she has a friend that can help him. Brock and Kafka then go to Empire State University and speak with Dr. Kurt Connors. Spider-Man continues to watch as Eddie and Ashley go to Dr. Kurt Connors for help. While in the ESU lab, Dr. Connors uses a sonic noise disruptor to separate Eddie Brock from the symbiote. Dr. Connors then traps the symbiote in a glass container. Ashley Kafka tells Eddie that he is now free from the symbiote, and Eddie kisses Ashley on the lips. Spider-Man then asks where is Carnage. Madam Web shows Spider-Man that Carnage is sitting in an apartment. Spider-Man says that looks like Carnage is waiting for someone. Madam Web answers that Carnage is waiting on a mutual acquaintance and says it is a very strong woman. Madam Web then tells Spider-Man that he must keep his friends close and his enemies closer. Spider-Man then swings through the city and wonders who could be the mutual acquaintance for him and Carnage. Spider-Man realizes who Madam Web was talking about and hurries to get to the apartment. A short while later, Detective Terry Lee enters her apartment and finds Cletus Cassidy waiting for her. Terry Lee is terrified at the sight of Cassidy in her apartment, but becomes even more terrified when she sees the symbiote surround Cassidy and turning himself into Carnage. As Carnage grabs Terry Lee, Spider-Man swings in and tackles him. To get Carnage away from Terry Lee, Spider-Man crawls up the roof and Carnage follows him. Meanwhile, back at Dr. Connor's lab at ESU, Ashley Kafka gets a call on her cell phone. As Dr. Kafka starts to leave, Connors asks where is she going. Dr. Kafka answers that Carnage has been spotted in Columbus Circle and that she is going to help him, instead of staying away from him. Connors offers to go with Kafka, however, Dr. Kafka tells Kurt that he needs to stay and look after Eddie Brock. At Columbus Circle, Spider-Man and Carnage fight each other. Carnage is able to fire a part of his symbiote into Spider-Man's web shooters, thus jamming them up. This causes his web shooters to explode and trapping Spider-Man in a net made from his own webbing. Carnage then cuts down the billboard behind Spider-Man and it falls on top of him. With Spider-Man down, Terry Lee arrives and holds Carnage at gunpoint. However, Carnage is able to form the symbiote into a shield and block Terry Lee's laser blast. Carnage then attaches his webbing to Terry Lee and drains her of her life force. Spider-Man gets free from underneath the billboard and tackles Carnage, and they both fall off the roof towards the ground. As they fall, Spider-Man manages to get on top of Carnage, so Carnage hits the floor first. Spider-Man believes that Carnage is beaten and starts to walk away. However, Carnage gets up and attaches his webbing to Spider-Man and begins to drain him of his life force. At that moment, Ashley Kafka arrives and Carnage begins to drain her of her life force as well. Baron Mordo's astral form then appears to Carnage and tells him that they now have enough life force to free Dormammu from his dark dimension imprisonment. As Carnage throws Dr. Kafka over his shoulder, Mordo recites a spell and teleports both of them back to their lair. Spider-Man knows he has to find Carnage but is unsure where to start. Spider-Man then remembers what Madam Web told him. A warrior keeps his friends close and his enemies closer. Spider-Man realizes that Iron Man is the only friend he can think of that can help him. However, Spider-Man soon realizes that Venom is the enemy Madam Web was referring to. Spider-Man knows that Brock could tell him where Carnage and Mordo are because he has been to their lair as Venom. What an unlikely team-up we are about to experience here. Spider-Man and Iron Man working with Venom. But it's about as unlikely of a team you will ever see here. Back at Empire State University, Eddie Brock is resting after being separated from his symbiote. As Brock wakes up, he notices that Ashley Kafka isn't there. Kurt Connors tells Brock that Ashley isn't there, and Brock becomes concerned for her and asks where is she. Kurt answers that Dr. Kafka went to help Carnage. Kurt also tells Brock that he heard over the radio that Dr. Kafka vanished without a trace. At that moment, Spider Man and Iron Man arrive at the lab. Spider Man tells Brock that if he really loves Dr. Kafka, he will tell them where Mordo's lair is. Brock tells Spider Man and Iron Man that they won't be able to take on Carnage or Baron Mordo and Dormammu alone. Brock offers to help them and says he can do it by rebonding with the symbiotes. Spider Man and Iron Man try to talk Brock out of it, and Dr. Connors tells Brock that he won't survive another separation attempt. Brock pushes Spider Man away and rams the glass container holding the symbiote. Brock and the symbiote bond, turning Brock once again into Venom. Venom almost kills Spider Man. However, Spider Man reminds Venom that Ashley is in danger. Venom realizes that he can't beat Carnage, Mordo, and Dormammu alone and agrees to work with Spider Man and Iron Man. As Spider Man, Venom, and Iron Man head towards Mordo and Carnage's lair, Spider Man thinks to himself that teaming up with one of his worst enemies like Venom isn't a great idea. However, Spider Man now fully understands what Madam Web meant when she said, "Keep your friends close and your enemies closer." It's pretty amazing how Venom caused so much trouble for Spider Man and the beef that he had with Eddie Brock as well. And now, here we are, Spider Man is working with Venom to defeat Carnage. Unbelievable. Absolutely nuts. Meanwhile, at Mordo's lair, Carnage drains the last bit of life force he absorbed into the urn, while Mordo uses the interdimensional probe to open a portal to the Dark Dimension. Spider Man, Iron Man, and Venom arrive and fight Carnage and Mordo. Iron Man is quickly able to take down Mordo, and Venom fights Carnage and demands to know where Ashley Kafka is. As Venom throws Carnage against the curtain rips open, revealing Dr. Kafka lying on a bed unconscious. As Venom goes over to see if Ashley is alright, Mordo commands Carnage to release the life forces from the urn. Carnage does as commanded, and the life forces float into the portal, allowing Dormammu to walk through the portal into the Earth's dimension. As Dormammu steps through the portal into the Earth's dimension, he gladly says that he is now in a new world as he has new souls to consume. Spider-Man then asks Iron Man and Venom to hold off Dormammu for a while. As Iron Man and Venom fight Dormammu, Spider-Man runs up to the interdimensional probe and begins to adjust some of its settings. Spider-Man is able to adjust the polarity of the interdimensional probe and attempts to use it to send Dormammu back to the Dark Dimension. Dormammu begins to be sucked through the portal, however he is able to hold on and attempts to climb out of the portal. As Carnage tries to attack Spider-Man, Iron Man blasts Carnage with his repulsor beam. As Dormammu starts to get sucked through the portal, the life energy comes out of the Dark Dimension and returns to the bodies they were taken from, thus restoring everyone to normal, including Terry Lee. Ashley Kafka's life force then returns to her and she wakes up. Eddie asks if she is alright. However, Brock is hit by one of Mordo's mystic bolts and falls to the ground. Ashley runs to Eddie and Eddie tells her that he can feel the symbiote taking over his mind again. At that moment, Carnage is fighting Iron Man, but Dormammu orders him to protect the inner dimensional probe from Spider-Man. Carnage pins Spider-Man against the wall and Spider-Man shouts out to Brock for help. However, the symbiote has now fully taken control of Brock and Venom remains. Venom tackles Carnage and Spider-Man is able to use the interdimensional probe to send Dormammu back through the Dark Dimension. However, Spider-Man is unable to close the portal and realizes that Dormammu was able to create an energy link between himself and Carnage. After hearing this, Iron Man realizes that since there is a link between the portal and Carnage, the only way to close the portal is to send Carnage through it. Venom then throws Carnage at the portal. However, Carnage is able to hold on. Carnage states that he isn't going to go to the Dark Dimension alone and uses his webbing to grab Ashley. However, Venom tackles Carnage, which sends himself and Carnage through the portal, and in the process saves Ashley's life. Mordo watches what is going on and makes his escape. As the portal closes, Eddie Brock shouts out, "I will always love you, Ashley," as he sacrifices himself. The portal closes, Iron Man smashes the inner dimension probe and destroys it. Spider Man tells Iron Man that the probe belongs to Stark Enterprises. However, Iron Man replies that if Tony Stark has a problem with it, he can take it up with him. It's pretty amazing when you look at it. Venom was one of Spider Man's biggest enemies and one of the biggest villains of all time, and he would go on to become perhaps one of Spider Man's most unlikeliest and greatest allies of all time, and actually sacrificed himself to save everyone. So, in a way, you could kind of look at this as Eddie Brock's redemption story. You know, he started out as a real hothead, only looking out for himself, but in the end, he did something that no one would ever expect him to do, sacrifice himself for the greater good. So I thought this was a very unique way to wrap up his story arc. And in a way, I'm kind of a little bit bummed out because I would have liked to have seen Venom appear one more time. But I think a character like Venom is so special that you only bring him out for the special occasions. So it's fitting that it ended this way, but I'm not going to lie. I would have liked to have seen maybe one more episode of Venom because he was such a good character, but I like the way they did this. As for Sunrises, Spider Man takes Ashley Kafka back to Ravencroft, and Ashley tells Spider Man that Eddie Brock couldn't bear to live as a monster in a world of men, and that whatever is left of Eddie can finally find peace in whatever strange dimension he is in now. Spider Man replies that I hope she is right, and he swings away. As Spider Man passes Coney Island, he thinks to himself that Venom may have been his greatest enemy, but in the end, he proved to be his greatest ally. Spider Man is then surrounded by a purple mist and is teleported to Madam Web's parlor. Madam Web senses that Spider Man is confused. Spider Man then says that he is confused and he didn't expect Eddie Brock to sacrifice himself the way he did. Madam Web tells Spider Man that he must learn to expect the unexpected because someday he might have to make a sacrifice of his own. Spider Man asks Madam Web, "What exactly is it you are preparing me for?" Madam Web answers that she is preparing him for a horror beyond belief. As Madam Web vanishes, Spider Man is sent back to Coney Island. Then he says to himself that I am glad that I asked that, and he swings away. And that's how we end Chapter 11 Carnage. Overall, this was a fantastic chapter, one of the best ones of this season. And, you know, to have Venom return at first as a villain and then later on become an unlikely ally for Spider Man and going on to sacrifice himself to save everyone, I thought was the perfect way to wrap up his story arc because when we first saw Eddie Brock, he was a hothead, always looking out for himself with a gigantic grudge against Spider Man. Then we see him become one of Spider Man's greatest enemies, and then he went on to become one of his greatest allies. And seeing Spider Man and Iron Man working together was epic, and seeing the two of them working together also with Venom to stop Carnage, Mordo, and Dormammu from getting out. Brilliant storytelling. Absolutely loved every second of it. I would have liked to have seen the door left open for Venom to return, but I thought the way they wrapped up his story arc with a nice little redemption closure was just absolutely perfect. Would have liked to have seen Carnage maybe return for one more appearance, but I liked what we got here. I thought this was very well done, in my opinion. So now that Chapter 11 Carnage has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 12 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc. And this introduces us to perhaps the strangest Spider Man villain of all time. And even though he only makes one appearance in the entire show, he leaves a lasting impression, and the impact he makes is felt throughout the remainder of Season 3. And this chapter refers to this strange character's name. This one is simply called The Spot. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 11, Carnage, we saw Carnage was about to take out Spider Man for good until Venom stopped him and decided that he wanted to be the one to kill Spider Man. And then we saw the two symbiotes go at it. However, Baron Mordo summoned both of them to stop fighting and bring the interdimensional probe back to him in order to release his master, Dormammu. This led to Venom eventually growing tired of taking orders from Baron Mordo and Dormammu, and he eventually walks out on Carnage, Baron Mordo, and Dormammu. And we also saw Spider Man and Iron Man work together to try and stop Venom from kidnapping Dr. Kafka. We then see Madam Web show Spider Man a series of events involving Venom and Dr. Kafka, where we see Eddie Brock is willing to separate himself from the symbiote as he explains that the symbiote was very close to tearing his mind apart. And we eventually see him get separated and falls in love with Dr. Kafka. We also see Carnage begin to drain the life force from people and placing it in a mystical urn. And with enough life force in the urn, this will allow Baron Mordo to release his master Dormammu from his dark dimension imprisonment. We then see Eddie Brock eventually become Venom and reluctantly forms an alliance with Spider Man and Iron Man in the hopes of defeating Carnage and Baron Mordo. And then we see Dormammu attempts to escape from the dark dimension after Baron Mordo places the mystical urn with the life forces inside. And this eventually leads to Eddie Brock sacrificing himself and stopping Carnage as well, as both of them are sucked into the dark dimension along with Dormammu. Kafka tells Spider-Man that she hopes that wherever Eddie Brock is, that he finally has found peace in whatever strange dimension he is in now. Spider-Man replies that he hopes she is right, and he swings away. We then see Spider-Man is teleported back to Madam Web, and Spider-Man explains that he can't believe that Eddie Brock sacrificed himself because it was something he wasn't expecting. Madam Web explains that he must learn to expect the unexpected because someday he will have to make a sacrifice of his own. Spider-Man then asks Madam Web what exactly is she preparing him for. Madam Web simply tells him that she is preparing him for a horror beyond belief and disappears. Spider-Man is sent back to Coney Island, then says to himself that he is glad that he asked. So now that Chapter 11 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is Chapter 12, and this one introduces us to perhaps the strangest Spider-Man villain of all time, and this one is named after that character. This one is simply called The Spot. So we kick off Chapter 12 at Stark Enterprises, where we see Tony Stark has his men dismantle all technology related to interdimensional travel, and we see a Stark Enterprises scientist named Jonathan Owen beg Stark not to dismantle the interdimensional technology, saying that it is his life's work. However, Tony Stark denies Owen's request and tells Owen he will find him another project that he can work on. Owen turns around and resigns from Stark Enterprises, believing that Tony Stark would only have him work on an unimportant project. Only minutes later, we see Owen is approached by the Kingpin and says to him that he has a proposition for him. A short while later, Kingpin takes Owen to a laboratory and tells him he believes that there is a lot of money to be made with his time dilation technology. Owen is unsure about working for Wilson Fisk at this time. Little does he know that Wilson Fisk is really the Kingpin. However, when Owen sees Fisk's beautiful assistant, Sylvia Lopez, he accepts Fisk's job offer just so he can work with her. As Owen and Sylvia begin working on the portal generator, which they call the Time Dilation Accelerator, Kingpin watches them via a security camera with the footage on his computer at Crime Central, and Herbert Landon does not agree with Kingpin's choice to allow Owen access to such expensive laboratory equipment. However, Kingpin says that when the time dilation accelerator is completed, it will give him the power to use portals to hijack military equipment, overthrow world leaders, and an opportunity to kill Spider Man. Can you imagine the Kingpin with the ability to teleport through different portals and try to take over the world? As if Kingpin wasn't dangerous enough already. Several weeks later, Peter Parker and Mary Jane enjoy a night at Coney Island and go on some of the rides. And Peter thinks to himself that he is happy that lately crime has been quiet and he hasn't had to deal with any as Spider Man. We also see Felicia Hardy and Jason Phillips are also there, and Jason beats a carnival game to win Felicia a prize. However, the prize turns out to be a stuffed spider toy. Jason is upset, hoping that for one night some kind of spider will not come between them. Felicia apologizes but says she can't help the way she feels about Spider Man. However, Felicia tells Jason that she will start appreciating him more. Now, I've said all throughout this season 3 review that Jason Phillips is hiding a huge, huge secret. One that will be revealed in chapter 13, which we will get to eventually. But anybody who has seen the show, you know who Jason Phillips is. I'm not saying a word. Let's just see what happens next. Meanwhile, back at the laboratory, Owen and Sylvia test the time dilation accelerator. As they activate the time dilation accelerator, it generates a black hole. Sylvia congratulates Owen for his success. However, Owen stands too close to the portal and accidentally gets sucked into it. The portal then explodes and sends its energy across New York City, creating several other portals scattered across. One of these portals goes to Coney Island and gets onto the track of a roller coaster. Peter sees this and runs off to change into his Spider-Man costume. We then see Spider-Man is able to use his strength to stop the roller coaster car, but it gets sucked into the portal himself. While inside the portal, which is now known as a limbo, Spider-Man sees Dr. Owen and tries to save him by shooting a web line at him. However, the webbing gets into a portal and comes out of various other portals around Spider-Man, which tangles him. Spider-Man is then teleported back to New York City and is worried that Mary Jane will think he's abandoned her again. Meanwhile, inside the limbo, several loose parts of the portals start attaching themselves to Owen's body until he is eventually covered in black spots. And for those of you who may not be too familiar with the Spot made his first appearance in Peter Parker, The Spectacular Spider-Man issue 98 in January 1985. And I've always looked at the Spot as perhaps the strangest Spider-Man villain of all time. And his whole appearance to me just looked really ridiculous. I always thought the Spot was a very silly Spider-Man villain. He looked like a human Spotty Man. I just thought he looked ridiculous. But the concept of the Spot creating black hole portals and able to move around and teleport at will was very interesting. But at the same time, I never really cared for the Spot that much. And as I said, his whole appearance just looked ridiculous, I think. But it's not all bad for our Spotty friend because the Spot is set to appear in the upcoming Spider Man Across the Spider Verse animated movie, which is set to be released in June 2023. And he's going to be the main villain. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to come up with for the Spot and what kind of role he is going to play in the movie. Especially as black portals could possibly open a whole new dimension, pun intended, to the Spider Verse. So, should be very interesting to see what they'll come up with for him. A few moments later, back at the laboratory, Sylvia Lopez watches a J3 Communications report about the mysterious portals appearing throughout the city. As Sylvia shuts off the TV, Jonathan Owen teleports back into the laboratory and she sees that Owen's entire body is now completely white and is covered with black holes, and frantically asks what's happened to him. Owen answers that while he was travelling through the portal, several other loose portals attached themselves to his body. Owen also reveals to Sylvia that he now has the power to mentally create portals with his mind and demonstrates his new power. Owen thanks Sylvia and says that he couldn't have done any of this without her help. Owen also reveals that he has fallen in love with Sylvia. Sylvia is about to reciprocate his feelings but remembers that the incident in the laboratory left several portals scattered throughout, and that people could be in real danger. Owen opens a portal and travels around New York City, closing the portals he accidentally created before anyone else could get hurt. However, Owen forgets to close one portal in the sky above New York City as it begins to grow bigger and bigger with each passing moment. Even though the spot only appeared officially in one episode in the show, in this chapter in particular, his portals would play a very big role in the final two chapters of the Sins of the Fathers story arc, especially in the last one, which we will get to very soon. But going back on this one, the spots, when you hear him speak, he just sounds silly. He talks in this posh voice, and as I said, he just looks like a human Spotty man. I'm really sorry, but the portal stuff itself, very cool, and as I said, would go on to play a huge part in the final two chapters of this story arc. But yeah, the look of the spots, absolutely ridiculous. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, back at the laboratory, Sylvia has a video call with the Kingpin as she attempts to explain what's happened to Jonathan Owen, but she is unable to. Kingpin tells Sylvia that he needs more information from her because that is part of their bargain. Kingpin then ends their video call, and right after that, a portal opens up in the laboratory and Jonathan Owen steps through. Owen then transforms back into his human form. At that moment, Sylvia tells Owen that Wilson Fisk is on his way and they need to tell him what's happened. Owen turns around and says that all his life he has followed orders from people with money and power, such as Wilson Fisk and Tony Stark, and that he will no longer let that happen now that he has the power. Owen tells Sylvia that for now they must keep his powers a secret. Just then, Wilson Fisk walks into the laboratory, and Owen tells him that the time dilation accelerator is almost completed, but still needs some testing. Fisk gets very angry, grabs Owen by his shirt, and lifts him up into the air and orders him to complete the time dilation accelerator soon. Fisk then aggressively drops Owen on the ground and leaves. Sylvia tells Owen that they have to tell Fisk. Owen says that instead they can set up their own laboratory and make sure that the time dilation accelerator won't fall into the hands of Fisk. Owen says that he can steal the money by using his powers. Owen then transforms back into his new form with a totally white body and black portals all over him and calls himself the Spot. Oh my god. Everything about this guy screams one word: ridiculous. The next day at Empire State University, Peter Parker talks to Dr. Kurt Connors to see what he has discovered about the mysterious portals that appeared all over the city. Kurt tells Peter that the portals are similar to the ones that Stark Enterprises created. However, Dr. Connors also says that Tony Stark has issued a public statement saying that he and his company are not responsible for the portals appearing all over the city. A short while later in Prospect Park, Peter catches up with Mary Jane and Liz Allen. Peter tries to explain why he left their date. However, Mary Jane doesn't want to hear his excuses and walks away from him. Peter is then approached by Harry Osborn and tells him how furious he is that Peter stole Mary Jane from him. Peter tries to explain to Harry, but Harry also walks away, leaving Peter in complete absolute disbelief. Wow. Poor Peter. At that moment, The portal that Spot accidentally left open above New York City continues to grow even bigger. Oh boy, scary! Later that day, Peter suits up as Spider-Man and web swings through New York City. As Spider-Man passes a bank, his spider sense tingles and he hears alarms coming from the bank. As Spider-Man enters the bank, he sees the Spot creating a pile of several bags of money. Spider-Man is confused and wonders how Spot is planning to steal all that money by himself. Spot then uses his powers to open a portal and transport the money to his laboratory. Spider-Man realizes that he is responsible for creating the time dilation portals. As Spider-Man leaps forward towards Spot, Spot opens a portal in front of Spider-Man and he goes through it, landing on a rooftop somewhere in the city. Spider-Man tells Spot that he needs to stop using the portals because they are too dangerous. However, Spot does not listen to him. Spot then sends Spider-Man through another portal and into Limbo. While in Limbo, Spot appears to Spider-Man and Spider-Man shoots his webs at him. However, Spot opens even more portals and the webbing goes through it. The webbing then comes out other portals and traps Spider-Man instead. Spot then kicks Spider-Man through a portal and Spider-Man comes out above the Statue of Liberty. Spot catches Spider-Man and attaches the web line he is trapped in to the crown of the statue. Spot then opens another portal and jumps through it and disappears. Spider-Man is able to break free from the webbing and come up with the idea to use his GPS to track the portal's energy signature, which will lead him straight to Spot. As Spider-Man searches for the Spot, the portal in the sky continues to grow even more bigger. Meanwhile, Jason takes Felicia to a jewelry store and she wonders why they are there. Jason then buys Felicia a diamond ring and he asks her to marry him. However, at that moment, the Spot teleports in and puts jewelry in a bag as he notices Felicia's engagement ring and he tries to take it from her. Jason throws a punch at Spot, however, Jason's fist goes straight through a portal on Spot's chest. Spot then throws Jason across the room. However, at that moment, Spider-Man arrives and Spider-Man attempts to defeat the Spot. However, Spot is able to open portals to attack Spider-Man from various places at once. Spot then opens another portal and teleports away with the stolen jewelry. Felicia then approaches Spider-Man and asks if he is alright. Spider-Man says that he is fine and starts walking off to go after Spot. Spider-Man is stopped by Felicia, who asks him why hasn't she seen him in weeks and asks if he has been avoiding her. Spider-Man answers that they can't have a relationship because it would put her in too much danger and he web swings away. Well, at least he's honest. A short while later, Spot teleports back to the laboratory and transforms back into Jonathan Owen. As Owen looks for Sylvia, he finds her in a room talking to Fisk through a video chat on a computer. Owen secretly listens as Sylvia tells Fisk about Owen's powers. Kingpin orders Sylvia to find a way to duplicate Owen's powers and then ends the video call. Owen then walks into the room upset and asks Sylvia why she betrayed him to Fisk. Sylvia reveals that Fisk is a very powerful crime lord called the Kingpin and that he owns her. Sylvia also says that she cares too much for Jonathan to watch him challenge the Kingpin and fail. However, Owen is confident that he can defeat the Kingpin. Spot then teleports to Crime Central and tells Fisk that his power is nothing compared to his and that he is the new Kingpin. However, Kingpin reveals to Spot that his men are holding Sylvia hostage and they will kill her unless Spot does everything the Kingpin says. Yep, just like I said before, Spot is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, does he really think he has a chance in taking on the Kingpin? Absolutely no chance whatsoever. Later that day, Spider-Man's tracer detects another time dilation portal and follows the signal. Spider-Man sees the Spot standing on a rooftop but thinks it's odd that Spot is just standing there. As Spider-Man swings to the rooftop, Spot creates several portals and uses them to attack Spider-Man. However, Spider-Man realizes that the portal goes both ways. Spider-Man uses his spider sense to find the correct portal and punches through it. Spider-Man's fist comes through another portal and hits Spot, knocking him down. Spider-Man then hears Spot shout, "She's doomed." Spider-Man then asks who is he talking about and says that he might be able to help. A short while later, Spot teleports to Crime Central into Kingpin's office carrying Spider-Man's body and has apparently killed him. The Kingpin is very happy that his enemy has finally been defeated. As Spot lays Spider-Man's body on Kingpin's desk, Kingpin walks up to Spider-Man and starts to remove his mask. However, Spider-Man jumps up, still alive, grabs Kingpin and throws him across the room. As Kingpin charges at Spider-Man, Spider-Man jumps out of the way. Kingpin then grabs his desk and throws it at Spider-Man. However, Spider-Man is able to dodge the desk. Spider-Man jumps towards Kingpin. However, Kingpin grabs Spider-Man and puts him in a bear hug and says to him, "Now, let me show you exactly what 350 pounds of muscle is really like," and begins to squeeze him so hard that Spider-Man begins to have difficulty breathing. At that moment, Spot is able to save and rescue Sylvia. Wow. Never expected that. Spider-Man and the Spot working together. Definitely didn't see that one coming. The ground starts to shake and Kingpin drops Spider-Man. Herbert Landon then looks at a computer monitor and sees that Spot accidentally left one of his portals open in the sky and that it's now extremely big. Spider-Man states that if the portal keeps growing, it will pull the entire planet in and the Earth will be destroyed. Kingpin asks Spot if he can close it. Spot answers that the portal is now too big and too powerful for him to close. Spider-Man comes up with the idea to use Owen's original time dilation technology to boost his powers. Spot tells Spider-Man that it could work, but also says that he would have to be much closer to the portal. Kingpin then reluctantly offers to let Spot and Spider-Man use one of his jets to get closer. Spider-Man, Spot, and Sylvia then fly the jet towards the portal. Spider-Man then hooks Spot up to the time dilation accelerator. As the door to the cockpit opens, Spider-Man activates the equipment and it enhances Spot's powers and he is able to get closer to the portal a little bit, but not all the way. Spider-Man then hooks Spot's time dilation accelerator up to the jet and uses the jet's energy to give Spot even more power. The portal closes almost all the way, however the portal stops shrinking because the ship's power still isn't enough. Spot starts to jump out of the jet into the portal, however Spider-Man grabs him. Spot tells Spider-Man to let him go and explains that his powers increase exponentially with the portal. Spot says that the only way he can close the portal if he traps himself inside it. Spider-Man loses his grip on Spot and he is pulled into the portal. Sylvia shouts out that she loves Owen and grabs hold of him. Spot and Sylvia are then sucked inside the portal and it closes, with both of them completely disappearing. Holy cow. I forgot all about that. Wow. Sometime later, Peter is walking down a sidewalk and thinks about the sacrifice Owen made. Peter then thinks to himself that making a sacrifice like that won't be so bad if he is with someone he loves. Peter then thinks to himself that maybe he should make a big sacrifice for Mary Jane and completely stop being Spider-Man. At that moment, Mary Jane walks up to Peter and she tells him that they need to talk. Mary Jane says that it can be a real pain when he constantly runs off when there is trouble. Peter tells Mary Jane that it won't happen anymore. Mary Jane replies that she understands that he has to get photos for the Daily Bugle. Mary Jane then tells Peter that she loves him and they kiss. Finally! At long last! They finally got together. Later that night, at a warehouse, we see the Hobgoblin is talking to his spy inside Kingpin's organization on the phone. The spy tells the Hobgoblin about the time dilation accelerator and how Kingpin lost it. Hobgoblin swears that he will eventually possess the time dilation accelerator and he will use it to once again take over Kingpin's organization. And that's how we end chapter 12, The Spot. Overall, I thought this chapter was okay. I found the Spot character to be very silly and very strange at times. I've gone on record many times to say that the Spot is not one of my favourite Spider Man villains, and I still stand by that. However, the idea of the Spot being able to travel through different portals and jump to different places was very interesting. And also, the portals helped set the stage for the final two chapters of the Sins of the Fathers story arc. And having the Spot sacrifice himself for his love for Sylvia, as both of them were sucked into the portal at the end, was very surprising because I didn't expect to see that. I didn't see that one coming at all. But the ending with Peter and Mary Jane finally declaring their love for one another and officially becoming the couple also sets the stage for the final chapter. And we saw the return of the Hobgoblin, which also sets up for the next chapter. So even though this chapter had its issues, I thought some of the stuff they executed was pretty decent, so I can't completely dismiss this chapter as very bad. It was okay for what it was, but what we got out of it and what comes after because of this chapter, it was very well done. I thought this was not that bad as I remembered. So now that chapter 12, The Spot, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 13 of the Sins of the Fathers story arc. And this sees the return of perhaps Spider Man's greatest enemy of all time. And Felicia Hardy finally learns the shocking truth about her fiance, Jason Phillips. And this chapter helps set the stage for a massive showdown between two diabolical villains. And this one is simply called Goblin War. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 12, The Spot, we saw Stark Enterprises dismantling all technology related to interdimensional travel, and we see a scientist working at Stark Enterprises named Jonathan Owen begging Stark not to dismantle his technology, saying that it's his life's work. And Tony Stark denies Owen's request and tells Owen that he will find another project for him to work on. This, of course, leads to Owen resigning from Stark Enterprises, and we see moments later he is approached by the Kingpin and says to him that he has a proposition for him. We see Owen is unsure about working for Wilson Fisk, but quickly changes his mind when he meets Wilson Fisk's assistant, Sylvia Lopez, and that convinces him to take Wilson Fisk's job offer. We then see Sylvia and Owen test the time dilation accelerator, and as they activate the accelerator, it creates a black hole. This leads to Jonathan Owen standing too close to the portal and accidentally getting sucked in. This causes the portal to explode into several other portals scattered across the city. One of these portals goes to Coney Island and onto the track of the roller coaster, which sees Spider Man stopping the roller coaster from getting sucked into the portal. While trapped inside Limbo, we see Spider Man tries to save Dr. Owen by using his web line. However, as Spider Man is teleported back to New York City, inside the Limbo, several loose parts of the portals attach themselves to Owen's body. But unknown to everyone else, one of the portals that Owen forgets to close starts to slowly grow bigger and bigger above New York City. As a result of these actions, this leads to a confrontation with both the Spot and, of course, the one and only the Kingpin, which we finally see him and Spider Man go at it. And this, of course, leads to the Spot sacrificing himself along with Sylvia to close the giant portal. And we eventually see Peter Parker and Mary Jane declare their love for one another and become an official couple. And then at the end, we see the Hobgoblin is going to take down the Kingpin once and for all, thanks to some inside information from a spy in Kingpin's organization. And in my honest opinion, I thought this did an excellent job in helping to set up the final two chapters of season 3. So now that chapter 12 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is chapter 13. And this features the return of perhaps Spider Man's greatest enemy of all time. And it also helps set the stage for perhaps the most epic battle between two of the most diabolical villains ever. And this one is aptly named Goblin War. We kick off chapter 13 inside Limbo, where the time dilation accelerator uncontrollably creates time dilation portals. The time dilation accelerator goes through one of the portals and it lands in Fort Tryon Park, where it is found by a man named Lenny who wants to pawn it for some cash. Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson are walking through the park as well, and Mary Jane tells Peter that she doesn't think it's safe for him to be around her, and she recalls the times that she attracted the attention of supervillains such as Dormammu, Baron Mordo, Venom, and Hydro Man. However, Peter tells Mary Jane that things like that happen because they live in New York City. Peter tells Mary Jane not to worry, and they walk off. Peter thinks to himself that as long as he is Spider-Man, they can never truly be happy, and he briefly contemplates quitting being Spider-Man. Peter quickly realizes that his Spider-Man persona is not something he can give up so easily. Nearby at a pawn shop, Lenny tries to get some cash for the time dilation accelerator, and Lenny lies and tells the owner of the pawn shop that the device makes coffee. Lenny accidentally activates the accelerator and it creates a portal that starts to suck the building into it. Mary Jane and Peter see the portal, and Peter tells Mary Jane that he has to get pictures for the Daily Bugle and runs off. However, Peter changes into his Spider-Man costume and is able to rescue Lenny and the pawn shop owner before they are sucked into the portal. Spider-Man then grabs the time dilation accelerator and attempts to use it to close the portal. However, before Spider-Man is able to, he is attacked by the Hobgoblin. Hobgoblin is able to steal the time dilation accelerator and flies away on his glider. Spider-Man enters the portal where he is able to attach a web liner to the glider and he gets pulled out before the portal closes. However, Hobgoblin cuts the web line with his razor bat and flies through a portal. As Spider-Man falls towards the water, he uses his web shooters to create a parachute to slow his descent to the river. Early that evening, Hobgoblin uses the time dilation accelerator to break into a bank and rob it. As Hobgoblin goes through the portal back to his hideout, the portal suddenly closes, tearing off a piece of his cape. Hobgoblin realizes that the portal could have cut off one of his limbs and realizes that the time dilation accelerator must be running out of power. Later that same day, Hobgoblin goes to Crime Central and meets with his spy in Kingpin's organization. The man gets worried and says that if anyone sees them together, Kingpin could find out that he is spying on him for the Hobgoblin. Hobgoblin then orders his spy to get him a power pack for the time dilation accelerator. As the spy hands Hobgoblin the power pack, he says that it is the last one because Kingpin ordered him to stop making them after he lost the time dilation accelerator. Hobgoblin says that he has a plan for the Kingpin to make more power packs for the time dilation accelerator. A short while later, the Hobgoblin uses the time dilation accelerator to open a portal to Kingpin's office and walks through it. Kingpin calls in his guards and he has them surround Hobgoblin and aim their guns at him. However, Kingpin has his men stand down when he sees the Hobgoblin has the time dilation accelerator in his possession. Hobgoblin explains to Kingpin that he needs a power pack for the accelerator, then opens a time dilation portal and walks through it. Kingpin is furious that Hobgoblin has possession of the accelerator, and Herbert Landon mentions that if they knew who he really was, they would be one step closer to killing the Hobgoblin. Kingpin answers that he might be able to get that information from an old friend of his. Oh boy, here we go. Later that night, Felicia Hardy and Jason Phillips have their engagement party at Jason's mansion. Peter is there with Mary Jane. As Peter goes in to kiss Mary Jane, Harry Osborn walks up to them and blames Peter for stealing Mary Jane away from him. Harry angrily tells Peter that he can never forgive him and walks away. Mary Jane says that Harry has to accept the fact that she isn't his girlfriend anymore and goes to talk to him. As Mary Jane walks away, Peter is approached by J. Jonah Jameson, who asks him why isn't he developing the pictures he took of the portal in the sky. However, Felicia walks over and is able to drag Peter away from Jameson. As Peter talks to Jason, his spider sense goes off. We then see Wilson Fisk, aka the Kingpin, approaches Peter, and Peter realizes he must have been the reason his spider sense went off. Fisk then apologizes for that mishap that puts him in jail. Fisk then sees Norman Osborn and goes to talk to him. Peter knows that Fisk and Norman must be talking about something important and goes to spy on them. Norman and Fisk walk outside, and Peter, now in his Spider-Man costume, sticks to the balcony above them and listens to what they are saying. Fisk tells Norman that he needs to know the true identity of the Hobgoblin, with whom he is planning to rob New York City's Gold Respiratory. After hearing this, Norman becomes frantic and says that he doesn't want to talk about any goblins. Norman starts to walk away from Fisk. However, Fisk threatens to harm Harry if he doesn't reveal to him the Hobgoblin's true identity. Not wanting his son to be harmed, Norman tells Fisk to meet him at Oscorp at 2 a.m. and he will tell him everything. As Spider-Man jumps down, he thinks to himself that he will have to abandon Mary Jane again to stop the gold heist. Spider-Man is then approached by Felicia Hardy, and Spider-Man gets a little jealous and asks Felicia if she really loves Jason. However, Spider-Man thinks to himself that he can't love one woman as Peter Parker and another as Spider-Man. Spider-Man then web swings away. As Norman arrives at Oscorp, he has flashbacks to the time he turned into the Green Goblin. Norman goes into the restroom and splashes water over his face. However, when Norman looks into the mirror, he sees the Green Goblin instead of his own reflection. Green Goblin tells Norman that he is his friend. However, Norman calls the Green Goblin a monster. However, Green Goblin replies that Kingpin, Hobgoblin, and Spider-Man are the monsters because all they want to do is hurt him. Green Goblin tells Norman to let him out so he can take care of his enemies. Norman attempts to resist, but eventually the Green Goblin persona takes over his body. The Green Goblin has officially returned once more. Here we go! It's on! The next morning at Crime Central, Hobgoblin uses the time dilation accelerator to open a portal into the Gold Respiratory. Some of Kingpin's men jump through the portal and use knockout gas to subdue the guards. However, Spider-Man is waiting for the Kingpin's men and is able to subdue them. Much to Kingpin, Herbert Landon, and Hobgoblin's surprise, Spider-Man jumps through the portal into Crime Central and is able to use the time dilation accelerator to close the portal. Spider-Man is able to grab the time dilation accelerator but drops it when he is attacked by the Kingpin. Kingpin is able to grab Spider-Man and use his strength to try and crush him. However, an explosion goes off which causes Kingpin to drop Spider-Man. The explosion was caused by the Green Goblin, who flies into the Kingpin's office on his glider and attacks Hobgoblin and accuses him of being a phony and a fake. As Hobgoblin and Green Goblin fight each other, Landon asks Kingpin if they should do something. Kingpin orders Landon to stand down and tells him that with any luck, the Hobgoblin and the Green Goblin will kill each other. Now, the Hobgoblin versus the Green Goblin is something you could kind of say has been building up for quite a while now, and it was only a matter of time before these two evil goblins would eventually cross paths and do battle with one another. Now, everybody knows that in the comic books, the Green Goblin debuted first in Amazing Spider-Man issue 14 back in 1964. And everybody, of course, knows that the Hobgoblin made his debut in Amazing Spider-Man issue 238 in 1983. But Interestingly enough, in the 90s cartoon, the Hobgoblin was introduced first in season 1, and he was created by Norman Osborn. Now, we wouldn't actually get to see the Green Goblin until a couple of seasons later when he debuted in season 3. Now, the Hobgoblin and the Green Goblin would eventually cross paths in Amazing Spider Man issue 3112 in 1988 when the two goblins finally did battle. So it was inevitable that the two of them would eventually meet each other in the animated series. And for the Green Goblin, even though he only made 3 appearances in season 3, he made a huge impact. Whereas the Hobgoblin would always constantly return in some form, you knew that these two goblins were eventually going to go at it. And I thought the way they paid off this build up, even though we didn't really know they were building up to that, I thought they did a really good job with the two of them finally doing battle. And a lot of that is heavily inspired from Amazing Spider Man issue 3112. And I really enjoyed it. I thought they did a really good job with that. As Green Goblin and Hobgoblin fight, Hobgoblin realizes that Green Goblin is much more powerful than he is and flies away on his glider. However, Green Goblin flies after him. Spider Man also goes after the two of them. However, Hobgoblin is able to use the time dilation accelerator to open a portal and escape from the Green Goblin. Spider Man then arrives and attacks Green Goblin. However, Green Goblin throws a pumpkin bomb at Spider Man, and the force of the explosion pushes Spider Man into the river. As Green Goblin flies away on his glider, Spider Man emerges from the water. A short while later, back at the mansion, Felicia Hardy is looking for ways to expand the rooms to make it big enough for her and Jason. While in Jason's study, she knocks on the bookcase and hears an echo. Felicia then begins to think that the bookcase sounded hollow. After searching for a few seconds, Felicia discovers a button and she presses it to reveal that there is a secret room behind the bookcase. As the secret door opens, Felicia discovers a hobgoblin costume, and as she goes into the secret room, she sees a whole arsenal of weapons. Hobgoblin then teleports into the room after using the time dilation accelerator, and the Hobgoblin reveals himself to be none other than Felicia's fiance, Jason Phillips. So after 2.5 seasons, almost 3, going into the animated series, we have finally learned the true identity of the Hobgoblin. And this is something that we've all been wondering about for a very long time. Who is the Hobgoblin? And to the shock and surprise of everyone, including myself, it's Felicia Hardy, fiance. Wow, unbelievable. Felicia is shocked to discover that her fiance is really the Hobgoblin and asks him why he turned to a life of crime because he was already rich. Jason reveals that being a criminal was the only reason he is rich. Jason also explains that his real name is actually Jason Philip Mackendale. Felicia quickly realizes that she has made a terrible mistake and says that she cannot marry him. However, Jason threatens to kill Felicia if she doesn't agree to marry him. However, Green Goblin arrives and is able to subdue Jason and take the time dilation accelerator from him. Green Goblin then uses the accelerator to open a portal, so he, Jason, and Felicia go through it. Despite Jason's warnings that the time dilation accelerator is too low on power, and they could end up being trapped in limbo. Interesting. With no idea where either goblins could be, Spider Man decides to go to Oscorp to try and find a clue as to where the Green Goblin and the Hobgoblin could be. Little does Spider Man know Oscorp is actually where Green Goblin took Jason and Felicia. Green Goblin then suspends both of them above a vat of acid, and Jason attempts to bribe Green Goblin with money so he will let them go. However, Green Goblin tells Jason that he doesn't want money, he just wants to eliminate Norman Osborn's enemies so he can make life easier for him. However, Spider Man arrives and throws Green Goblin's glider into a vat of acid. Despite this, Green Goblin uses the time dilation accelerator to get away. Spider-Man shoots a web line up to Felicia and Jason to save them. However, Green Goblin opens a portal in the air and throws a razor bat and cuts it. Green Goblin then grabs Spider-Man's leg before he can fall into the acid, saying that he wants to savor the moment. Spider-Man is able to tackle Green Goblin into the time dilation portal and is able to save Felicia and Jason mere seconds before they have even touched the acid. After saving Felicia and Jason, Spider-Man grabs Green Goblin's razor bat and throws it at the time dilation accelerator, which damages it. However, the accelerator has enough power to open a portal. As Green Goblin heads towards the portal, Spider-Man warns him that the time dilation accelerator is too low on power, and he could end up stuck in limbo. Green Goblin tells Spider-Man that he would rather be trapped in limbo than be captured by him. Green Goblin then walks through the portal and vanishes. With Green Goblin gone, Spider-Man checks on Felicia. Felicia asks Jason why he became a criminal. Jason answers that he started out as a very poor man and that everything he owes to his criminal career, including Felicia. Felicia then asks Jason if he really ever loved her. Jason answers that he loves things about her, such as her wealth and beauty. Felicia tells Jason that's not love. Felicia then looks at Spider-Man and tells Jason that she has experienced true love already. A little while later, the police arrive and arrest Jason Macendale. From a rooftop of Oscorp, Felicia and Spider-Man watch as Jason is taken away by the police. Felicia is saddened and breaks down, telling Spider-Man that every time someone gets close to her, disaster strikes. As Felicia cries, Spider-Man tells her that he is truly sorry. The next day, Green Goblin is able to use what little power he has left of the time dilation accelerator and is teleported back to Oscorp. Green Goblin says that because of this, it is bad news for Kingpin, Hobgoblin, and more importantly, Spider-Man. Green Goblin then plans to make his own modifications to the time dilation accelerator and plots to get revenge on Spider-Man. And that's how we end Chapter 13, Goblin War. Overall, I thought this was a fantastic chapter, and I love the way that they revealed the true identity of Hobgoblin, and it was someone that we didn't really expect because prior to the reveal, we never really knew who the Hobgoblin was. The most that we got in terms of backstory was he was created by Norman Osborn at Oscorp, and he was a low-level criminal. That was the most we ever got in terms of who the Hobgoblin could be. And when you look back at it, introducing Jason Phillips as Felicia Hardy's fiance and then revealing him to be the Hobgoblin was an amazing payoff. And the climax, having the Hobgoblin and the Green Goblin finally go at it, was a great payoff as well to a mini build up that we didn't really know that they were building up to because, as I mentioned already, they introduced the Hobgoblin first in season one, and then they introduced the Green Goblin a couple of seasons later in season three. So we didn't really know that they were building up to a Green Goblin versus Hobgoblin fight, but when they did deliver, it was fantastic. So now that Chapter 13, Goblin War, has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is the final chapter of the Sins of the Fathers story arc. And this is Chapter 14, which features a huge game changing moment that not only changes the landscape of the entire show, but it also sets the stage for the final showdown between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, and it also draws a lot of inspiration from an iconic moment that occurred in the comic books involving Spider-Man's first girlfriend, Gwen Stacy, and its impact is felt throughout the rest of the show's run. And this one is simply called Turning Point. So, as we saw previously in Chapter 13, Goblin War, we saw the time dilation accelerator floating around in limbo, creating multiple portals before landing in Fort Tryon Park, where it is found by a man named Lenny who tries to pawn it for some cash. And we see Lenny take the device to a local pawn shop in the hopes of trying to make some money from it. And he accidentally switches the device on, which leads to creating a giant portal. And it begins to suck in the entire building, and this leads to Spider Man attempting to turn off the device before being attacked by the Hobgoblin, who takes the device for himself. We then see the Hobgoblin meets with his spy in Kingpin's organization and tells him that he needs a new power pack for the time dilation accelerator. As the spy hands Hobgoblin the power pack, he says that it's the last one because Kingpin ordered him to stop making them. Hobgoblin says that he has a plan for Kingpin to make more power packs for the time dilation accelerator. We then see the Hobgoblin uses the device to open a portal into Kingpin's office in Crime Central and explains to the Kingpin that he needs a new power pack for the time dilation accelerator. This, of course, leads the Kingpin to angrily confront Norman Osborn and demands that he hand over the information about the Hobgoblin's true identity, or else he will harm Harry. This, of course, leads Norman to be completely stressed out and transform once again into the Green Goblin. We then see the Hobgoblin and the Green Goblin go at it in Crime Central, and this, of course, leads to Spider Man and the Green Goblin going at it as well. And then Felicia Hardy makes a shocking discovery as she discovers a secret room containing goblin weapons. And this, of course, leads to the Hobgoblin making his shocking appearance through the portal before revealing himself to be none other than Jason Phillips, the fiance of Felicia Hardy. And then he would go on to reveal himself as Jason Macendale Phillips. This, of course, leads to the Green Goblin learning the truth about the Hobgoblin's true identity. We then see the Green Goblin take both Felicia and Jason hostage and threaten to throw them into a vat of acid. We then see Spider Man come to the rescue and attempt to tackle the Green Goblin into the portal before saving both Felicia and Jason from being dunked into the vat of acid. We then see Jason Macendale is arrested and taken away for his crimes, and Felicia is very upset by all of this and tells Spider Man that every time someone gets close to her, disaster strikes. As Felicia cries, Spider Man tells her that he is truly sorry. We then see the Green Goblin is able to use what little power he has left for the time dilation accelerator and teleports himself back to Oscorp. Green Goblin then says that because of this, it is bad news for Kingpin, Hobgoblin, and especially Spider Man. Green Goblin then vows to make his own modifications to the time dilation accelerator and plots to get revenge on Spider Man. So now that chapter 13 of The Sins of the Fathers story arc has concluded, we now move on to the next one, which is the final chapter of The Sins of the Fathers story arc for season 3. And this would feature a game changing moment that would not only define Spider Man's entire life, but its impact and consequences, as well as the aftermath of this moment, would be felt all throughout the rest of the show's run. And this is chapter 14, aptly named Turning Point. So we kick off chapter 14 with Spider Man telling Madam Web that he wants to end their partnership because he now has everything he ever wanted, and he also explains that Mary Jane loves him and he loves her. And he also explains to Madam Web that he no longer has time for her, or her training, or for any of these games, or this so called big battle that she is preparing him for. As Spider Man starts to walk away, Madam Web warns him that one day he will soon yearn for her wisdom. Madam Web also tells Spider Man that one day, that day will come soon when the two-headed monster rises from the Netherworld. Wow. A very cryptic, chilling, and ominous way to kick off the final chapter of the Sins of the Fathers story arc for season 3. Now, Madam Web's warning is very similar to a warning that was foreshadowed back in Amazing Spider-Man issue 121 in 1973, and it mentioned that someone very close to Spider-Man was going to die and he was going to be unable to save them. Now, of course, as we all know, that person that Spider-Man was unable to save was, of course, Gwen Stacy. Now, this chapter in particular is a very big one for a lot of reasons because they take a lot of inspiration from several issues. Amazing Spider-Man issues 121 and 122 from 1973, and it also takes inspiration from Amazing Spider-Man issue 39 from 1966. So, what this chapter did was it took portions of those issues and put them together for this final chapter. And it also was named after issue 121 called Turning Points because this chapter, just like in that original issue, harkens back to the moment that changed Spider Man's life forever. Now, in this chapter, no one actually technically died, although the way this played out is very similar to the way Gwen Stacy died. Now, as we all know, Gwen Stacy died after falling off the Brooklyn Bridge and snapped her neck while Spider Man was attempting to save her. Now, in this chapter, it does harken back to that tragic moment, but it's played out very differently. And I thought the way this chapter took a lot of inspiration from those two issues and also incorporating moments from issue 39 in terms of how Green Goblin learned Spider-Man's secret identity was also very well done. So you're pretty much getting the best of three classic Spider-Man issues, but just taken in a more different approach and in a different direction. Meanwhile, at Oscorp, Norman Osborn makes another time dilation accelerator for the Green Goblin, who is talking to him in his mind, but he miniaturizes the device so it can be strapped to his chest. Norman gives a warning that the portals may not be stable. However, Norman's Green Goblin personality completely takes over and does not care for Norman's warnings. Green Goblin then swears that all of Norman's enemies, such as Spider-Man and the Kingpin, will pay. Norman states that Spider-Man is a danger to them both because he knows their connection and the true identity. However, Green Goblin assures Norman that the knowledge will cost Spider-Man very dearly. Later that day, Green Goblin attacks an armored truck filled with bags of money. However, this was just a ploy to draw Spider-Man to him. Spider-Man arrives within a few seconds and is shocked to see Green Goblin, who he last saw, enter the unstable time dilation portal. Green Goblin then throws a pumpkin bomb at Spider-Man and quickly flies away on his glider. However, since Spider-Man already knows that Green Goblin is really Norman Osborn, he says that he can run but can't hide, so he decides to check locations around New York City where he knows Norman Osborn could be at. However, Spider-Man is unable to locate the Green Goblin. As Spider-Man continues to web swing through the city, his spider sense goes off for no reason. However, unknown to him, Green Goblin is using the time dilation accelerator to sneak up behind Spider-Man and quickly disappear through his portals. As spider sense continues to go off, Peter is very concerned that his mutation disease could be returning. Spider-Man then jumps into an alleyway and Green Goblin secretly watches from a rooftop as Spider-Man removes his mask and reveals his identity. Green Goblin is shocked to see that Spider-Man is so young and cannot believe that his greatest enemy is a mere boy. Norman Osborn then reveals to Green Goblin that his name is Peter Parker and he is best friends with his son Harry. Green Goblin then comes up with an idea that Peter must have pretended to be Harry's friend to harm Norman, and the Goblin declares that two can play at that game. The way this scene played out was pretty much near enough the same as it was in the comic books. The only difference is in the comic books, Green Goblin didn't have a time dilation accelerator to create portals. So that was the only difference between both of these scenes. But overall, it's not much different to the comic books, and it's quite scary, having someone like the Green Goblin following you and watching your every move, and then watching you take off your mask is quite scary. So this was a very clever way to how the Green Goblin learned the truth about Spider Man's secret identity. So now the two enemies are even. Spider Man knows that Green Goblin is Norman Osborn, and the Green Goblin now knows that Spider Man is really Peter Parker. And the stage is already set for the final showdown for this final chapter. Here we go. A short while later, Mary Jane is at the coffee bean talking to Liz Allen. Liz tells Mary Jane that she thought her and Peter would never get together. Liz also asks how Harry is doing. Mary Jane answers that Harry is taking their breakup really hard and blames Peter. At that moment, Peter enters the coffee bean. Sometime later, Mary Jane and Peter leave the coffee bean and walk down the sidewalk. Mary Jane mentions that Harry's birthday party is tonight. Given what's happened between them already, Peter suggests that they shouldn't go. Mary Jane says they have to because Harry invited both of them and believes that Harry doesn't want them to have any bad feeling between them. Later that night, Peter and Mary Jane go to the Osborn mansion for Harry's birthday party. Peter thinks to himself that he can observe Norman without knowing that Spider-Man is in the room watching him. Peter walks up to Harry and thanks him for inviting him despite everything that's happened between them. Harry angrily tells Peter that he only invited him and Mary Jane because his father insisted, telling him to show a little more backbone, and angrily walks off. Mary Jane pleads for Harry to stop acting this way. Peter gets very suspicious about Harry saying that Norman insisted. Norman then approaches Peter and shakes his hand and acts friendly towards him. However, as Norman shakes Peter's hand, his grip gets tighter. Peter even thinks to himself that Norman would break his hand if not for his spider strength. Peter then gets suspicious and begins to think that Norman might know that he is really Spider-Man. Oh, this is where things are getting really good. Let's go. During dinner, Norman mentions that he heard Peter and Mary Jane are dating now and accuses them of conspiring to get together. Peter interrupts Norman and tells him that he has it all wrong about him and Mary Jane. However, Norman stops Peter and asks him how does he get those incredible pictures of Spider-Man. Norman then turns to Harry and says that he and Peter have a little secret, don't we, Peter? Mary Jane asks Peter what Norman is talking about, but Peter tells her that he doesn't know. Norman then says that they should tell everyone what their little secret is. Peter becomes convinced and realizes that Norman actually knows that he is Spider-Man, and he excuses himself from the dinner table. Peter says, "Oh, please excuse me, I've got a bit of a weak stomach," and Norman very sarcastically says, "Don't be too long, Peter. The party's just about to start." As Peter goes into another room in the mansion, he knows that he needs a diversion to keep Norman from revealing his secret identity. Peter then gets the idea to throw his web cartridges into the fireplace so that the chemicals inside them will heat up and create smoke. As Peter does this, the smoke fills the mansion and everyone but Norman runs outside. Peter then tells everybody he is going to save Norman and runs back into the mansion. As Peter enters the mansion, he sees Norman now in his full Green Goblin costume. As Green Goblin strikes Peter and the force of the blow sends him flying out of the door into the backyard of the mansion. Green Goblin flies above Peter and starts to drop pumpkin bombs around him. Peter tries to shoot Green Goblin with his webbing, but realizes he doesn't have his web shooters on. Green Goblin then shoots a beam of electricity from his gloves and hits Peter temporarily and disables him. Green Goblin then ties Peter up with a titanium cable and attaches it to his glider and flies off. Peter then realises that Madam Web was right because Green Goblin is the monster with two heads, aka two identities, and the two-headed monster has now struck. Nice. Here we go. Green Goblin then flies on his glider to the George Washington Bridge. Peter is then able to get one arm free from the titanium cable and slips on his web shooters. Peter then shoots a web line onto the bridge, which forces Green Goblin to crash his glider on top of the bridge's truss. Peter then uses the heat from the glider's thrusters to cut through the titanium cable. As Peter gets free, he rips off his tuxedo and puts on his Spider-Man mask, and Spider-Man attacks Green Goblin. Green Goblin then takes out the time dilation accelerator and straps it to his chest and uses it to open a portal. Spider-Man tries to stop Green Goblin. However, Green Goblin goes through the portal and it closes behind him. Spider-Man then deduces that Green Goblin used the time dilation accelerator to spy on him and find out he was really Peter Parker. Green Goblin then reappears and tells Spider-Man that he doesn't feel he's made Spider-Man suffer enough, and that since Peter was a guest in his home, it's time he visited his. Green Goblin then vanishes through a time dilation portal. Spider-Man quickly realizes that Green Goblin is going after Aunt May, and he rushes there to protect her. Oh, here we go. At that moment in their home, Mary Jane tells her Aunt Anna about the fire at Osborn's mansion. Anna then asks if Norman is alright, to which Mary Jane replies that she thinks Peter took him to a hospital, but doesn't know why he hasn't called her. Anna calls Peter irresponsible. However, Mary Jane tells her aunt that she is wrong about Peter and that she loves him. As Spider-Man arrives home, he runs up to May's room to check on her. As Spider-Man enters her room, he sees that she is all right, and Green Goblin has apparently not appeared at his house. However, just at that moment, Spider-Man's spider sense goes off as a time dilation portal opens above Aunt May's head, and Green Goblin flies through it and hovers above her head while on his glider. Green Goblin mentions that she looks so peaceful, so he won't bother her. Green Goblin also says that instead he will pay a visit to Spider-Man's co-conspirator. Green Goblin then flies through the portal and it closes behind him. At that moment, May wakes up and Spider-Man takes off his mask. Peter then walks up to May and tells her he's just checking on her. May asks Peter if he had fun at Harry's party. Peter then says it's still going on and lets May continue to sleep. Spider-Man then leaves the house and wonders who Green Goblin was talking about when he mentioned his other co-conspirator. Spider-Man then remembers that at Harry's party, Norman accused Peter and Mary Jane of conspiring to get together, and he realizes that Green Goblin is now going after Mary Jane. Oh boy, here we go. Only seconds later, Green Goblin opens a portal inside Mary Jane's house. As Mary Jane and her Aunt Anna try to escape, Green Goblin throws a pumpkin bomb, which releases a cloud of sleeping gas. As Mary Jane and Anna breathe the gas, they lose consciousness. Spider-Man arrives only moments later and finds Anna passed out and lying on the ground, but discovers that she's alright. As Spider-Man looks for Mary Jane, he hears Green Goblin's evil laugh outside. As Spider-Man looks out the window, he sees Green Goblin holding Mary Jane and they fly away on Green Goblin's glider. To save Mary Jane, Spider-Man quickly web slings after Green Goblin. Now, the way this scene played out almost mirrors the same way it played out in the comic books. Now, here in this chapter, the Green Goblin entered Mary Jane's house and abducted her. In the comic books, same way, Green Goblin breaks into Gwen Stacy's house and abducts her. And for those of you who know the history of Spider-Man, Gwen Stacy was, of course, Peter Parker's first girlfriend. However, in the 90s animated series, officially, Mary Jane is played out to be Peter Parker's first girlfriend. Gwen Stacy does actually appear in the 90s animated series, but only in a cameo, which was in season 5. But we'll save that for a future edition for another time. But the way they paid homage to the comic books was very well done. And as I said, there were a couple of little differences and a couple little tweaks here and there, but I would say for almost 85% of this chapter, or at least these particular scenes, so to speak, pretty much were true to the comic books. And I thought they did a really good job with the way they adapted them for this season. Spider Man follows Green Goblin to the top of a pillar of the George Washington Bridge, where Spider Man orders Green Goblin to let Mary Jane go. Spider Man asks Mary Jane if Norman knows that he is about to hurt Mary Jane, the only person Harry cares about, his son. For a moment, Norman's personality takes over and he accuses Peter and Mary Jane of plotting together against his son Harry. Norman then continues to spew lies about Peter and Mary Jane that Green Goblin told him. While Green Goblin is distracted, Spider-Man web swings under the bridge and attacks him, which causes him to drop the time dilation accelerator. As Spider-Man and Green Goblin fight, they both roll off the top of the bridge and fall onto the bridge's suspension wires. Spider-Man is able to get on top of the wires, but hears Norman's voice yell for help and sees that he is barely hanging onto the suspension wire. Spider-Man helps Norman up, but his Green Goblin personality once again takes over and he attacks Spider-Man. As Spider-Man looks up, his spider sense goes off again and he sees Mary Jane stumble due to the effects of the knockout gas. Spider-Man knows he must get to her before she falls. However, he must go through the Green Goblin first. Mary Jane does fall off, but Spider-Man manages to web swing over to Mary Jane and grab her. Mary Jane appears to be safe, but Green Goblin uses a remote control to fly his glider in the air and fires missiles at them. Spider-Man sees it and he carries Mary Jane and he drops her. The explosion from the missiles causes the ground to shake, which causes Mary Jane to lose her balance and she falls off the bridge. However, the time dilation accelerator also falls off the bridge, and as it hits a rock, it accidentally activates a portal, causing Mary Jane to fall into it as the portal instantly closes. Yikes! Spider-Man, however, does not see Mary Jane falling into the portal and believes that she has fallen into the Hudson River. Spider-Man dives into the river to find Mary Jane but has no luck. Meanwhile, Green Goblin is able to recover the time dilation accelerator. Spider-Man believes that Mary Jane has died and he becomes furious at the Green Goblin. As Green Goblin flies by on his glider, Spider-Man shoots a web line which attaches to the glider and pulls Spider-Man out of the river. Green Goblin attempts to cut the webbing off his glider. However, Spider-Man manages to climb onto the glider, and as he climbs on, Green Goblin says his glider is nearly out of fuel and it goes down. For a brief moment, we see Spider-Man and Green Goblin struggle with one another, but Green Goblin manages to force Spider-Man off the glider. But Spider-Man web swings back to the top of the bridge. Green Goblin then attempts to get away by using the time dilation accelerator, but realizes that it's somehow damaged. Green Goblin then lands on the ground below the bridge to try and fix it, and Spider-Man quickly swings after him. Green Goblin does manage to fix the time dilation accelerator, but something goes wrong, and the portal creates a powerful imbalance that starts to suck the Green Goblin into it. Green Goblin starts to run away, only to find Spider-Man standing in front of him. As Green Goblin gets sucked towards the portal, he grabs hold of something. Spider-Man realizes if the imbalance continues to increase, everything will get sucked in. At first, Spider-Man refuses to save Green Goblin because of what he did to Mary Jane. However, Spider-Man quickly comes to his senses and realizes that saving Green Goblin is the right thing to do. As Spider-Man attempts to save the Green Goblin uses his remote control to activate his glider, planning to ram it right into Spider-Man. However, Spider-Man senses that danger is coming and he moves out of the way. The glider instead hits Green Goblin and pushes him into the time dilation portal, where it closes behind him. With the time dilation accelerator damaged, both Green Goblin and Mary Jane are unable to escape limbo and are both trapped. Now, originally in the comic books, Green Goblin pushed Gwen Stacy off the bridge, and as a result of her fall, she suffered a whiplash effect, which caused her neck to snap while Spider-Man was trying to save her. Now, Mary Jane falling off the bridge is near enough the same way Gwen Stacy fell, but the only difference is Mary Jane fell into a portal as a result of the time dilation accelerator. Now, Green Goblin getting pushed into the portal thanks to his own glider is how it went down in this chapter. But in the comic books, he used his own glider to try and take out Spider Man, but he ended up taking himself out, thus dying. Just like how he died in the first Spider Man movie. So I thought the way they eliminated the Green Goblin was very well done. Having him trapped in limbo was very interesting, but it also left the door wide open for a potential return. So Spider Man thinks that he's lost both Mary Jane and the Green Goblin, or more importantly, lost Norman Osborn. So, very emotional way to end this chapter, I would say. With the time dilation accelerator gone, Spider Man realizes there is no hope to bring Mary Jane back, so he screams out for Madam Web. Madam Web hears his cries for help and appears before him. Spider Man begs Madam Web to bring Mary Jane back. However, Madam Web tells Spider Man that she can't, and Spider Man angrily says, "Can't or won't." Madam Web explains that Spider Man chose the path to do things on his own when he ended their relationship, and since he made that decision, there is no turning back. Spider Man becomes furious at Madam Web for not saving Mary Jane, and says he is tired of her riddles, her lessons, her arrogance, and he yells at her to never enter his life again. Madam Web agrees to leave Spider Man alone for now, but she promises to return when he is needed for the ultimate battle she is preparing him for. As Madam Web vanishes, Peter finds himself at the top of the George Washington Bridge, unmasked and all alone. Mary Jane is gone, his best friend Harry has turned against him, and Madam Web has stopped offering advice to him. The perfect life Peter thought he had is now gone. Wow. Holy cow. Meanwhile, inside Limbo, we see Mary Jane is falling and screams out for help, but no one is around to hear her as she continues to fall deeper and deeper into the portal. And that officially wraps up chapter 14 of The Sins of the Fathers, Turning Point, and my review on season 3, The Sins of the Fathers story arc. Overall, an emotional end for what has been a brilliant season 3 and a shocking conclusion to the Sins of the Fathers story arc. I really enjoyed season 3 a lot. I thought this was very good and very enjoyable. However, I feel that a couple of the chapters didn't really fit in with the story arc that they were telling. I think if you were to cut out maybe chapters 2, 3, and 5, which were Make a Wish, Attack of the Octobot, and Rocket Racer, I think I would have ranked season 3 even higher, and I think I would have even put it up there with season 2. The Make a Wish chapter was enjoyable, but I didn't really feel it fit in with the Sins of the Fathers story arc. I think it could have worked better in season 1 in terms of the tone and the storytelling. If it was just one chapter, it would have been okay. Having it continue into the next chapter, which was Attack of the Octobot, just seemed like a waste of time, really, and it just screamed to me filler. Chapter 5, Rocket Racer, I thought was the weakest of the Sins of the Fathers story arc, and again, didn't really fit into the story that season 3 was trying to tell. It just had no place being here. Make a Wish and Attack of the Octobots, even though they screamed filler, they were much more enjoyable to watch than Rocket Racer. That's just my honest opinion. Highlights for me were definitely the 2 parts crossover with Daredevil. That was absolutely fantastic. Probably my all-time favourite of this entire 3rd season. The crossover with Doctor Strange was fine. I thought it was cool to see Peter Parker's parents addressed, which was something that had never happened before in the show. That was cool. The 3 Green Goblin appearances were excellent. Nothing bad to say about that. And I would say, even though he only made 3 appearances in season 3, Green Goblin really made a lasting impression and made a huge impact, I would say. Venom Returns was good. The appearance of Carnage was good as well. Having Venom and Eddie Brock sacrifice themselves to save the world and stop Dormammu from getting out of the Dark Dimension, I thought that was a fitting redemption conclusion for the character, and that was really good. But yeah, I would say overall, take out those 3 chapters I mentioned. I definitely feel that season 3 would be a lot better, and I would probably definitely put it up there with season 2. But just because I said take out those 3 chapters doesn't take away from the fact that season 3 was still very good and very enjoyable. And the thing about season 3 was it wasn't as dark as season 2. Season 2 was a lot more darker and leaned more heavy towards the horror aspects of things. Season 3, I would say, was very emotional, hence the name The Sins of the Fathers. Season 3 dealt more with the father and son dynamic of things. So you had the Kingpin and his son Richard Fisk, Norman and Harry Osborn, Alistair Smythe and Spencer Smythe. You know, you had all these different father and son dynamics going on in season 3. So this was very enjoyable. And we finally also learned the true identity of the Hobgoblin after 2 seasons later. We finally got to learn who he really was. So that was a nice payoff. But yeah, I really enjoyed season 3. I thought season 3 was very good. And as I said, the highlights for me was the Spider-Man and Daredevil crossover and the 3 Green Goblin appearances. They were unbelievable, and they were the highlights for me of season 3. And Mary Jane falling into the portal and trapped in limbo was a shocking conclusion for season 3, and the effects it left was felt throughout the rest of the show's run, and it's really made a lasting impact on Spider-Man as he tries to move on and deal with the fact that he was unable to save Mary Jane. So that was a really good way to conclude this story arc, because we all thought that Spider-Man would save her, and the fact that she falls but Spider-Man didn't see her disappear just makes it even more shocking, because there's nothing worse than trying to save someone and then they just disappear into thin air. So I thought that was a very emotional way to not only end season 3 but put Spider-Man on an emotional roller coaster for the next 2 seasons of the 90s animated series. So that's going to be it from me. I am going to wrap this up now. What was your favourite from all 14 chapters? Was it Doctor Strange, Make a Wish, Attack of the Octobot, Enter the Green Goblin, Rocket Racer, Framed, The Man Without Fear, The Ultimate Slayer, Tombstone, Venom Returns, Carnage, The Spot, Goblin War, or Turning Point? Or did you enjoy the entire story arc from start to finish? And I hope you've enjoyed listening to me talking about season 3 in its entirety and all 14 chapters. You know what to do, guys. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave your thoughts and comments down below, and I will see all of you next time for another edition of the Spider-Man review series, where I am going to be talking about season 4 in its entirety, so make sure you don't miss that. So until next time, take care, everybody, and stay safe. And once again, as always, much appreciated. Thanks for listening.